Was Alexander the Great gay? TLDR, maybe. Some sources say he was, but rarely explicitly, and there's reason to doubt them.
Thanks, everyone. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Thanks to my Patreon supporters on Patreon.
The goal of today's video is not to address the question of Alexander's sexuality. Instead, we'll be exploring what we know about the life of a sort of side character in Alexander's history, Bagoas. Bagoas was a eunuch in the court of the Persian king Darius III, who may or may not have been a transgender figure. A while back, when we explored the story of Hypsikrates, we talked about how his life is intricately connected with that of his lover Mithridates. As a result, it's not really possible to discuss the two of them apart from each other. This is also true with Bagoas. So this video is about Alexander the Great, but only as a consequence of the historical narrative. Look, this is just one example of what real historians mean when they talk about how true objectivity is not really possible when it comes to telling history. Alexander had possibly hundreds of thousands of people meet him and accompany him throughout his conquests, each of whom had long, rich, complex inner lives, as much as anyone. We don't know the names of the vast majority of them. In that regard, Bagoas is lucky. But in Bagoas' case, we only know about their life in relation to Alexander. The fact that the information itself was passed to us is a result of bias in the historical record. The life of Bagoas and of the hundreds of thousands of others were deemed of lesser importance than Alexander's. So you're dealing with deeply biased information in the first place and doing your best to interpret it in a way that helps you better understand the period. There's no objectivity in the texts, there's only subjective viewpoints from subjective people. We do our best to put together an accurate outline of what happened, but there's only so much we can know. So, to understand Bagoas, we need to understand Alexander. But to understand Alexander, you have to understand his father Philip. And in order to understand Philip, you have to understand the history of classical Greece. And I know most of you aren't classicists, so that's where we're going to start. Oh boy. Our goals today will be twofold. First, we'll find out whether Bagoas was real, and if they were real, we'll find out whether or not they were trans. Let's take a look. Chapter 1, Summing Up Classical Greece as Quickly as I Can. So what we call classical Greece is a span of about 200 years, the 5th and 4th centuries BCE. That's the 400s and 300s BCE, which has always been confusing to me, but we won't get into that again. Anyway, the classical era of Greece is marked by a whole bunch of individual sovereign states who occasionally united to do important stuff, like kick Persians down a well or wrestle each other in the nude. But for the most part, they spent their time bickering and fighting with each other. Let's grab that cool old map of Greece that I showed you last time. This didn't work. Didn't really work last time. Hopefully it works this time. There we go. Can you see it? Hell yeah. These were the polis, or city-states of ancient Greece. Athens and Sparta are the most well-known ones, but there were a bunch of other ones as well. Thebes, Corinth, Argos, Megara, Thessaly, Arcadia, Messenia, the list goes on. These states all had a shared Greek identity, but they also looked down on each other for various reasons, and fought each other over dumb garbage. Oh, suffering mortals, why do you get yourselves spears and shed each other's blood? No more. Rest from toil, and keep watch over your cities, sitting quietly with your quiet fellow citizens. The sum of our life is but short. We should pass through it as easily and with as little toil as we can. And yet wars kept happening. Go figure. Democracy. You gotta love it. Now, I'm aware of how wordy I can be sometimes, and there's a lot of history to cover here, so I'm going to challenge myself here. We're going to sum up each of these eras leading up to Alexander in a single minute each. Let's start with the First Persian War. The Persian Empire was a massive expansionist power that stretched from modern-day Turkey to around the border of India and into North Africa. Huge, they liked to conquer. They took their Greek colonies in Asia Minor, Thrace, and Macedonia, and the rest of Greece was next on the list. They sent an envoy to Greece asking for their surrender, and the Greeks just murdered the envoy, so they went to war. Persian king of kings Darius I brought 90,000 troops with him, and their strategy was to fire a whole lot of arrows from long range. This worked most of the time, but not against a Greek phalanx. The phalanx formation was individual Greek soldiers called hoplites, standing shoulder to shoulder, with a shield in their left hand, and in their right they'd hold a long spear. There were several rows of them, so there were multiple rows of guys sticking their spears out. This made it really difficult for individual soldiers to penetrate. The guys in front would use their shields to protect the front, and the guys in the second row and back would protect from arrows coming from above. That stopped the Persian assault. The Greeks put aside their differences for once to fight against the Persians and came to blows at the Battle of Marathon in 490. The Persians did the arrow thing, but that didn't do much against the Greek phalanx. 6,400 Persians died in this battle and only 192 Greeks. The Persians quickly realized this wasn't going to work, so they retreated. That's the end of Persian War I. Awesome. I can't believe I did that. In 480 BCE, the Persians returned to Greece under Darius' successor Xerxes, coming through the hot gates, Thermopylae. This is where the "this is Sparta" guy died, but there were more than just 300 Spartans there. Herodotus gives us specific numbers for about 5,200 guys, and an unspecified numbers of other guys showed up as well to help them. There was actually a guy named Leonidas in charge, though he wasn't originally played by Gerard Butler. They held the pass at Thermopylae for 3 days against the massive Persian army, but when things started looking grim, Leonidas ordered most of them to withdraw. The 300 Spartans remained, along with 700 Thespians and 400 Thebans. No, stop. But I guess 1400 isn't as good a name for a movie, and it doesn't sound as tough. Spartans sounds manly and badass, but Thespians sounds like a bunch of wimpy theater kids. Meanwhile, the Greek fleet led by Athens held off the Persian fleet at the Battle of Artemision, which ended in a stalemate. That bought them time, but the Persians pushed through. The Athenian admiral Themistocles drew the Persian ships into a trap at Salamis, forcing their retreat. He's just as much a hero in the story as Leonidas, but he doesn't get the credit he deserves. #justice for Themistocles. Maybe it's because he didn't die in the battle, but that makes him better in my opinion. Skill issue. If he was non-binary, it would be Themistocles. I know it is. I'm so sorry. The Persians pushed pretty far, though, and actually sacked Athens itself, but they couldn't make it past Corinth, where the allied Greeks had built a wall to stop them. Eventually, the Greeks fielded an enormous hoplite army and finished off the Persians at Plataea. That ended the Persians' attempts to conquer Greece, but it also left the Greeks with a whole lot of animosity toward the Persians that would last for a very long time, and will play an important role in our story. From there, the next biggest conflict in Greece was by the Peloponnesian War between the Delian League, led by Athens, and the Peloponnesian League, led by Sparta. Here we go. Sparta had the strongest land army in Greece and everyone knew it. Meanwhile, Athens had a powerful fleet of warships called triremes. Now remember, there's no gunpowder yet, so instead these ships had big bronze rams on the front of them. They bash into the other ships and sink them, or shear off fjords and board them, then fight hand to hand. After years of skirmishes, formal hostilities began in 431 BCE. The Athenians knew they didn't have a chance against the Spartans in a pitched battle, so when Sparta invaded Attica, everyone who lived in the outlying villages just hid in Athens behind the walls. The Spartans torched the farms but couldn't get through the walls, so the Athenians could use their navy to bring food and other supplies in and to launch coastal raids against Sparta. It's a shark versus a lion. Both were powerful, but neither had a decisive advantage, so the war dragged on for decades. Cities were besieged, allies were rebelled and were crushed, lots of people died, there was a plague in Athens, lots more people died, somebody broke all the dicks off the statues, and everyone had a miserable time. Eventually, the Persians offered to finance the construction of a Spartan fleet to challenge the Athenians in exchange for recognition of Persian sovereignty over Asia Minor, which at the time had a bunch of Greek colonies in it. The Spartans agreed and built a massive fleet of 200 triremes. This allowed them to win a decisive naval victory near the Hellespont, where modern Istanbul is. This forced Athens to surrender, damn it, and Sparta became the clear dominant power in Greece. Almost. Whatever. Anyway, that's that. Sparta wasn't top dog for long, though. Most polis had armies made up of regular citizens who had to supply their own equipment. Meanwhile, the Spartans were professional soldiers who drilled their entire lives for warfare and relied on another Greek polis they'd enslaved, Messenia, for everything not related to combat. But the hoplite formation depends on how strong you are all as a unit. So naturally, professional soldiers will fight better than like a baker and a farmer and a bunch of other guys who didn't really want to be there and whose equipment might have been old and crappy. There's a big reason why the Spartans were so much better than anyone else at hoplite warfare as a result. Anyway, after the end of the Peloponnesian War in 404 BCE, Sparta was dragged into a bunch of different conflicts that weakened its position, and eventually they came head-to-head with Thebes. The Thebans were led by the brilliant general Epaminondas, who'd fought alongside the Spartans in the past. His observations of their strategies gave him the knowledge he needed to counter the Spartans, delivering a crushing blow at Leuctra in 371. This deflated Spartan hegemony and led to Thebes being the top dog for a while. One of the tactical innovations Epaminondas came up with is the Sacred Band of Thebes, And if you know what they are, you know why I'm not speedrunning this part. The theory was that stronger bonds between soldiers would cause them to fight harder, to protect each other. And what stronger bond is there than that between two lovers? So, the Sacred Band of Thebes was made up of 150 pairs of male lovers. This is not generally considered a controversial statement by modern scholarship, by the way. They were literally a group of 300 gay male warriors. In his Life of Pelopidas, which is down there it is, Plutarch goes pretty in depth into why he thought gay lovers would be better warriors than anyone else. They would fight harder to protect each other, they wouldn't want to look like a coward to each other, and hey, it worked for Heracles and Aulos. So the Sacred Band of Thebes, along with the rest of the Theban military, gave the Spartans their first major defeat on land of the classical era. This was earth-shattering stuff and led to the era of Theban hegemony over Greece. So all those big, strong alpha male bros who want to train like Spartan warriors, their heroes were defeated by a bunch of gay men. Awesome. During this era, there was a hostage living in Thebes named Philip, and he's a very important character in our story here. Here we go again. Philip was a member of the royal family of Macedon, which had recently been subjugated by Thebes. As he lived in Thebes, he paid close attention to Epaminondas's tactics and developed his own strategies to counter them. It worked. Once he returned to Macedonia, he became a military leader, then shortly after became king when his brother Perdiccas was killed. His hoplites had much longer spears, which you'd hold with two hands, and a shield mounted on their left arm. That meant they could be deadly far earlier than the Greeks. Philip wanted to lead the various Greek states, but not to subjugate them, so whenever possible, he preferred to win over the Greek states with diplomacy, not military victories. After many years of battles and political jockeying, he established the League of Corinth in 337, which was a general peace between all the Greek states, except Sparta, which stubbornly refused to join. Philip was the hegemon of the League. The League having been assembled, Philip began planning an expedition to the east with the goal of conquering Persian territory. Then, at his daughter's wedding, he was assassinated. His young son, Alexander, would succeed him. Awesome. And that's where we pick up the thread of this story. In earnest. Ad break. If you've watched this far, thank you for doing so. It's hard to make it these days, so this is the part of the video where I let you know about the ways I'm finding to survive capitalism. I know it's annoying to have every YouTuber do this, but until we all get off our collective duffs and overthrow capitalism, this is the best we have to work with. If it makes you feel any better, I'm equally annoyed by having to put this in the video in the first place. First off, I'm a voice feminization coach. If you've watched my videos before, you may notice that primary sources are read in a much more masculine voice. But that's still my voice. I worked hard to feminize my own voice, and I can help you as well. Hit me up. My email is in the description. The first session is free, and after that, I offer a pretty broad sliding scale. Next, my books. YouTube has been a great way to share transgender history so far, but who knows how much longer it'll be around for. That's why I've begun turning video content into zines. Putting this work into physical form and getting it in the hands of as many people as possible will help these stories continue to survive, no matter what happens in the coming years. The first one is based on the video on the Inaris. You can get an ebook copy or a physical copy. Half the proceeds from sales of these will go to Rainbow Railroad, an organization that helps LGBTQ2IA+ people who live under oppressive regimes to relocate to Canada. Finally, you can buy a copy of my novel, The Bottom Line, through our link in the description. It's a science fiction novel which has nothing to do with this channel's subject matter, but whatever. It's a story about identity and how to navigate life when your identity is taken away from you through the lens of automation in the near future Toronto. I have some first edition versions left, so if you buy one of these, I'll sign it for you and I'll mail it to you. You can also support the channel on Patreon or becoming a member. It starts at just $1 a month, and if you like the idea of helping others learn about transgender history, it makes a huge difference. Also, like, comment, subscribe, you know how it is. Just do it, all right? Seriously, just do it, all right? What are you waiting for? Now, without further ado. Chapter 2, Alexander the Great. So it's 336 BCE. The king of Macedonia is dead. Long live the king! After some power struggles and assassinations, the 20-year-old Alexander III inherits his father's crown, becoming ruler of Macedonia. His hope was to rule the rest of Greece as well, like his father did, as head of the Corinthian League. The rest of Greece, meanwhile, was never really keen on Macedonian rule in the first place, and planned to use the death of Philip as an opportunity for independence. Alexander reasserted control over the Corinthian League, but Athens stubbornly refused to rejoin, Sparta was never part of it in the first place, and Thebes kicked out their Macedonian garrison as soon as Alexander left. Alexander learned about this. He's furious. He returned to Thebes with an army so quickly that the Thebans didn't have a chance to rally any support. Then he burned it to the ground, destroying every single building in the city, except the temples, the Cadme citadel, and the home where the poet Pindar lived. This worked. The rest of Greece, including Athens, pledged their loyalty to the Corinthian League. Sparta still refused to join. Fast forward to 334 BCE. Alexander has consolidated his power and assembled his military, and now begins his true ambition: to invade and conquer Persia, just like his father wanted to, on the context of liberating the Greek and other cities Persia had conquered. But what does every legendary hero need on their journey? A trusty steed and a loyal companion, of course. Alexander had both. At age 12, he met his black horse Bucephalus, the man-eater. This was a savage, wild horse who wouldn't allow anyone to break him. Alexander saw this as a challenge and broke him. Plutarch tells us after he did so, Philip said to him, quote,
"My son, seek thee out a kingdom equal to thyself. Macedonia has not room for thee."
And I mean, this is something that you'd put into a biography if you wanted to foreshadow what comes next, and not necessarily because you cared a lot about accuracy, but yeah, it's a funny little anecdote. And as for the faithful companion, what better option is there than your childhood bestie? In this case, it's Hephaestion. Quintus Curtius tells us a bit about him, quote,
"He was by far the dearest to the king of all his friends, brought up with him, and the confidant of all his secrets. He also had more freedom than anyone else in admonishing the king, a privilege which he nevertheless used in such a manner that it seemed rather to be allowed by the king than claimed by himself. And though Hephaestion was of the same age as the king, he nevertheless excelled him in bodily stature."
They were very close. Very close. Very, very fond of each other. Very. Oh yes. The two grew up together and were educated together by Aristotle. Yes, that Aristotle. And yes, they quite possibly were lovers as well, which is also pretty fun. Big, strong warriors who loved each other. They're so manly that they're man-on-man manly. Aside from being one of his closest advisors, Hephaestion was also commander of Alexander's elite cavalry, the Hetairoi, or companions. Now, if you watched the video on Lucian's Dialogues of the Courtesans, you may remember the Greek word for prostitute sounds a whole lot like that, but this word is hetairai, not hetairoi, clearly linked etymologically, but not quite the same thing. Or maybe they chose their heavy cavalry units because of how handsome they were. Who knows? Anyway, Alexander, Hephaestion, and like 40,000 other guys arrived at the ruins of Troy, where they met up with Parmenion, a Macedonian general they'd sent beforehand. Here, they stopped to honor Achilles and Patroclus by taking part in some Homeric funeral games. As a young boy, Alexander loved reading the Iliad, and his mother supposedly claimed ancestry from Achilles, which is probably not true because Achilles was almost certainly not a real guy, but hey, whatever. I guess you can just claim descent from any historical candidate you want. My favorites are 2008 presidential candidate Barack Obama and 2025 prime ministerial candidate Mark Carney. Anyway, stopping at the ruins of Troy was a pretty standard thing to do when you invaded Asia. Agesilaus, king of Sparta, had invaded Asia 60 years earlier and did the same thing. But at the same time, the homoerotic undertones of the story of Achilles and Patroclus have been well studied in ancient times as well as today. Homer himself never portrays them as anything more than just close and loyal friends, but Plato talks about the pairs as lovers in the Symposium, probably because he and his pals always had such things on the mind. Since both Alexander and Hephaestion were tutored by Plato's student Aristotle, they were, I'm sure, familiar with all the interpretations of the story. This is actually the first time that Hephaestion is mentioned in many of the histories, and rather unceremoniously as well. We're not really sure why, but one interpretation for this is that the relationship between the two was well known at this point, so there was no need to introduce them specifically as lovers. As Jona Lendering put it, we don't have to introduce Juliet once Romeo was on the stage. From there, they moved on to the Granicus, where they fought the first real battle against the Persians. I'm not going to get into the details of the military tactics here, but it was a major victory for Alexander's forces. The Persians retreated, and from there Alexander moved through Persian territory largely unopposed, taking control of the Greek cities along the coast of Asia Minor, then went south along the Levant. When they reached Sidon, Quintus Curtius tells us Alexander let Hephaestion choose who would rule the city for him. After that, there's one battle-related story I want to talk about just because I think it's neato. As Alexander conquered Persian territory, some of the cities welcomed him since they weren't fond of Persian rule. Others surrendered through negotiations, but eventually he reached Tyre, a Phoenician city which is still there today with the same name in modern-day Lebanon. There were, in fact, two different Tyres. Old Tyre was on the coast, and New Tyre was an island just off the coast. Once Alexander arrived at Tyre, he met with the city's elders in Old Tyre and demanded that he be allowed to make a sacrifice at the temple of Melkarth, whom he identified with Heracles. But the elders didn't want him on New Tyre, so they said he could use the perfectly good temple of Heracles in Old Tyre. This enraged Alexander, so he destroyed Old Tyre. But because New Tyre was an island half a mile out from the shore, they felt they could hold out for a long time. Alexander recognized this and understood how difficult it would be to besiege the island. He had a strong navy courtesy of 3 kings of Cyprus who defected, and some catapults and siege towers, and he could try to use those, but Tyre had a powerful navy, and he'd have to deal with them before he could get on land and get over the walls. So he sent an envoy, promising to leave them in peace if they surrendered. The Tyrians responded by murdering the envoy and throwing the bodies over the walls of the city. Not cool. So he had his soldiers bring dirt, logs, and rubble from Old Tyre to the coast with the idea of building a land bridge out to New Tyre. The Tyrians didn't make this very easy, firing arrows at the Macedonian engineers, but over the span of a few months they were able to get to Tyre and bring it under heel. Why is this interesting, you ask? Because Alexander's land bridge is still there today. It is silted up over the years, and now Tyre is no longer an island, but a peninsula. It's not always that somebody we know about in ancient history changes the geography of an era in a way that we can still see today, but Alexander is one of them. After, Alexander set Hephaestion in charge of his fleet, while he continued on land, conquering all the way to Egypt, which surrendered without a fight, and proclaimed him pharaoh. Alexander founded the city of Alexandria, the first of many, at the mouth of the Nile. It was already a place called Rakotis, but whatever, now it's Alexandria. I bet he changed its pronouns too. Ugh. Even Alexander is woke now. Its biological name is Rakotis, and its biological pronouns are bird guy, feather, feather, boat. While in Egypt, Alexander learned that the Sumerians in modern-day occupied Palestine were revolting. Maybe they hadn't bathed in a while. So he returned to the area, cleaned things up, and moved on. This took them into unfamiliar territory. Up to that point, they dealt with Mediterranean climate and geography, but this took them away from there, bringing a sense of unease to the campaign for the first time. He didn't know it then, but this was the last time Alexander would ever lay eyes on the Mediterranean Sea. Alexander and his army, made up of 40,000 hoplites, 7,000 companion cavalry, and around 2,000 supply carts, traveled across the Euphrates River and headed north, in search of the Persian army. They finally met at Gaugamela in modern-day northern Iraq. Darius had the advantage. He'd chosen the battlefield, assembled his troops, cleared the field for his charioteers, and laid traps to prevent Alexander's cavalry from encircling them like he'd done previously at the Granicus. Because they kicked up so much sand and dust into the air, the chroniclers couldn't really see what happened, so the details of this battle are largely unknown to us. But the important point is that Alexander was victorious, but Darius escaped once again. Even still, the great Persian army was a small fraction of what it once was, and was no longer a threat to Alexander. This was the last real chance Darius had had to stop Alexander's army from running roughshod across his empire, and he had failed. Alexander was now free to stroll through Persia at his leisure. They headed to Babylon, where Alexander declared that he would spare the city and its inhabitants, so they surrendered, and Alexander entered the ancient city without any bloodshed, just like they had in Egypt. He was recognized as ruler and appointed a Persian Matthias as satrap, sort of like a governor. He was the same guy who'd surrendered the city in the first place, which was a smart move on Alexander's part. After all, other satraps would be more willing to surrender if they know they'd get their same rollback with no damage to their power, to their wealth, or to their city. A few weeks later, the Macedonians received reinforcements and moved on. There were 4 major capitals of Persia for them to capture: Susa, Persepolis, Pasargadae, and Ecbatana. First up was Susa, which also surrendered without a fight. A little anticlimactic if you ask me, but overall I suppose it's a good thing to not have a bunch of people murdered for no good reason. From there, they pushed deeper into Persian territory, and it was around this point that they had to finally give up the pretense of being liberators of those conquered by the Persians. They were themselves the conquerors now, plain and simple, and would face the appropriate resistance. The Persians fought hard, but regardless, the Macedonians managed to defeat them and take Persepolis and Pasargadae at around the same time. Alexander stayed at Persepolis for 4 months, during which time he let his soldiers loot the place. When they left, they torched Xerxes' palace at Persepolis as a sort of revenge for Xerxes' sacking of Athens. Of course, Xerxes was long dead at this point, but I'm sure his ghost would have been really upset. Meanwhile, Darius was at Ecbatana, the final capital of Persia yet to be captured, hoping to receive reinforcements and to disrupt the Macedonian supply lines. Learning that Alexander's forces were on their way, Darius took the city's treasury and fled just a couple of days before they arrived. At this point, Darius must have realized he couldn't raise an army as large as the one he fielded at Gaugamela, and even if he could, he already knew that that wasn't enough to defeat the Macedonian forces. With Alexander in hot pursuit, Darius fled from Ecbatana. His goal was to reach Bactria, which was unfamiliar terrain to the Macedonians, favorable to his own forces, and controlled by a relative of his. They reached Ragai, modern-day Tehran in Iran, but couldn't stop. The treasures they brought with them slowed them down, and the Macedonians weren't far behind. As they fled, Darius' forces were becoming increasingly unhinged. The constant threat of attack from the Macedonians had them on edge. Many of them must have had their homes already captured by the Macedonians and may not have even known what became of their families. It was becoming increasingly clear that Darius was not going to win this war, and Alexander had shown himself to be merciful to those who surrendered. So why stick with Darius? Why indeed. Darius' forces gradually peeled away as he got further and further away from the heartland of Persia. Eventually, this demoralization reached even the highest ranks of his forces. Bessus, the satrap of Bactria and a relative of Darius, must have realized that if he stayed loyal to the king, he'd face the Macedonian forces in battle and probably lose. He'd seen Alexander's ferocity firsthand as one of Darius' generals at Gaugamela, but if he surrendered, he'd probably face the same clemency his fellow satraps did. He might even stay in power. So he led a coup and captured the great king. He sent messengers to Alexander telling him what had happened. Alexander took 60 of his best riders, probably including Hephaestion, and raced to overtake the traitors. After 2 days of intense riding, resting only in the high noon heat, he found a train of supply carts, with one left abandoned on the side of the road. In it, they found Darius III, Artashata, Kodomanus, inheritor of the great line of Achaemenes, king of kings, ruler of the Persian Empire, dead. He was murdered by Bessus. This isn't the last time he'll appear in our story. Alexander treated the body of his foe with honor, wrapping it with his own cloak and sending it to Persepolis for a royal burial. This secured Alexander's ambition as the ruler of the Persian Empire, but he had still to secure the rest of it, to bring peace, freedom, justice, and security to his new empire. He granted clemency to the nobles he found with the supply carts, then returned to his army and reached the satrapy of Hyrcania along the Caspian Sea, where Darius had his palace. Darius's remaining forces had fled there, since there was plenty of forest in which for them to hide. There he met Nabarzanes, a cavalry commander in Darius's army, and one of the conspirators who'd murdered Darius. He negotiated clemency for himself in exchange for surrender and some other gifts. One of those gifts was Bagoas. Chapter 3. Alexander and Bagoas. From what we can tell, Bagoas was a fairly common name for eunuchs in the East. Ovid has a character named Bagoas in his Amores, whom he specifically refers to as a third gender. Quote,
"Bad luck that your mistress should have a keeper who's neither male nor female."
Was Ovid referring to our Bagoas? I don't think so. Ovid's Bagoas is the guardian of a woman Ovid is trying to woo, because writing sad boy love poetry was Ovid's favorite thing to do. Maybe Ovid's Bagoas is a reference to our Bagoas, but other than the name and the eunuch status, the two don't seem to have much in common. Now, there are 2 historical Bagoases we know of. Both of them were eunuchs, and both were in the court of the Persian King of Kings. One of them had assassinated Darius' predecessor years earlier, but was assassinated himself in turn. Our Bagoas is different. Our Bagoas seems to have been bilingual, understanding both Greek and Persian. This would have been really useful for Alexander, who likely only knew a bit of Persian himself. We don't know much about Bagoas' life before they linked up with Alexander. We're told they were in the court of Darius III, with whom they had a sexual relationship. At some point, they were with Nabarzanes, who of course gave them to Alexander. Other than that, though, we don't know much about Bagoas' life before meeting Alexander. However, the elder Bagoas was a high-ranking official in the Persian court, so it's not necessarily the case that Persian eunuchs were slaves. Our Bagoas might have been from an upper-class Persian family, since they seem to have ended up in Darius' inner circle, but that's about all we know. What did Hephaestion think of Bagoas? We don't know. In fact, we don't know a lot about Hephaestion in general, compared to some of Alexander's other companions. Quintus Curtius did tell us earlier that Hephaestion was able to criticize Alexander because of their close relationship, but if he did have any feelings about Bagoas, they haven't been passed down to us. But here's something interesting. Alexander had twice refused gifts of beautiful slave boys, so Bagoas must have been really something special. Perhaps something different than a slave boy? Let's get back to our story and see if we can find out. In Hyrcania, Alexander also received the surrender of a contingent of Greek troops who'd fought for Darius. If they joined the Persian military before Alexander's campaign, they were set free, but if they joined after, they were conscripted into the Macedonian force at their usual pay rate after being given a stern talking to. Bagoas would have known about these soldiers before when he was Darius' companion, so he may have helped Alexander make the decision not to punish them. Also, Alexander's horse Bucephalus was captured in this region. He was quickly returned, though, after Alexander showed up at the village in full force and threatened to murder everyone. Great guy. At this point, Alexander is in control of a big chunk of Persian territory, and all the Greek cities under Persian rule had been liberated. But the Persians could still be a threat at some point in the future. After all, the Greeks had beaten them back twice already, and they were still around, causing trouble and meddling in Greek affairs. As well, Bessus, the satrap of Bactria, who'd murdered Darius III, we talked about him a moment ago, styled himself Artaxerxes V and claimed to be king of kings himself. I guess he'd forgotten about surrendering to Alexander. He could rebuild from there and retake the Persian heartland, so Alexander pushed forward. Now, this put him in a difficult position. First of all, his troops were becoming increasingly ornery and disillusioned. To them, the mission was accomplished, and many of them longed to go home. But at the same time, they all had a long-standing and well-earned distrust and even hatred of the Persians. They would have all heard stories about the destruction and the suffering their ancestors had dealt with during the invasions of Darius II and of Xerxes. But Alexander had been reinforcing his army with his new Persian subjects along the way, so the more he appealed to them, the angrier his Greek soldiers would become. But if he snubbed the Persians, they would become far more difficult to rule, and fewer satraps would want to surrender. This put him in a constant back-and-forth position, where appeasing his Greek army would upset the Persians, so he'd have to mollify the Persians, which would upset the Greeks, and so on. No doubt Bagoas and other Persian advisors were helpful here, acting sort of like spin doctors, maybe, to the uppity Persians Alexander had unwillingly upset. Fake news. Yes, you. Yes, Aphrodisianus here from the Pasargadae Press. What does the king say about the reports Persepolis was looted and burned by his own soldiers? How are we to trust a king who says he will offer clemency to anyone who surrenders, and then turn around and burns one of our great capital cities to the ground? How do you answer this? You really believe the ridiculous conspiracy theory that Persepolis was looted? That's preposterous. This is all part of a smear campaign to ruin our great king's good name. This is fake news. Yes, you over there.
Yes, Scoop McGillicuddy, Alpha Beta Gamma News here. What are we to make of reports that the king is going native, that he's becoming more like the Persians, the very people he came here to defeat?
How can you say such a thing? Our great King Alexander is just as Greek today as the day he was born. After all, he let his Greek forces loot Persepolis. What more could he offer you people? Will you never be satisfied? This is more fake news. They continued on, reaching Arachosia, and refounded the capital as Alexandria, which still exists today. It's the city of Kandahar in Afghanistan. From there, they pushed into the Hindu Kush mountains, hoping to reach Bactria and defeat the pretender Bessus. This involved a lot of different marches across deserts, glaciers, and rivers. It was around this time that they would have reached the capital of Bactria, called Bactra. if you watch the video where we explored the grave goods of a trans feminine Inari priestess. It was near here. It's one of my favorite topics that I've covered so far, and it's going to provide you with some more context for this region. The grave wouldn't have been there yet, though, not for another 250 years or so at least. Eventually, they caught up with Bessus, where his own courtiers betrayed him and eventually executed him in a particularly gruesome way that I really don't want to get into. At this point, Alexander was the undisputed king of kings, and any threat of major Persian resistance was finished. From here, it was random tribes and Persian revolts. They were in the Great Steppe, and if you watched the main video on the Inaris, you may remember how flat the terrain is out there. That makes it ideal for fighting on horseback, but not for the phalanx style the Greek army was used to. It was there, in 329 BCE, that Alexander finally realized he couldn't continue in this direction. So they secured the borders, where he found Alexandria Escat, the furthest Alexandria, which is modern-day Khujand in Tajikistan. Then they headed south to India. Some battles were fought, some atrocities were committed, and Alexander's beloved horse Bucephalus died, incredibly of old age. Obviously, this is a massive oversimplification, but this isn't actually a video about Alexander, believe it or not. Eventually, in 326 BCE, they reached the Hyphasis River. Today, it's the Bias River in northwestern India. When Alexander ordered his troops to cross it, they refused. After a few days of moping, Alexander realized that his army wouldn't change their mind, so he decided to begin the long journey home to Macedonia. They headed south toward the Arabian Sea with the idea of traveling through the Gedrosian desert until they reached Persepolis again, then to Babylon. Along the way, they had to fight through the Malian territory in modern-day central Pakistan. During this fighting, Alexander was nearly killed by an arrow that pierced his lung. He survived, but would be in constant pain for the rest of his life and contribute to his heavy alcoholism. They marched through the desert, which claimed many lives along the way. Plutarch tells us he lost more than 3/4 of his men to the desert. Eventually, though, they reached the royal palace of Gedrosia, where the local satrap cared for the king and the beleaguered remnants of his army. Hephaestion, meanwhile, followed after Alexander through the desert with his forces. This must have been an even more difficult journey, since Alexander's group would have grabbed whatever meager resources they were able to find along the way. But at least they had the trail of desiccated corpses to guide their way. But eventually, he made it too. Alexander gave his army time to rest and recuperate, but he must have been feeling the exhaustion as well. Morale must have been unbelievably bad at this point, so Alexander held a festival, which was full of the usual drinking and debauchery customary of his court at this point. In particular, Plutarch tells us about a contest. Quote,
We are told, too, that he was once viewing some contests in singing and dancing, being well heated with wine, and that his favorite, Bagoas, won the prize for song and dance, and then, in all their festal array, passed through the theater and took their seat by Alexander's side, at sight of which the Macedonians clapped their hands and loudly bade the king kiss the victor, until at last he threw his arms about them and kissed them tenderly.
Oh my. The 2nd to 3rd century CE Greek writer Athenaeus confirms this. Quote,
Alexander the king was also very much in the habit of giving into this fashion. Accordingly, Dicaearchus, in his treatise on the sacrifice at Troy, says that he was so much under the influence of Bagoas the eunuch that he embraced them in the sight of the whole theater, and that when the whole theater shouted in approval of the action, he repeated it.
The treatise by Dicaearchus doesn't survive outside of this one tidbit, unfortunately. Based on the title, it seems to have been about the sacrifice Alexander and Hephaestion made at Troy, which is too bad because it might have been a good source for us. Oh well. Once they had their energy back, Alexander and his army left Gedrosia, eventually reaching Pasargadae, which was the capital of Persia under Cyrus the Great, some 2 centuries earlier. Since then, it had served as the empire's religious center. There they met the satrap Orxenes, whom Quintus Curtius tells us was actually a commander at the Battle of Gaugamela as well. He bestowed lavish gifts upon Alexander and his friends. However, he specifically left out Bagoas, who took great offense to this. Quintus Curtius tells us about this story. Let's take a closer look. Quote,
When he had honored all the friends of the king with gifts beyond their highest hopes, to Bagoas, a eunuch who had won the regard of Alexander through prostitution, he paid no honor, and on being admonished by some that Bagoas was dear to Alexander, replied that he was honoring the friends of the king, not his harlots, and that it was not the custom of the Persians to mate with males who made females of themselves by prostitution.
Indeed. Orxenes badmouths Bagoas, so Bagoas turns around and does the same. Bagoas went with Alexander to the tomb of Cyrus the Great and opened it up to pay it honors. He didn't find much in there, which Alexander found surprising. Then Bagoas basically accuses Orxenes of grave robbing. Quote, "What wonder if the tombs of the kings are empty, when the houses of their satraps cannot contain the gold that they have amassed before them? For my part, I had never seen the tomb before, but I learned from Darius that 3,000 talents of gold were buried with Cyrus. Hence that generosity to you, in order that what Orxenes could not keep with safety, he might even curry favor by giving away." Alexander got big mad about this, so he had Orxenes executed. Rough, but I mean, protect the dolls, right? From there, they moved on to Susa, where they quelled a revolt, then to Ecbatana, where they were entertained by its satrap. During one of their customary nights of heavy drinking, Alexander's closest friend and probable lover, Hephaestion, fell ill, and a few days later, he died. Alexander was devastated, of course. One imagines Bagoas comforting Alexander during this time, but even still, the great king was becoming increasingly isolated. Next, they headed to Babylon, where he began to receive embassies. We're told that representatives came from all over the ancient world. From there, he planned a new war against the Arabs, which would have referred to parts of the Arabian Peninsula. After that, he planned to conquer Carthage, the Greek states on Sicily, the fledgling Roman Republic, and the rest of the Mediterranean. Alexander had a funeral for Hephaestion, where he was honored as a demigod. After, he became ill himself and rapidly declined. Bagoas must have tended to him during this time, but despite all the riches, territory, and doctors in the world, it wasn't enough. On June 11th, 323 BCE, Alexander the Great died, not in battle, but of an illness. What of Bagoas' fate? We don't know. They're never mentioned again after the bit with Orxenes. Our Alexander chroniclers generally point out when someone in Alexander's inner circle dies, so one imagines that they would have mentioned it if Bagoas had died. But they were in a pretty good position overall. After all, the fact that they were so beloved by Alexander tells us they must have received a lot of special treatment. And court eunuchs weren't generally warriors, so Bagoas wouldn't have died in battle or anything. Quintus Curtius tells us Bagoas was, quote, in the very flower of boyhood when they first met Alexander, which would have been fairly young. This could have been a result of their having been eunuched at a young age, and as a result, not having gone through puberty, that Bagoas really was that young, or both. But either way, Bagoas would have likely been in their late 20s at the oldest when Alexander died. So one imagines Bagoas outliving their legendary lover by a great many years. Perhaps they found a place in the court of one of Alexander's successor generals. But beyond that, we don't know what their final fate would have been. Chapter 4. Problems with this story. Now, there's a bit of a problem when it comes to the story I just told you. We don't know how accurate it is. See, we know there were a lot of contemporaries who wrote about Alexander. More than 20 of them are known to us, in fact, but none of them have survived. So what we know about his life comes from later writers. They reference these earlier works, which is why we know they existed, but we don't have any manuscripts. They don't even directly quote them. This is the thing about biographies of ancient figures. They're notoriously difficult to assemble with any consistency because of the sources we have. We face that issue when we explore the story of Elagabalus. The different sources say different things, and each of them has reason to be doubted. But that's true with a lot of emperors, since their lives are so wrapped up in propaganda, either for or against. On top of that, an incredible amount of ink has been spilled on the life of Alexander over the years. Back in my undergrad, I did an essay on Alexander, and my professor told me if I started reading about him then and didn't stop to eat or sleep, I still wouldn't be able to read everything written before I died of old age. I don't know if he was exaggerating or not, but I believe it. Speaking of which, rest in peace, Dr. Murison. You are a real one. Anyway, we'll try to keep this as simple as we can. For the life of Alexander, we have 6 main sources: Arrian, Plutarch, Diodorus Siculus, Quintus Curtius, Justin, and the classic song Alexander the Great from Iron Maiden's 1986 album Somewhere in Time. Diodorus Siculus is the closest to Alexander time-wise, but he wrote during the 1st century BCE, and Alexander died in 323 BCE. That's like a 300-year gap, so it's a particularly problematic biography to build. In terms of Bagoas, of the group we just talked about, it's only Quintus Curtius and Plutarch who mention him, so let's talk about them. First, Quintus Curtius. Not much about him is known. He does refer to the Parthian Empire as existing while he wrote, so that does narrow it down to like a 500-year period between 247 BCE and 224 CE. Super helpful, awesome stuff, we love it. He refers in Book 10 to a Roman emperor who stopped a civil war, so we know at least he wrote during the imperial period, which is from 27 BCE onward, but there are a bunch of emperors who put down civil wars, so that doesn't really narrow it down either. We're pretty sure the text is a Latin original at least, and not a translation from Greek. It's 10 books long. Now this is a weird text. Some chunks of it are missing, including all of books 1 and 2, and there are some other gaps along the way as well, but that's not the part that's weird. Unfortunately, that's pretty common with ancient texts. No, what's weird about it is that nobody else references it in the ancient world. Usually we get ancient writers referencing each other. That's how we know that a lot of sources existed, even if we don't have them today. But we have no surviving references to this text from anywhere else. That's weird. Why not? Some historians assume it was because he was widely disliked, and so his work was shut out of the world of letters at the time, but I don't like assuming things were conspiracies because, I don't know, that leads to lazy thinking, in my opinion. Also been suggested that his work was closer to a historical fiction or even a parody of history, but there's no real solid evidence of that either, and in fact he spends part of Book 8 talking about his historiographical methods, so that doesn't make sense either. In the end, we don't know when he wrote, why none of his companions referenced him, or anything about him or his life. Super cool. Plutarch, on the other hand, we know quite a bit about. I gave him a pretty detailed biography in the video on Hypsikrates, so go check that out if you'd like to know more about him in detail. But he was born circa 45 CE in Chaeronea, central Greece. He studied at Athens and became a consul under the Emperor Trajan. He's best known for his parallel lives, where he writes a biography of a Greek and a Roman and lines them up with each other. It's a noteworthy and important collection that gives us a lot of what we know about the ancient Mediterranean. His life of Alexander is paired with that of Julius Caesar, which I'm sure would satisfy Caesar's enormous ego. Some of his other pairings, including the generals Pyrrhus and Marius, Demosthenes and Cicero, and J.K. Rowling in this barrel of toxic waste here. So these two sources, the only Alexander chroniclers who mention Bagoas even indirectly, wrote hundreds of years after his life. But of course lots of other ancient sources talk about Alexander as well, but they're not about Alexander, if that makes sense. So we do actually have another source that mentions Bagoas as well, Athenaeus, a Greek writer from Egypt in the 2nd to 3rd century, which we briefly talked about earlier. He tells basically the same story Plutarch does, but with some subtle differences. He does so in a work called the Deipnosophistai, which means essentially philosophers at the dinner table. It's an important work for all the literary references it makes, but not so much for the Bagoas story, so I'm just mentioning it in passing here. So 3 sources on Bagoas, all of which wrote long after their life. This has led some scholars to question whether or not Bagoas ever existed. So let's explore those arguments. Did Bagoas was real? The scholar W.W. Tarn, who wrote one of the most influential and in-depth works on Alexander the Great, writes off Bagoas as a fictional character. In fact, when analyzing Quintus Curtius's work, he calls Bagoas, quote, his masterpiece of cynicism. Why? He clearly doesn't think very highly of Quintus Curtius. In fact, he spends several pages talking about his lack of historical principle. Okay, see ya. It's almost like a diss track, but like 2,000 years after the fact. Scholarship is like this sometimes, and sometimes even living researchers attack each other. You'd think someone with a PhD and years of experience in academia would be able to make their arguments without calling each other names like they're on the playground, but hey, nobody's nerfect. Anyway, Tarn provides a few reasons why he doesn't believe in Bagoas. We might call him a Bagoatheist. You shouldn't, though. That was stupid. He gives a few main reasons why he doesn't believe the Quintus Curtius story. We'll have to parse through each of them on their own, though, because this is a pretty complex topic. So we have 3 clear incidents of Alexander and Bagoas interacting. Nabarzanes surrendering Bagoas to Alexander, Bagoas winning the dancing contest and kissing Alexander, and Bagoas encouraging Alexander to execute Orxenes after his disrespect. Tarn addresses each one and says why he doesn't believe them, and scholar E. Badian does a great job of addressing why these reasons are kinda silly. The next section will rely heavily on Tarn's scholarship, as well as the work of E. Badian, who addresses these arguments and dismantles them. This next section will rely heavily on Tarn's scholarship, as well as the work of E. Badian, who addresses these arguments and dismantles them. I'm giving credit here, see? Please don't Summerton me. Point your plagiarism Death Star somewhere else, H-Bomb. Oh crap, I mentioned a Star Wars thing. Now Disney's gonna come after me. Guess I'm cancelled. Well, there's always a new career as a right-wing influencer. The woke mob canceled me because I dared to tell the truth. This video is sponsored by Definitely Not Dog Food.
Yum yum. Use the coupon code FREEDOM for 14% off your order.
It's fucking gross, dude. No, look, I do my best to present new and interesting ideas in these videos. That's what I did in the last video, the one on the transgender Venus from Cyprus. But to go that in-depth into a topic took me more than 3 years, and I don't think I'm quite at the point where I can be that inconsistent and still have people care about what I do. I'm not H-Bomber guy. So here we are. If you want more original scholarship, I'd love to give it to you, but I need a whole lot of you to chip in some dough to make that happen. Patreon
In the description, like, comment, subscribe, yada, yada, yada.
First off, Quintus Curtius tells us Alexander hummed and hawed about whether to pardon Nabarzanes, and that was unlike him. Tarn claims he was much more decisive than that. Alexander never put any decisions off, to which I absolutely cannot relate. But is this true? Not really, no. I mean, sometimes he was decisive, yeah. We can all make quick decisions sometimes. Okay, most of us can. But he definitely took the time to deliberate on certain decisions and even changed his mind sometimes. The shock, the horror. Alexander wasn't just an impulsive young idiot after all. We saw this at the Hephaestus River, when his troops refused to go any further. Rather than deciding to go home right away, they stayed for a few days. The 2nd century CE Roman Greek writer Arrian of Nicomedia tells us more about this. Quote,
He retired into his tent and did not admit any of the companions on that day, or until the 3rd day from that, waiting to see if any change would occur in the minds of the Macedonians and Grecian allies, as is wont to happen as a general rule among a crowd of soldiers, rendering them more disposed to obey. But on the contrary, when there was a profound silence throughout the camp, and the soldiers were evidently annoyed at his wrath, without being at all changed by it, Ptolemy, son of Lagus, said that he nonetheless offered sacrifice there for the passage of the river, but the victims were unfavorable to him when he sacrificed. Then indeed he collected the oldest of the companions, and especially those who were friendly to him, and as all things indicated the advisability of returning, he made known to the army that he had resolved to march back home.
This quote shows that while Alexander did have a strong and stubborn will, he kind of needed it to get as far as he did, he could also be convinced to change his mind given the right circumstances. Whether that's by means of his troops flat out refusing to go any further, or through the wiles of his soon-to-be lover, he could have his mind changed. So this argument is kind of silly, and I think we can just dismiss it outright. Tarn's next argument is that Quintus Curtius contradicts himself by saying Nabarzanes offered Bagoas to Alexander in exchange for a pardon when the king had already pardoned him. And sure, Quintus Curtius isn't the most precise historian, but imagine contradicting yourself within 2 sentences. What is he, a politician? Instead, he suggests that Tarn's conclusion is based on a misunderstanding of the text. Nabarzanes asked for Alexander's fides, basically his guarantee of safety. In return, he receives inviolatum, or inviolability. But this isn't quite the same thing as forgiveness. So what this meant was that Nabarzanes could safely approach Alexander without fear, but it wasn't until Bagoas did their thing that Nabarzanes received a full pardon. This is a little silly too, right? Like, even if we do admit that Quintus Curtius is careless at times, can we really expect someone to be that daft? Ancient people were no more or less intelligent than we are today. We just have fancier toys. Then again. But within 2 sentences? Well. Anyway, these days, anyone with half a dozen working brain cells and backing from far-right billionaire investors can crank out 100 ghost-written books. But in the ancient world, it was a little different. You still often needed a wealthy patron, but paper was much harder to come by back then, and so was literacy. Scholar William Harris estimates in his book Ancient Literacy that during the early Roman Empire, likely less than 10% of people were literate. I tend to think it might have been a bit higher than that, especially considering how much graffiti there was all over the place. But regardless, your odds of being literate enough to write a book were pretty low if you were just some guy. That means even if we don't know anything about Quintus Curtius personally, we can still piece together at least a bit about his life based on what we know about literary circles in ancient Rome in general. In particular, we know he must have had access to an education, which, as we said, was nowhere near as much of a given as it is these days. So we assume he would have been clever enough to recognize if he was contradicting himself within 2 sentences. Anyway, this one isn't quite as silly as the first one, but I think we can also call this one debunked. The final reason Tarn gives for why he believes the Nabarzines story is fiction is because Alexander never executed any of the conspirators against Darius III. After all, they took care of his rival for rule of Persia, so Alexander didn't mind. So Bagoas' entreaties to Alexander wouldn't have been necessary, and as a result it must have been fiction. But there are 2 key arguments against this point. First of all, there are examples of when Alexander punished the conspirators against Darius. Bessus, for example, who organized the whole thing, was sent to Bactria to be executed. Both Arrian and Diodorus Siculus tell us that. And yes, he was pretending to be the king of kings, so maybe there's that, but Alexander also executed Barzantes, another conspirator against Darius, according to Arrian. So what does Tarn make of these events? He simply rejects their validity. This seems really silly, especially since the source our historians give for Bessus' execution is actually the Macedonian general Ptolemy, who was the one who actually captured Bessus and would have had no reason to lie about it. But here's the thing, Bessus and Barzantes were both executed after Alexander met Nabarzines, so it's kind of a moot point. So Nabarzines wouldn't have known how Alexander would treat him. On one hand, he took care of Alexander's rival, but Alexander clearly wanted to capture Darius alive. Nabarzines was smart to be cautious here. So we don't yet have a great reason to disbelieve Bagoas' existence. Badian destroys Tarn with facts and logic. Must see. Orxenes was in real alive? Tarn tells a tale of 2 Torxeneses. One is the man Quintus Curtius tells us about, and the other is Arrian's Orxenes. We do get 2 different stories here, so it's worth taking a look. Arrian's Orxenes usurped the satrapy of Persis, where Persepolis and Pasargadae were, while Alexander was in India. When Alexander returned, Orxenes was accused of looting and murder and was hanged as a result. So to answer the question in the last title, yes, Orxenes was in real alive. There's not much doubt there, but clearly these stories contradict each other. They can't both be true, can they? Tarn uses this as evidence that Quintus Curtius' story must be wrong, but that's starting from a conclusion and finding the premises to back it up. It's not necessarily the case that Quintus Curtius is wrong or right until we have evidence to support one conclusion or the other. Why is Tarn so hard on Quintus Curtius? Because Tarn views his work as overly moralizing, and he's not wrong there. He comes across as almost squeamish while he describes a striptease Alexander and his companions watched while in Babylon, and this absolutely colors his description of Orxenes and Bagoas. Let's take a closer look at that quote again. When Orxenes snubbed Bagoas, he said,
He was honoring the friends of the king, not his harlots, and that it was not the custom of the Persians to mate with males who made females of themselves by prostitution.
What did he mean by made females of themselves? It meant Bagoas was an ancient trans woman. No, not necessarily. It's tempting to jump to that conclusion, but we're not conservatives here. We're going on more than just vibes. We look at the evidence and come to a conclusion. We don't get to just make stuff up, and that's why right-wing propaganda is so easy to make. Could you imagine if it were as easy for us as it is for them? I could just show up on here and say Julius Caesar was transgender, just because, and people would believe it because of that one time Gaius Scribonius Curio called him, quote, every man's wife and every woman's husband. No, we live in reality, and that means we have to spend time finding out the truth. So what did Orxenes mean? This is an interesting point to consider, since while Orxenes was of course a Persian, Quintus Curtius, who wrote this, was a Roman, and his portrayal of Orxenes would have been colored by his own beliefs about gender and sexuality. So when we examine this, we'll need to do so from both a Roman and a Persian perspective. Now, most of what we know about the Persians comes from Greeks and later Romans who wrote about them. There honestly just isn't enough information available for us to come to a nuanced understanding of Persian sexuality, period, let alone any existence and acceptance of what we might call today queerness, but we'll do our best here. We're getting mixed messages on this subject, though. Oryxenes attacks Bagoas, saying, quote, "It was not the custom of the Persians to mate with males who made females of themselves by prostitution." But then when Bagoas first arrives, we're told they were the favorite of Darius III. As well, we're told that Darius had 365 concubines and a whole bunch of eunuchs who served the same role. So what gives? It's well known that the Persians were very tolerant when it came to the religious and cultural practices of the peoples who lived in their empire. This made it easier for the Persians to exert control over them, since their populace was less likely to revolt if they could continue worshipping their gods and celebrating their festivals and practicing their cultural practices. So it's reasonable that different sexual practices might have been more tolerated in some areas of the empire than others. We also have other examples of Persian kings who, I don't really know what to call this, honestly. The literature refers to it as homosexual, but right now Bagoas is like Schrodinger's trans girl. So if we do come to the conclusion that she should be viewed through a trans feminine lens, that wouldn't really work. I guess I'll just say other Persian kings had a taste for eunuchs for now, and hope y'all will forgive me for the imperfection and imprecision in the language we have to work with. Anyway, Artaxerxes II also had a favorite eunuch, Tiridates, so there is precedent for this. It's not like Darius III was particularly unusual for a Persian king in this regard. So why would Oryxenes be so offended by Bagoas? The consensus seems to be that this bit was a literary invention by Quintus Curtius, projecting his own cultural biases, which is a great segue into Roman sexuality. Interestingly, there is no word for homosexual in Latin, but this isn't like a Mahmud Ahmadinejad situation.
In Iran, we don't have homosexuals.
The Romans had a lot of sex, like a lot. From the poorest of the poor to the emperors themselves, sex was all over the place. In fact, this was such a common practice that it was noteworthy for Suetonius to point out that the Emperor Claudius was, quote, libidis in feminas profusissimae marum omnino expers. He was the most interested in women, but had no interest in men. There's no sense pointing out something like that unless it's noteworthy, right? So the Romans definitely knew about homosex, and they probably had men who only fancied other men too. But the idea of applying one's sexual preferences to their identity, or of dividing their society among those who enjoyed same-sex relations and those who didn't, wasn't something the Romans thought to do. It's hard to draw a real proper analog here, but traditionally Roman sexuality has been described as active or passive, dominant and submissive, or masculine and feminine, but none of that really works very well. The closest we can get is top and bottom, or more precisely, penetrator and penetrated. I still don't really love that, but it'll do for our purposes today, and once again, I do apologize for the imprecision in the language we have to work with. If you were a Roman citizen man, you were free to have fun with as many men as you wanted without losing your social standing. In fact, it's been suggested that attraction to men as well as women was a normal, almost expected thing for Roman men. So in that regard, it may have been just as notable that Claudius seemed to only fancy women as it would have been if he'd only fancied men. The Emperor Hadrian, for example, was famously in love with a younger man named Antinous, with whom he spent a lot of his time. But he is also widely considered to be one of the greatest emperors Rome ever had. You may have heard of the 5 good emperors before, a period where Rome was ruled by 5 particularly competent guys in a row, and who didn't have any major crises during their rule. Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, Marcus Aurelius. So being a man who loved other men didn't stop you from being revered. Neato, but you could still lose social status if you played the receptive role. That was seen as more passive, submissive, feminine, not becoming of a proper Roman man, not displaying virtus, the Roman concept of masculinity. So if you were a proper Roman man who fancied other men, where could you find a man willing to receive? Well, you'd find someone lower in status than you, because in Roman society, not everyone had the same rights. Thing we live in a more enlightened time now, huh? Slaves, prostitutes, actors, dancers, gladiators, and other less savory parts of Roman society were lumped in under the term infamia. You might translate that as disgraceful, scandalous, dishonored, something along those lines. These people were already looked down upon by Roman society, and so could serve as the receptive partner without their social status getting any lower. So from a Roman perspective, Bagoas, being the submissive partner to Alexander, was something to look down upon. Bagoas also may have been a slave, and if that's the case, they would have been a lower status, and it wouldn't have been appropriate for Orxenes to lavish gifts upon a slave. Again, from a Roman perspective. In fact, the very next section calls Orxenes an imminent and guiltless man, and calls Bagoas that most shameless harlot. Not hiding his biases here. Orxenes did nothing wrong, basically. So yeah, Quintus Curtius was absolutely moralizing in his works. But here's the thing, Arrian had moralizing tendencies too. He mentions stories of Alexander, the just, wise, and fair king, punishing the rebels who had done wrong while he was away, like a father punishing his mischievous sons. For example, Arrian tells us that Alexander removed Apollophanes, or Apollophanes, I don't know how to say it, but it sounds bad either way, Apollophanes as satrap of Gedrosia shortly after he arrived, because he wouldn't follow through on Alexander's orders. But later he tells us about the satrap of Gedrosia, who fell in battle while fighting off some rebels, named Apollophanes. What happened here? According to Badian, this is a misinterpretation of what actually happened. After the march through the Gedrosian desert, where, as we recall, a lot of people died, Alexander needed to blame somebody, so he blamed the recently deceased satrap. But the way Arrian presents it, Alexander showed up to depose a corrupt and disloyal satrap. This isn't the only example of such a thing, but it illustrates the point well enough. So just because Quintus Curtius is moralizing doesn't mean we should throw his account out, because, rules should be applied evenly, right? That's the whole point of a logical and just system. If we apply one set of rules to Quintus Curtius and another to Arrian, we're just showing favoritism, and it doesn't make any sense. So Quintus Curtius's moralizing tendencies are not evidence that he's entirely wrong. It does mean we should take what he says with a grain of salt, though. It also means that although the specific details of Orxenes' execution might not have been accurate as Quintus Curtius tells it, the incident itself may still have happened in a broader sense. Did Bagoas was give and kiss to Alexander? So as we've seen, there's no ironclad reason to reject the Quintus Curtius has said about Bagoas. So there we are. But there's still the part of Bagoas' story that's told in Plutarch, the dance context that led to a Bagoas victory and a big ol' smooch from the king. Have we any reason to doubt that story? Let's see how Tarn dismisses this part. First, he says Plutarch sticks the event in the wrong place. And second, he says that it happens in a theater, and there wouldn't have been any theaters in the area. As a result, it must have been a fiction, because a Greek just couldn't have imagined a city without a theater in it. Okay? Really? Tarn says this bit damns the story completely, and Badian's reaction to this is actually pretty funny. He says, quote,
"To the unbiased reader, it seems almost incredible that such an argument could be seriously advanced as decisive."
Alright, so there might not have been a theater in Gedrosia, but they're putting together a performance for an audience of beleaguered, tired, and overwhelmed Greeks and Macedonians who just left a whole bunch of their comrades' corpses in the desert behind them. Is it really that much of a stretch to imagine that they might have set up a makeshift theater for the event? Or that they were set up in a different arrangement, but Plutarch just called it a theater because he was writing in Greek for a Greek audience, and it really doesn't make a difference whether it was in a theater or in a slightly different configuration, or if it was actually at the palace of Gedrosia in Pura, or if it was in another nearby city. Come on, this is so nitpicky here. Tarn clearly has a massive bias against accepting Bagoas' existence, and it's at this point that I'm realizing this is the reason why so much ink has been spilled doubting the existence of Bagoas. I really don't like to swear on this channel, but are you fucking kidding me? Why is this such a big deal? I don't like to jump to conclusions here, but it really does seem like the answer is good old-fashioned homophobia. According to Tarn, Dikiarchus, who, as we recall, was one of the original sources on the life of Alexander that's now lost, wanted to prove that Alexander was gay and had no real evidence, so he invented Bagoas. Yikes, dude. We don't know exactly when Dikiarchus wrote, but we know it was after the death of Alexander, which is self-evident, right? So what would Alexander's surviving veterans have thought of such an invention? What would Alexander's former generals and Hellenistic kings, Ptolemy, Cassander, Seleucus, Antigonus, what would they have thought of such a fabrication? And what possible motive would he have had to want to invent such a thing in the first place? It's just silly. Look, all due respect to W.W. Tarn, whose research is important and foundational to the modern study of Alexander, but as we've seen, he gives us absolutely no real reason to doubt the story of Bagoas. It doesn't make any sense. But look, even if we run with the moralizing bit further here, it is true that the existence of Bagoas easily ties into a moralizing tradition of a king falling further and further into decadence. Scholars Michael B. Charles and Eva Anagnostoulautides point that out in their paper. Look up there somewhere for the citation. And it's true, the story of Bagoas does easily tie into a moralizing tradition, but it's intellectually lazy to just toss the existence of Bagoas aside just because it fits into a potential narrative. We saw that with the story of Elagabalus. Yes, it's true that Elagabalus's biographers were not at all kind to them, and we have reason to doubt the accuracy of each of them. However, the attacks levied against Elagabalus are so oddly specific that it seems also silly to just toss them aside, like nobody else was slandered in exactly the same way that Elagabalus was. So just because these chroniclers were moralizing doesn't mean the existence of Bagoas can easily be tossed aside like this. Does anyone else offer us something better? Pierre Bryant talks about Bagoas a bit in his book, Darius in the Shadow of Alexander, where he tries to get an understanding of Darius III as something other than a foil for Alexander as he's generally presented in the histories. But he specifically says, quote,
"Whether such an individual as Bagoas existed is not a problem that ought to occupy our attention."
That might be true for the purposes of your book, Bryant, but not for ours, so your work isn't going to help us much. Thanks anyway. Charles and Anagnostoulautides, which I mentioned a moment ago, take a crack at it as well. We mentioned earlier that Bagoas was a common stock name for Persian eunuchs. Ovid had a Bagoas, as we mentioned, and so does Lucian in his satire The Eunuch, Quintilian in his Institutio Oratoria, and Heliodorus of Emesa in his Ethiopica. There was also the other Bagoas that we talked about, the one who put Darius III on the throne. Pliny even tells us that Bagoas was the Persian word for eunuch, though he's probably not right with this. So it's possible that Bagoas wasn't actually Bagoas' name, but rather the name of a kind of stock Persian eunuch character. Charles and Anagnostoulautides also provide some linguistic evidence for this, which I won't get into detail here. People tell me my voice can be soothing, but I don't want to put you all to sleep. But that doesn't necessarily mean everything about Bagoas' story is false. The paper acknowledges that as well, saying that we'll never really know. And that might be the best way to conclude this long, drawn-out section. There are reasons, weak though they are, to doubt the story of Bagoas. If you're looking for evidence of that, you'll find it. There are reasons to believe the story of Bagoas. If you're looking for evidence of that, you'll find it as well. And for now, we'll have to be content with that. Personally, I lean more toward the side of Bagoas having existed, but short of another source on Alexander's life, we simply don't have enough evidence here. Chapter 6. Was Bagoas transgender? From here, we're going to assume Bagoas was real, because if they were not, this entire question is pointless, you know? It's very difficult to know whether Bagoas would have considered themselves to be a woman, or at least not a man. We don't have anything they wrote, and the quotes we have attributed to them don't have anything to do with gender one way or another. We also don't have any cases of Alexander referring to Bagoas as his, girlfriend or whatever, like we do with Hypsikrates, who was referred to using explicitly masculine language by his lover Mithridates. So the best we have is regional context. Was there a precedent for transgender individuals who came from the East? Yeah, there's tons of it. We've got the Inaris, the trans-feminine priestesses of the Scythian culture. We've covered them in depth in several previous videos, and we'll be covering them even more in future videos. We've got the Gallae, the trans-feminine priestesses who originally came from Anatolia, but came to Rome and spread across the Mediterranean. The myth of Hermaphroditus, who was a god with both male and female aspects, is found on the Salmicus spring, which is also from Anatolia. Scholar Megan Cifarelli has been doing ongoing work on exploring the graves in Tepe Hassanlu, a site in modern-day Iran near the three-way border with Turkey and Iraq from roughly 2,800 years ago. There are a lot of graves here with a wealth of grave goods, and about 20% of the graves have grave goods described as associated with both males and females in their society. That doesn't mean these are explicitly transgender graves, but it does mean the people of Tepe Hassanlu either had a third gender in their society, or that the gender binary wasn't as rigid there as in other places. There's also the Gallae, the Sumerian priestesses of the goddess Inanna, which I've not done much research on yet. I know a lot of you are waiting for that video from me. I'll get there one of these days, I promise, but they seem to display transgender themes as well. So there clearly was precedent for people who lived across the gender binary in the East. Gender is a conversation. It's the socially constructed roles people play in the world and how we adopt them into ourselves. It's how you perceive yourself, how you present yourself to the world, which any closeted trans person can tell you is not the same thing, and how the world perceives you in turn. So, how would Bagoas have been perceived by the world around them? Quintus Curtius says Alexander inherited a harem of concubines from Darius III. Diodorus Siculus and Justin confirm this as well. Diodorus Siculus tells us that each night they would parade around the king and he would choose the one he wanted to have fun with that night. However, he also says Alexander didn't do this very often, since he didn't want to offend his Macedonian troops. But Quintus Curtius tells us eunuchs were part of that harem as well. Quote,
365 concubines, the same number that Darius had, filled his palace, attended by herds of eunuchs, also accustomed to prostitute themselves.
The exact number is probably not true, but whether or not there were eunuchs in the harem is hard to confirm. If there were, though, they would have performed a woman's role in the harem, so that does suggest that Bagoas would have been treated like a woman and viewed and used similarly. There's also the insult Orxenes throws at Bagoas. It was not the custom of the Persians to mate with males who made females of themselves by prostitution. Again, we know this is not true. It was the custom of many Persians to do so, but even still, this insult carries with it an accusation of effeminacy, of playing a woman's role. This tells us the more conservative elements of Roman society would have viewed Bagoas as, if not a woman, then at least something other than a man. But either way, based on the evidence we have, it doesn't seem possible to definitively declare Bagoas transgender either. I know that sucks, and I'm sorry to break the news to you. It's a real drag, and I wish we had a better explanation. That's the way history often goes, unfortunately, but the good news is we also don't have any reason to believe Bagoas was not transgender. So if you want to interpret them that way, you're free to do so. Like, it won't be weird, you know? And of course, that's what some people have done. It's probably not a big surprise to learn that Alexander's life was a topic of interest for people long after his death. That's true into the Roman age and well beyond. Geoffrey Chaucer, whom you might recognize as the author of the Canterbury Tales, referenced Alexander in several of his works, and so did a whole lot of other writers and translators, including Vasco da Lucena. Vasco da Lucena was born around 1435 in the city of Coimbra, Portugal. He moved to France at a young age with his older brother and studied at the University of Paris. Around 1468, he completed a work he'd been undertaking for about 3 years, the first translation into French of the works of Quintus Curtius. I grabbed a copy of it from my local library, and I mean, look how bloody big this thing is. Look at this. In comparison, here's my copy of Dialogues of the Courtesans. Like, this thing is enormous, but it's actually a really cool book. As Vasco da Lucena did his translations, he recognized that a big chunk of Quintus Curtius's work was missing. In particular, books 1 and 2 are entirely missing, and there are a bunch of gaps in other books as well. But Vasco da Lucena still wanted to tell a complete story, so he used some of the other sources we talked about with Alexander to fill in the gaps, all of them except the Iron Maiden record. What a poser. He wrote all of this into the introductions of his writing, but there's something about Book 5 and Book 9. Vasco da Lucena tells us he changed the name and gender of Alexander's lover Bagoas from male to female. Why? Scholar Zrinka Staholjak considers the time in which the translation took place, the era of humanism, of the Renaissance. Broadly speaking, this era marks the end of the medieval and beginning of the early modern eras of Europe. This era, like any other, had its own set of mores when it came to sexuality and gender, so maybe Vasco da Lucena was just a prude. But if that's the case, why not just not explain it? We've looked at cases of prudery in translations before, beginning all the way back in the very first extremely unpleasant video I did. Back before I knew anything about audio or video production, please don't go back and watch it, I will die of cringe. Instead, watch the video on Lucian's Dialogues of the Courtesans, where we also talked about prudery in translation, and I was much better at making videos at that point, and also include what I think is one of the funniest bits I've ever done, but it didn't get a lot of hits, so yeah, go check it out. Anyway, in that video, we discussed translations of the poet Martial's works. There are some pretty bawdry bits in his epigrams, and instead of publishing such filth, modern translators just leave it in the original Latin without comment. Vasco da Lucena could have done that. He could also have just made the change without mentioning it. Either of these options would have been preferable if he was a prude, but he didn't. He made the change and he called attention to it. Why? Staholjak argues that censorship of non-normative sexual behaviors is actually a far newer practice than Vasco da Lucena's work. In other words, Vasco da Lucena's goal might not have been censorship. Instead, it was a time of the emergence of more restricted gender and sexual norms, but they were still in the process of coalescing. So Vasco da Lucena's translation, Staholjak argues, ends up in the middle between fluidity and restriction. Interesting enough, but of course Vasco da Lucena wasn't anywhere near a primary source for the life of Alexander or Bagoas. He lives closer to us than he did to them. He still gave us some beautiful illuminated manuscripts though, including this one that shows Bagoas as a woman pleading to Alexander for the life of Nabarzanes. One of my favorite parts of this is that they didn't yet seem to have the idea that people in the past dressed differently than they would. So, it's supposed to be Alexander, but he's dressed like a medieval king. It's amazing. So the answer to the question of whether or not Bagoas was transgender is still that we don't know. But if you were to interpret them as such, you would be simply the latest in a long line of people doing so. Chapter 7. What does this tell us? So let me explain part of my research process here. When it comes to historical individuals with elements to their stories that seem, shall we say, something other than cisgender, I begin by piecing together a story of their lives as best I can. From there, I explore the question of whether or not they existed, if it's relevant. There's little question whether Elagabalus or Hypsikrates existed, for example, but it was a more useful question when exploring St. Pelagius. Then, I look to answer the question of whether or not they were transgender in a historical sense as outlined by Susan Stryker. When it came to Hypsikrates and Pelagius, the answer was a pretty clear yes. These were two historical individuals who were assigned female at birth, but who presented as men, took a man's name, and served a man's role in their respective societies. That's pretty clear-cut. Elagabalus, on the other hand, was a different story. There's reason to doubt the sources that tell us Elagabalus was transgender. It's reasonable to interpret these stories as simply historical slander, and to shrug our shoulders and say we really can't know about the life of Elagabalus beyond what we glean from archaeology. But at the same time, nobody in Roman history is slandered in quite the same way Elagabalus was. No other emperor, even the effeminate ones like Nero, or the mad ones like Caligula, is said to have scoured the empire for someone who could give them bottom surgery. So it also feels a little rash to simply write off the idea. In the end, we don't know. The same is true for Bagoas, and I know that's far from a satisfying conclusion. I don't really feel satisfying saying it, to be honest, but that's how this type of work goes sometimes. But while we couldn't prove Bagoas was transgender, we also couldn't prove they were not. That's something, at least. It leaves room for interpreting this story in a transgender lens. That's especially true for straight trans girls who could use a bit of support and representation, I'm sure. So, Bagoas goes in the maybe box. But the good news, too, is that Bagoas isn't the only example of transgender existence in the ancient Mediterranean upon which we can draw. From Pelagius and Hypsikrates, which we mentioned a moment ago, to the grave of the Inari priestess we found in Bactria, to the many sculptures of Gallae priestesses, we've barely scratched the surface today on what transgender individuals could look like in the ancient Mediterranean. Bagoas may or may not have been one of our trans sisters. We may never know. But I hope you'll still take heart in the possibility that they may have been, and in the many other stories of those who pretty definitively were. Because we have always existed. And so long as humanity continues to endure, so too shall we. If you're a trans person, or just a decent person in general, I'm betting you may have some hostility toward Christianity. That's understandable. Given how bloody noisy the world is these days, it's easy to find yourself drawn into the idea that Christians and trans people are natural enemies. But as the history of Christianity shows us, that's not necessarily the case. As we've talked about before on this channel, the modern idea of the gender binary is nowhere near as cut and dry as people think. And that's true in the history of Christianity as it is anywhere else. If this is your first time joining us, welcome. This is not a channel about Christianity. I'm not a Christian apologist. My goal is not to convince you of any spiritual or religious belief one way or another. Even if I wanted to do that, which I don't, I'd have to have a particularly strong faith to try it, which I don't. But nor is this a channel that dunks on Christianity. It's not productive to condescend to anyone about their spirituality. I'm not a Reddit atheist. We left that behind in 2012, back when the world ended, remember? And we've all been in purgatory since then. Repent. No, this is about history. Our history. I'm Sophie, and this is We Have Always Existed. It's a show where we explore the wealth of knowledge there is to be found about transgender history in the ancient Mediterranean. And I go where the evidence takes me. That includes, believe it or not, the early history of Christianity. This isn't the first time we found ourselves here, and I know it's not always the most popular topic. The last time I did a video on a trans saint, it was a bit of a flop. To this day, it's one of my poorest performing video essays, and I'm not sure if it's because it's a transmasculine topic or a Christian topic, both of which tend to be less popular with you lot. But either way, nobody seemed to care much about St. Pelagius, despite how blatantly trans his story is. Justice for St. Pelagius! But Pelagius isn't the only transgender saint out there. The fact that this video exists is proof of that. Today, we're going to explore the story of Saint Marinos. Known as Marina the monk in the histories, Marinos is clearly a transmasculine figure, and I am sorry for dead-naming him, but if you want to find more about him on your own after this video, you'll need to know that name because there are several different saints named either Marinos or Marina, and Marina the monk will help you narrow it down. It's all in the name of history, after all. But if the story is true, then Marinos is in heaven. And if he's in heaven, he doesn't have a gender anymore, because as we talked about in the first video on gender in ancient Christianity, non-binariness is next to godliness. So based on his own beliefs, he probably won't be too concerned either way. Anyway, when it comes to exploring the stories of historical individuals, here's how we generally approach it. First, we'll take a moment to understand the time and place in which Marinos lived. Then we'll analyze the sources we have and see if we can piece together a narrative of his life. Once we've told his story, we'll try to answer two key questions. One, was Marinos a real person? And if so, was Marinos a transgender figure? Let's take a look. Chapter 1. Where in the world is
Saint Marinos?
Marinos' life is difficult to pin down. I've seen suggestions that range from the 5th to the 8th century CE. However, Catholic scholar Léon Clunier, who wrote a massive tome analyzing the life of Marinos back in the early 1900s, seems to think he lived in the 5th century. Modern scholar Gita G. Horani seems to agree with him, and I haven't seen any strong evidence to the contrary. So let's start there. St. Marinos probably lived during the 5th century CE, and the era of the ancient Mediterranean, which is what interests me after all, ends in the late 5th century CE, so Marinos is within my historical purview. Barely. Okay, well, what about where he lived? It's a big world, after all. I've seen various texts claiming he lived in Bithynia, Thrace, Alexandria, the desert in Egypt, Italy, Romania, and on and on. Where's this guy from? There aren't any written sources that make a definitive argument for it, but Marinos' story comes from the Maronite tradition. The Maronites are a Christian order originating with St. Maron from the late 4th and early 5th centuries. They're still around today in full communion with the Catholic Church. The Maronites originated around modern-day Lebanon and still have a strong presence there, though they've spread around the world like most religions these days. According to Maronite tradition, Marinos was one of them, and general scholarly opinion seems to agree with them. We don't have any stronger claims to Marinos' origin than that, so we'll go with that too. I know there's a lot of imprecisions here, but that's what we have to work with. So we'll look at 5th century Lebanon, otherwise I'll have to give a long drawn-out history of all the other places and time periods I mentioned above, and yeah, no. I'm already long-winded enough as it is. So what we now call Lebanon became part of the Roman state during the Third Mithridatic War. If you saw the video on Hypsikrates, this might sound familiar. After King Mithridates' disastrous defeat at the hands of the Roman general Pompey, he fled north. That gave Pompey the chance to conquer Mithridates' former territories and that of his allies, including Lebanon. In the 1st century CE, it was reorganized into the province of Syria, which is different than the modern country of Syria. At the time, its territory was made up of parts of modern Syria, as well as Turkey and, of course, Lebanon. So just know that as I refer to it as Syria, it's not the same as the Syria that we know today. The capital of Roman Syria was the city of Antioch. Sadly, there isn't much left of it today after it was attacked by overwhelming Zerg forces.
Antioch is under attack by overwhelming Zerg forces.
It's easy to assume that Roman Syria was kind of out in the boonies since it's so far from the imperial core, but Antioch was one of the wealthiest and most important cities in the Roman world. Only Rome, Alexandria, and later Constantinople rivaled it. H.W. Morton, who wrote a book chronicling his travelers around the Mediterranean following the path of St. Paul the Apostle, described it like so, quote,
It was a city of consumers. It was full of rich aristocrats and nouveaux riches, and of wealthy retired people who sought here one of the finest climates in the world.
Of course, St. Paul lived in the 1st century CE and Marinos lived in the 5th, but this gives you an idea of the area's importance. We can see how wealthy it is based on some of the spectacular mosaics we've pulled from the area. You can see some of them on screen right now. Man, Roman mosaics are so cool. Because, Roman culture was different from city to city, right? And that shouldn't really be surprising. Toronto doesn't have the same culture as Vancouver or Calgary, and definitely doesn't have the same culture as Montreal, so why would the ancient world be any different? And, literature can only tell us so much, but mosaics help us fill in the blanks, particularly because of how well preserved they tend to be compared to wall paintings. Special shout out to Dr. Martin Beckman, by the way, who helped inspire my love for Roman mosaics in my undergrad. You're a real one. Anyway, things in Roman Syria were relatively peaceful during the Pax Romana. But like much of the empire, things became difficult during the 3rd century crisis. That was a series of crises that happened in the 3rd century. It happened because they called it the 3rd century crisis. If they named it the 3rd century prosperous, it would have gone a lot better, but they didn't. Way to bungle that one, guys. It's considered to have started following the death of Severus Alexander, who was the successor to Elagabalus. Anyway, Roman Syria was invaded in 252 or 253 CE, we're not sure which, by the Sassanid Persian kings Shapur I, and again in 259 or 260, when Shapur actually captured the Roman Emperor Valerian in battle. The writer Lactantius, we talked about him back in the video on Tiresias, tells us Shapur used the captive Valerian as a footstool. That's likely an exaggeration, but even if Shapur treated him relatively well, I imagine it would have been pretty rough to go from being an emperor to a slave. If you want to know more about Valerian, by the way, friend of the channel Tribunet has a great video on his story. He talks about what happens when an arrogant expansionist empire well past its prime overplays its hand in a war against Iran, which probably can't teach us anything today. A few years later, Syria broke away from the Roman Empire and became part of the Palmyrene Empire in 268, but it was brought back into the fold in 273. And there it would stay until at least the 7th century CE, when it was captured by the Rashidun Caliphate. And since that's after the death of Marinos, we'll stop there. So who lived in Roman Syria? There would, of course, have been Romans who spoke Latin in the area, but we'd also find a substantial population of Greeks, Macedonians, Babylonians, Jews, Persians, Thracians, Phoenicians. It was a pretty cosmopolitan place. In terms of culture, you'd see influences from each of these. But it was also an important place for early Christians. In fact, the book of Acts in the Bible tells us the followers of Christ were first called Christians in the city. Quote,
Then Barnabas went to Tarsus to look for Saul, and when he had found him, he brought him to Antioch. So it was that for an entire year they met with the church and taught a great many people, and it was in Antioch that the disciples were first called Christians.
The Roman world became officially tolerant of Christianity after Constantine's reform in 313 CE. And then in 380 CE, Theodosius made Nicene Christianity the official religion of the empire. It's easy to think that meant everyone was a Christian now, but that's hardly the case. I mean, does everyone always follow every law? Of course not. For example, just the other day, I was caught jaywalking, and now I'm sentenced to 5 years of hard labor in Canadian woke socialist jail. Support my GoFundMe link in the description. For legal reasons, this is a joke, even if it's not a very funny one. So even though Theodosius was known for being increasingly harsh toward pagans during his reign, we also know the Emperor Justinian passed laws against pagans during his reign in the 6th century CE. So while pagan worship practices wouldn't have carried as much pomp and circumstance as they once did, they were clearly still happening. There's no need to pass laws banning things nobody's doing, you know? In particular, check out this mosaic. This dates to probably the 4th century CE from Apamea, another city in Roman Syria south of Antioch. It was buried under a 6th century Christian church. At the time, the newly asserted dominance of Christianity would likely have been met with some resistance from devoted pagans, and we see that illustrated pretty clearly here. Socrates is positioned almost as a Christ-like figure, surrounded by his disciples as he teaches them. We could read this as an assertion of pagan values as being superior to Christian ones, and only the wealthy would have been able to afford to commission mosaics like this, so this must have belonged to someone fairly influential. Neato. Roman Syria was also prone to earthquakes. In fact, it lies along the same fault line that makes Cyprus so susceptible to them as well. This meant things had to be rebuilt fairly often. We also know there were quite a few churches in the region. Back in 1926, a lady named Mrs. Bone lived near Antioch with her husband. She wrote a sort of travel blog for the American Schools of Oriental Research, where she went on a road trip with her two besties, Miss Matheny and Miss Bush Brown, and visited a bunch of different sites in the area, and honestly, I'm kind of jealous. That sounds awesome. She describes several different sites and provides photos too, which are such wonderful products of their era. But as we can see, there are plenty of Christian ruins in the area too, so it wasn't just Antioch itself. So this is what the region was like. Lots of different peoples and lots of different cultures largely coexisting, and a lot of wealth as well. Other than the obvious difference in technology, in some ways Antioch might not feel that much different from a modern cosmopolitan city. But of course, that's city life. Like anywhere, the big cities are surrounded by rural areas that differ in character quite a bit. According to Maronite tradition, Marinos lived in the monastery at Hanubin, which is a real place, and it's still there today, in fact. It's in the Wadi Khadisha, the holy valley southeast of modern-day Tripoli and about 300 kilometers south of Antioch. There are plenty of monasteries in the Wadi Khadisha, so much so that it was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site back in 1998. It's a pretty remote area, and its complex terrain makes it difficult to traverse. That makes it great for nature lovers and hikers today, but it also means that when Christians faced persecution, it was a useful place for them to flee to. There are 100 different archaeological sites in the area, dating from antiquity onward. It's a really special place. But I've had some real difficulty finding any sources on the Hanubin monastery in particular. I understand most of the good stuff is in Arabic, which I can't read. So one of my citations today is the course notes from the 2013 curriculum at the Maronite Academy, hosted on an old tripod site, which incredibly still exists and is not the best source in the world, I know, but what can I do? Do y'all remember Tripod? Once upon a time, it was a lot harder to create content for the internet. Back in my day, you needed to learn basic HTML to build a fan site and a forum if you wanted to talk about Buffy the Vampire Slayer on the internet, and Tripod was one of the places you could do it. I was more of a GeoCities gal myself, but Tripod was great too. Sure, Grandma, let's get you back to bed. I can't believe it still exists, and you can still use it to build a website too. This video is sponsored by Tripod. No, it's not, but look, it's better than being sponsored by Ground News. The website that claims CNN is left-leaning. What a joke. If you think any news agency owned by an American multinational conglomerate can possibly be left-leaning, I don't know what to tell you, bud. A bias toward Democrats doesn't make something left-leaning. Anyway, support me on Patreon so I don't have to take a Crown News sponsorship. Anyway, Hanubin. It's thought to be the oldest monastery in Wadi Khadisha. Some believe the Emperor Theodosius built it. He died in 395 CE, but there's no real historical evidence for that. The name comes from the Syriac word for group or company, or homies whomst like praying a lot. It's carved into a rock face, which means some of its rooms are pretty cave-esque. The Maronite monks who live in Hanubin today believe that Marinos lived there, and we don't have any evidence to the contrary, but also this is an oral tradition, which is a different kind of evidence than written histories. Still valid, absolutely valid, but it is different. More on that later. But to the best of our knowledge, Marinos lived in the 5th century CE in Hanubin Monastery in the Roman province of Syria. Interlude. If you've watched this far, thank you so much for doing so. It's hard to make it these days, so this is the part of the video where I tell you about all the different ways I'm finding to survive. I'll keep it as short as I can. I know nobody likes this sort of thing. First off, I'm a voice feminization coach. If you've watched my videos before, you may notice that primary sources are read in a much more masculine voice. But that's still my voice. I've worked hard to feminize my own voice, and I can help you as well. Hit me up. My email's in the description. The first session is free, and after that I offer a pretty broad sliding scale. Next, my books. YouTube has been a great way to share transgender history so far, but who knows how much longer it'll be around for. That's why I've begun turning video content into zines. Putting this work into physical form and getting it into the hands of as many people as possible will help these stories continue to survive, no matter what happens in the coming years. The first one is based on the video on the Inaris. Link in the description to buy an ebook copy, or a physical copy, like this one here that comes with an ebook copy as well. I'll even sign it for you if you like. Half of the profit from sales of these is going to go to Rainbow Railroad, an organization that helps LGBTQ2IA+ people who live under oppressive regimes to relocate to Canada. Finally, you can buy a copy of my novel, The Bottom Line, as well, through a link in the description. It's a science fiction novel which has nothing to do with this channel's subject matter, but whatever. It's a story about identity and how to navigate life when your identity is taken away from you through the lens of automation in near future Toronto. I have some first edition versions left, so if you buy one of these, I'll sign that for you too. You can also support the channel on Patreon or by becoming a member. It starts at just $1 a month, and if you like the idea of helping others learn about transgender history, it makes a huge difference. Also, like, comment, subscribe, you know how it is. Now, without further ado. Chapter 2. The Life of Saint Marinos. We actually have a bunch of different manuscripts telling us of the life of Marinos. We found manuscripts of his story in Greek, Latin, Syriac, Coptic, and Ge'ez, then later in Arabic, German, and French. Popular dude. It's thought that all of these came from an original Greek text which is now lost. The Latin version is the oldest and is probably the closest thing we've got to the original, so that's the one we're going to be focusing on the most. In fact, it's thought that it might be originally an oral history that was eventually written down. The oldest manuscript we have of it today is from the 10th century CE, but the story itself is obviously much older, so let's start there. I want to also point out that the story refers to Marinos in both masculine and feminine forms. Obviously, the respectful thing to do is to change the feminine language to masculine, and I'm going to do that as much as possible. But the way the story is written, it doesn't fully make sense to do so all the time, so I hope you'll all forgive me for the imprecision in the language here. Let's begin. We're told about a man named Eugenios, who was particularly devoted to God. When his wife died, he raised his daughter Marina, who's sometimes also called Mary, by himself, teaching her the ways of Christian piety. But when she was an adult, he told her he wanted to go off to live in a monastery to save his soul. Marina was sad about this, since Eugenios was the only family she had. But at the same time, women weren't allowed to enter monasteries. After all, as Eugenius tells us, quote, "It is through the members of your sex that the devil wages war on the servants of God." Super cool misogyny there. Gotta love it. Man, every time I talk about trans guys, we gotta deal with misogyny too. I really don't love that. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I don't choose the sources. I go where the history takes me. Anyway, Marina had an easy solution to this. Quote, "I shall not enter the monastery as you say, but I shall first cut off the hair of my head and clothe myself like a man and then enter the monastery with you." And golly, that's an awful quick solution to come up with right on the spot there, huh? Like, that's the first solution that comes to mind? There aren't any other possible options? You're just gonna trans your gender because otherwise you'd miss your dad. Or maybe this is a chance for you to do something you've always thought about but never had the opportunity to pursue, huh? Anyway, Marina becomes Marinos, cut his hair short, and dressed in men's clothing. Eugenios gives his newly christened son a pep talk, telling him they're entering a place no women ever enter, so be ready for it and don't get up to any funny business with the other monks. The monastery they joined was different than the one we talked about in the video on Pelagius, if you saw that one. Pelagius lived in quiet solitude and asceticism near Jerusalem, denying himself of worldly pleasures. But Marinos and his dad Eugenios joined an order at Hanubin who were Cenobites. No, not those Cenobites. The term comes from the Greek words koinos, or common, and bios, or life. Cenobite monasteries emphasized community, living and working together. So they did have a social life, and they even interacted with people outside their order as well. This particular monastery had 40 monks living in it. The two were greeted and welcomed into the monastery, where the abbot, the head monk, told them, "Damn it, not those Cenobites." From there, Marinos lived as a monk in prayer and devotion. The other monks thought he may have been a eunuch because he had no beard and a softer voice, and apparently he didn't do anything to try to convince them otherwise. He also practiced asceticism, which is the practice of denial of worldly pleasures and desires. That means abstaining from sex, which is something that monks did anyway, but it also means not eating much. And that's the case for Marinos. We told he only ate every other day. This, of course, would have been a convenient excuse for why Marinos was smaller than the other monks. Eventually, Eugenios passed away, but Marinos stayed at the monastery, doing his thing. He was so devoted to prayer and fasting that he received the gift of exorcism. Those who were possessed by demons were healed of it simply through his touch. Once a month, 4 of the monks would leave the monastery and tend to the needs of the hermit monks who lived outside. They commonly stopped and stayed at a particular inn along the way because the innkeeper was a friendly and gracious host to them all. But Marinos had never gone. The abbot called him out on it one day, saying the other monks were kind of getting annoyed about it, and so, he needed to do his duty. Marinos agreed to go, but he was clearly hesitant to do so since he'd never volunteered to go before. Perhaps he was concerned about being discovered? I don't know, the text doesn't tell us. Anyway, Marinos headed off with 3 other monks, and they stayed at the inn with the friendly innkeeper I mentioned. But I guess a Roman soldier had stayed there as well, who slept with the innkeeper's daughter and knocked her up. He told her to blame Marinos if her dad found out, which he did, so she did. The innkeeper, of course, was furious. He made a big stink about it to the abbot, and so the abbot confronted Marinos. Now, you and I understand that Marinos couldn't have done what he was accused of doing. So at this point, our boy had 2 options. He could reveal his transness to the abbot, or he could accept his punishment as a man for an indiscretion he didn't commit. Either way, he'd certainly be ejected from the monastery. Neither women nor philanderers were welcome in such a place. But if he didn't prove his innocence, he'd still be recognized as a man. A contemptible man and a hypocrite, but a man nonetheless. So he threw himself on the ground, saying, "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned as a man." In response, the abbot banished him from the monastery. So he took up residence outside the monastery gate. Through the high heat of summer and the bitter cold of winter, he endured the elements in penance for a sin he'd never committed. Later, the innkeeper's daughter gave birth to a baby boy. The innkeeper took the baby and gave it to Marinos, saying, "Here is the child which you have so wickedly engendered. Take it." Marinos wasn't going to let the baby die, even if it wasn't his, so he got some milk from a local shepherd and cared for him. The text we have points out specifically that he, quote, nursed the child as its father, which is interesting. Anyway, this went on for 3 years. Eventually, the other monks asked the abbot to forgive Marinos and let him return. After all, he'd spent the last 3 years repenting and confessed his indiscretion to anybody who asked. The abbot refused, so the monks said they would all leave too. After all, forgiveness of sins is one of the key elements of the Christian faith. If they couldn't forgive someone who had repented and atoned for his sins, how could they expect the same treatment from God? This moved the abbot, so he allowed Marinos to return, but he could only do so as the lowest rank in the monastery. Marinos accepted this because even though he had to do all the crummy work nobody else wanted to do, it's better than sitting outside all winter. Marinos brought the child with him and continued to raise him as his father. When the child grew up, he became a monk himself. Marinos spent many years in the monastery from there. One day, the abbot noticed Marinos hadn't been singing in the choir for a few days, so he sent some others to check on him. They found him lying dead in his room. Of what cause, we don't know. But the story makes it seem like it was the same abbot the entire time, and he would presumably have been older than Marinos, so our boy couldn't have been that old. Upon preparing his body for burial, they discovered he was trans, and the abbot wept, for he understood how greatly Marinos had suffered for something he was innocent of. He threw himself at Marinos' feet, begging for his forgiveness. And he heard Marinos' voice saying that he was forgiven because he didn't know. Ditto with the innkeeper. Then they buried him, and the innkeeper's daughter confessed her lie while possessed by a demon. She went to Marinos' grave and was healed of her possession. Hallelujah. Chapter 3. Was Saint Marinos transgender? Before we go any further, let's talk about the word transgender for a moment. Yes, it is derived from Latin, but it's also a modern term. Obviously, nobody identified specifically as transgender in the 5th century CE because the term hadn't yet been invented. But at the same time, there are clearly still parallels between modern trans people and people in the past who lived a life incongruent with their expected gender. So how do we bridge this gap? This is where I use historian Susan Stryker's definition of transgender in a historical sense. Quote, I use it to refer to people who move away from the gender they were assigned at birth. People who cross over, trans, the boundaries constructed by their culture to define and contain their gender. Honestly, I get tired of mentioning this sometimes, and you might get tired of hearing it, but every time I make a video without mentioning it, I get an avalanche of comments telling me they couldn't be trans because modern interpretations, blah, blah, blah. Trust me, I'm more tireder of it than you are. All right, so I'd love to just say, yeah, look, it's a trans history every single time something transy crosses my desk, but that's not how we do things here. We're interested not just in a surface level reading of the text, but in an evidence-based understanding of those stories in their historical context. We don't start with a conclusion and look for the evidence to support it. We look at the evidence and we come to the most likely conclusion from there. That's the only way to do real, proper history. So with that in mind, let's analyze the story we just looked at from a historical perspective. We're going to approach this by considering two possible but mutually exclusive people. Only one of them can be real. First, we have Marina, the woman disguised as a man. If she's the real one, we might know by finding evidence of her maintaining a feminine persona as part of her inner life. We might recognize her doing womanly things where she can, dropping her disguise here and there, or taking opportunities to embrace a woman's role when they present themselves. Or failing that, we might at least find external reasons for her maintaining her disguise. On the other hand, we have Marinos, the transgender man. If he's real, we might know by him maintaining his masculine persona despite what circumstances he might face. One of these people is a real person, and the other is a persona the real person used to protect themselves. So, Marinos or Marina. You could argue that Marina became Marinos out of desperation because Dad was about to join the monastery and leave her all alone. And yes, it's true that Marinos' transition to a masculine role was spurred by his father wanting to enter a male-only space. However, that shouldn't invalidate anything. After all, plenty of trans people have discovered their identity over the years as a result of external circumstances. I'm not aware of any studies or research or scholarly material on the matter, but those of us in the community know that a whole lot of people discovered they were trans during pandemic lockdowns. The silence of the world, the dramatic slowing of pace, the isolation, it forced many of us, trans and cis alike, to come face to face with some big feelings we'd been running from. And for the eggs of the world, it gave them an opportunity to explore those feelings in their own time and space, judgment-free. Is their transness invalidated because they discovered it through being in quarantine? Of course not. I'm certain nobody is seriously claiming the pandemic made them trans. It was simply a catalyst to get in touch with the feelings they'd been hiding.
Well, actually, the pandemic made me trans because the vaccine is...
Shut up. Now look, I know being trans has been politicized by weirdos who have to bring politics into everything, but understanding trans people becomes so much easier when you're just fucking normal about it. You can understand trans men better when you look at them as a type of man instead of a manly woman. You can understand trans women better when you look at us as a type of woman instead of an effeminate man. You can understand non-binary people when you look at them as their own gender. And you can understand a gender transition better when you understand it simply as a type of major life-changing transition, like many others, instead of a weird abhorrent thing done by degenerate freaks or whatever it is that they say about us. Because everyone deals with major life-changing transitions. A near-death experience, a major chronic illness, losing your job, the death of a loved one, or having your house burned down. All of these are major life-changing transitions. Same with moving to a new city, graduating from school, falling in love, having a child, starting a business, or transing your gender. each of these will have a major impact on your life, so much so that you might think of your life before and after them as distinct phases. Some of them can be catalysts for others as well. I moved to Toronto after I graduated from university, for example. Others might start a business after losing their job. Still others might use a near-death experience to spur them to live the life they've always wanted. Are any of these life-changing moments any less legitimate because they were spurred on by external events? No, that would be silly. And the same is true with Marinos. He seemed to have used his father's decision to move in a monastery as a catalyst to live as a man. This should not be used to invalidate his life as a man. And besides, if it was Marina and she only joined the monastery to stay with her father, why would she keep living as a man in the monastery after he died? That doesn't make any sense. So Marinos did not live life as a man just so he could be with his father. That may have played a role in his decision, but it wasn't only that. If we assume Marina is who we're dealing with, why would she keep up the act after her father died? I suppose you could argue that she just didn't know what to do, so she kept living as a monk, and okay, I guess that's a possibility, but if that were true, why would she suffer outside the monastery for 3 years? Did Marina really just have no idea what to do, so she lived outside of a monastery? We aren't told much about their life before moving to the monastery, but we can at least assume that they didn't live in the monastery. So Marina would have had to know there were other things one can do than be a monk or sit outside the gates of a monastery and wait to die. This is nonsensical. I think you could possibly make an argument for that while Marinos was still in the monastery, but not while he was living outside of it. You might also argue that Marina wanted to be really devoted to God, so she kept at it. But she could have done so as a woman. We met a deaconess in the story of St. Pelagius, for example, which was from roughly the same time and place. So if Marina was the real persona, there would still have been a role for her to play in the church. She was raised Christian, so she probably would have met some other deaconesses and pious women along the way as well. Because women could be pious too, as it turns out. Mary Magdalene, for example. Ever heard of her? Or Mary, Mother of God? Or St. Mary of Alexandria, of whom we spoke in the Pelagius video? A lot of Marys. It's not like they had particularly detailed records back then either, so nobody would necessarily have known she used to be a monk who was banished. But again, we know Marinos was kicked out of the monastery. If we're dealing with a woman in disguise, she could have just left the Marinos persona behind and moved on with her life. But that brings up the point that Eugenios made early in the story. Quote,
"It is through the members of your sex that the devil wages war on the servants of God."
Could Marina have remained living as a man because she'd been raised to believe women were inherently wicked? In other words, did Marina transition because of internalized misogyny? It does sound like Eugenios had some pretty misogynistic ideas in his head, and on top of that, Rome was already a deeply patriarchal and misogynistic society in general, and Catholicism was, and is, too. So it's easy to think that Marina would have picked up a lot of misogynistic ideas. I don't think that could really be in doubt. But would that drive someone to live as another gender? I don't think so. It might lead them to explore the idea, sure, but that wouldn't last very long. Look, I can tell you from personal experience that being the wrong gender sucks. And so can many of you watching this, I'm sure, regardless of what direction you're going in. Some of us discover we're trans, but don't transition until later for all sorts of reasons, and it sucks. It sucks to have to be something you know you're not. Internalized misogyny be damned. Let's take stock of the situation. Let's assume Marina is a woman disguised as a man because of internalized misogyny. She's not going to be comfortable with this arrangement. After all, any trans woman can tell you that pretending to be a man when you know you're a woman is a rough time. She has no family, she has no home, and everyone she knows has excommunicated her. She's been accused of something she knows she didn't do, so there's no reason for her to feel guilty and atone for it. Then she's handed a baby to care for, the quintessential woman's role in ancient Rome. All the ingredients are there for her to simply go off and find her way as a woman and a mother. Does it really make sense that she'd wait for 3 years outside the gates of the monastery, suffering and enduring the elements all that time? And for what? It would have been reasonable for her to assume she'd never see the inside of the monastery again. So what would make her stay? I think the only reasonable explanation here is that Marinos, knew himself to be a man and had built a life for himself as one. That to reveal himself to be trans would have been even more damaging to his reputation to his peers than to admit to being a philanderer, even if he wasn't. I think Marinos would rather have died as a man than live as a woman. And he knew he could make a life as a man in the monastery, but that might not have worked anywhere else. We don't have any direct testimony from Marinos, so we can't know what his thoughts were, but his actions are consistent with someone whose mind was incongruent with his assigned gender at birth, and who took steps to live his life more in line with what he felt himself to be. The simplest, most sensible explanation here, I think, is that Marina was a persona Marinos had upheld in his early life, and once he began living as Marinos, he discarded his old persona forever. So yes, Marinos is transgender. Chapter 4. Was Marinos a real person? So Marinos was clearly a transmasculine figure, but was he a real figure or a fictional one? This is a worthwhile question to ask, I think, but it's not as simple as it's true or it's false. Of course, for example, elements of this story can rear into the supernatural and can't really be proven one way or another. I mean, if I was going to prove that Marinos had the ability to exorcise demons, I'd have to prove that demons exist. And if I could do that, this would be a very different video. I'd probably either have a Vatican task force show up at my door to exorcise the demons, or my soul would be dragged to hell and devoured by the internal forces of the netherworld. And neither of those sound like a great time. So no, I can't prove demons exist. So what about this story can we confirm? Well, Chanubin Monastery was and is a real place, which we mentioned earlier. That's a great start. The monks there clearly believe the story of Marinos is true as well, because they have a shrine and a church devoted to Marinos, which you can see here. Unfortunately, they depict him as Marina, even though we understand Marinos as a much more sensical identity for him. They even depict him as kind of ladylike while sitting outside the monastery, which makes no sense. Terrible Rule 63 fanfiction. And the kid is clearly older than 3, too. So, according to the Maronites, who've been around in Lebanon since the early 5th century CE, Marinos was real. But this is a type of oral tradition. We've mentioned oral traditions earlier briefly, but let's take a closer look. Oral traditions are very important, valid ways to preserve the past. I don't want anyone to think I'm discounting their value. They're especially important for cultures who never developed literacy, or for cultures whose stories have been erased, but not always. I live in Canada, and I know we have a global reputation for being cool, but we're a colonial project built on the genocide of the indigenous peoples who lived here for millennia before Europeans showed up. It was, and is, so bad that the system of apartheid in South Africa was based in large part on Canada's treatment of indigenous peoples. And that very system, the one Canadians so passionately criticized while it existed in another country, still exists today. That's so typically Canadian too, honestly. So many of us are so happy to criticize other countries, but have so little understanding of what happens within our own borders. We criticize the Americans for their excesses, and rightfully so, but we turn around and support politicians that are just as nakedly corrupt over and over again. If Donald Trump was Canadian, I have no doubt we'd have elected him as well. It's frustrating to live in this country sometimes. Anyway, those indigenous cultures, the hundreds of different First Nations cultures, as well as Inuit and Métis, preserved their pasts through oral tradition. But for centuries, the discipline of history has devalued oral traditions in favor of the written word. Here in Canada, part of the process of decolonizing Canadian history has been to work to value Indigenous oral traditions as historical sources in their own right. As a Sicilian Canadian, I benefit from the legacy of colonialism that we continue to wrestle with in this country, and as someone who does their best to be aware of prejudice and discrimination, you might even call me woke, I certainly don't want to reproduce old-fashioned colonial prejudices. I like vintage style, not vintage values. So oral tradition has an important place in the analysis of history. In fact, some of the oldest written stories we have very clearly started as oral traditions. This includes the Iliad, the Odyssey, and the Epic of Gilgamesh. Even parts of the Bible come from oral traditions. For example, the Gospel of Luke begins thusly, quote,
"Many have undertaken to draw up an account of the things that have been fulfilled among us, just as they were handed down to us by those who from the first were eyewitnesses and servants of the word. With this in mind, since I myself have carefully investigated everything from the beginning, I too decided to write an orderly account to you, most excellent Theophilus, so that you may know the certainty of things you have been taught.
He's telling us he went around and asked a bunch of people what happened, then compiled it into something he wrote down. It was likely written more than 50 years after Christ was crucified, so how else could we understand this text other than a written account of an oral tradition? But it's important to recognize the difference between oral traditions and written history. Just like written history, archaeology, mythology, and more, they have their benefits and their limitations in terms of helping us understand the past. For example, oral histories can tell us about events that happen, but they don't generally give us a chronology. They're also not always an accurate telling of the life of a single person, but rather an amalgamation of multiple lives. For example, one of my favorite books of all time is Papillon. It's an account of a man, Henri Charrière, who was wrongly convicted of murder in France and sent to a penal colony in South America known as Devil's Island. The book tells us of life on Devil's Island, Charrière's various escape attempts, and more. Even at the time, some people questioned the truth of the book because some of the dates he gives are incorrect compared to records at Devil's Island. He admitted he probably made some mistakes along the way, but explained it by saying, "I didn't have a typewriter with me," which, honestly, I love that response. I gotta keep that one in mind. Anyway, it's now believed that most of what Charrière says was probably not true. Instead, it's an amalgamation of the stories and deeds of various prisoners on the island. Does that mean it's worthless from a historical perspective? Absolutely not. But it does mean its value from a historical perspective needs to be understood and interpreted differently. Henri Charrière probably didn't live the life he says he did, but what he's given us is essentially a written account of a series of oral traditions passed down in the culture of the Devil's Island prison. It's still a hell of a story, though. Inspired the 1973 film of the same name starring Steve McQueen and Dustin Hoffman, and the Megadeth song Devil's Island off their second record, Peace Sells But Who's Buying? Great tune, great flick. I'm realizing as I edit this that by talking about Papillon here, I'm indirectly suggesting oral histories are less trustworthy, and that couldn't be further from the truth. I just wanted an excuse to talk about one of my favorite books, and I'm sorry if I implied anything else by this choice. Anyway, all that is to say that oral tradition is an important part of understanding the past. So how can we interpret the oral history of the monks at Hanubin Monastery that Marinos was one of them? I think it makes sense to simply take it at face value. Yes, we're told Marinos came from a bunch of other places, but those stories came from much later, and they don't provide much in the way of evidence. The oral history, I think, is the most reliable one in this case. But we also have Marinos' mummified body. After his death, we're told that his body and relics were sent to Venice, except for his left arm for some reason, which they kept at Hanubin. His mummified remains were then put on display at Santa Maria Formosa Church. The remains returned to Lebanon for a little while back in 2018, but as of 2024, I'm told they were back in Venice. It's a relic that exists. We still have it. You can go see it yourself if you want. But is this his actual body or someone else's? There's no way to prove that outside of the oral tradition. It's not like they took DNA records back then or anything, you know? So we've got a body, and we've got some other assorted relics. We have a written source by an anonymous writer, and we have an oral tradition. Is this enough to believe there was a historical Marinos? Or is this all simply a pious fiction designed to teach morality? Historian Hippolyte Gallae seems to think it's the latter. In his 1907 work, The Legends of the Saints, he says, quote,
"The first question that should be addressed to an author, the value of whose work one wishes to estimate, concerns the class of literature that he professes to produce, for it would be manifestly unjust to condemn on the ground of historical inaccuracy one whose only aim was to write a work of fiction. Certain hagiographic documents are clearly of this nature. They are parables or tales designed to bring home some religious truth or some moral principle."
A hagiography, by the way, is a biography of the life of a saint. Gallae clearly believes some saints' lives are not meant to be histories in the first place, and he's probably right there. Some of them are clearly fictitious, and others just can't be confirmed one way or another. So what leads him to believe the story of Marinos is false? Well, he points out how similar it is to the lives of other saints. And it is true that there are other transmasculine saints who lived as monks. Gallae lists off a bunch of them, which gives me a nice list of future topics for this channel, but does it make sense to assume that the story of Marinos is fiction just because similar themes show up in other places? I don't think so, because these stories are different. The only common thread they have is the transness living as a monk and their transness being discovered after they die. For example, Pelagius was a prostitute and favorite of Satan who spent his life in repentance for his former sinful ways, living his remaining days as an ascetic hermit. The circumstances before his transition are wildly different. The catalyst for his transition is different, there's no mention of his father at all, and his life as a monk was different. Marinos was raised as a Christian, and Pelagius converted later in life. Pelagius was never accused of fathering a child, he was never kicked out of a monastery and later readmitted. There's so many differences here. This is true of Smaragdus as well, another transmasculine saint. You'll find his information if you search for Euphrosyne of Alexandria. Again, apologies for the dead naming. Anyway, Smaragdus's mother died early in life, so his father raised him, which is also true of Marinos, but then his father wanted to marry him off. At first he went along with it, but when he visited a monastery to get their blessing, he decided he wanted to live the life of an ascetic instead of getting married. He didn't want to join a convent because his father would find him there, so instead he got himself that stylish monk hairdo and became a monk. He took the name Smaragdus, which means emerald, but wow, what an ugly name for a beautiful thing. Latin is fun like that sometimes. Anyway, his father grieved for the loss of his only daughter and visited the abbey regularly, where Smaragdus comforted him. Then shortly before he died, he revealed to his father who he was, and after his son's death, his father joined the monastery too and lived in Smaragdus's cell. This does have some echoes, but still it's a very different story. However, if you view gender transition as a literary device, as opposed to, just a thing that people do sometimes, you might see this as derivative. I personally transitioned for lower reasons, but I don't think that's true for most trans people because most trans people aren't YouTubers. Okay, some trans people aren't YouTubers. Okay, a few aren't. There has to be one of you who isn't a video essayist. Anyway, I don't think it makes sense to discard all of these stories just because they have a few common elements to them. It may be true, however, that some of these stories are fictitious, have fictitious elements, or are derivative of earlier stories. But that doesn't mean we should throw all of these stories out. To me, I've seen no reason to believe the story of Marinos is a pious fiction. As much as is possible to believe a story written by an anonymous author from 1500 plus years ago, it seems to me as though the life of Marinos is a true story, or at least based on a true story that may have been exaggerated over time. Chapter 5. What can this story tell us? Even if Marinos was real, there's no reason to believe his story was written by him. The Marinos chronicler, whoever they were, was clearly a Christian themselves, and they make the moral of the story pretty clear at the end. Quote, "Let us then, beloved, zealously emulate the blessed Marinos and his patient endurance, so that on the day of judgment we may find mercy from our Lord Jesus Christ, to whom belongs glory and dominion to the ages of ages. Amen." In this work, his enduring of his unjust punishment is framed as a virtue, even if the punishment itself is not. We, viewing the story after the fact, understand that he didn't deserve what he endured, but he endured it anyway, with patient dignity and grace. From a Christian perspective, that's the moral of the story. But what can we take from this as modern trans people? I think it might be the same thing. Friends, you and I both know things are rough right now. We as a community are being persecuted by the Epstein class and their lapdog propagandists. We're being accused of the most horrible things imaginable by the very same people who are doing these things themselves. And in many cases, they're rolling back our rights in the name of Jesus. It's understandable then for queer and trans folks and our allies to hold a distaste for or even a hatred of Christianity. That shows in the numbers I get from Christian-centered videos I make. As I sit here writing this, filming it now. Editing it now. I'm fully expecting this video to be a dud, though I hope to be proven wrong. So why am I making it? A few reasons. First off, Marinos is clearly a transmasculine figure. And even though my transmasculine videos don't do the numbers as well, I'm committed to telling stories of trans history that represent all our community. Trans feminine stuff is awesome, and I obviously relate more to it personally, but our trans brothers deserve their flowers too. But also, I find this stuff to be healing, in a way. I know a lot of us in Queertown have a pretty strong negative response to anything related to Christianity, but that's not actually the case for me. My feelings are a little more complicated than that. That might have something to do with me not being an American and far-right Christian mania not having as much of an influence on our politics here in Canada yet. Can I get personal with you for a moment? I want to tell you about my mom. She and I have a pretty close relationship. She's always been in my corner. I get a lot of my best traits from her, I think. My drive, my entrepreneurial spirit, my style, my resilience, my showwomanship, a lot of it comes from her. I even got this outfit from her. I didn't even plan that. It just happened that way. I don't always treat her as well as I should, but I do my best because she deserves my best. She's always been there for me, and while intellectually, I know I'll probably outlive her, I don't think anyone can ever emotionally prepare for losing a parent. Last year, my mom had a cancer scare. Fortunately, they caught it early enough that she wasn't going to need chemo or radiation, but she was still going to need surgery, and soon. They found it in late September and scheduled her surgery for Halloween. I spent all of October numb. I know I did things, I know I worked, I know I went to band practice, I know I wrote, I know I did voice sessions with my clients, but I don't remember any of it. It was as though I was on autopilot, simply existing as I waited for Halloween. But as my anxiety grew, I needed somewhere to channel it. And so did my mom. She was raised Roman Catholic, and so was I. So when she told me she wanted to go to church and asked me to come with her, I was conflicted. I'd not been to a Catholic church since my nonna passed away back in 2015, and even then it was just for the funeral. But I'd considered myself an atheist for most of my adult life, and the many abuses by the Catholic Church over the millennia are well documented. And really, I had no way of knowing how people would react to my presence there. I don't know how well I pass, and honestly, it's not something I think about much. I want to be read as a woman, but I don't care if people clock me as trans because I am trans. I know I have this voice, which helps quite a bit, but you don't tend to talk during Mass, so I didn't know what sort of reactions I was going to get. But family is important, and I wanted to be there for my mom. Her prognosis was about as good as one could expect, but surgery is always risky and frightening. I thought about how awful I'd feel if I refused to go with her, and then something happened. So I went to church with my mom. And while I was there, I started praying. I went every Sunday for a couple months, actually. And I even started flirting with the idea of readopting a Christian identity for myself. But the more the world shifts in a darker, more violent direction, the more trouble I have believing in a higher power who loves us and who wants the best for us. I think of Henry Kissinger. And look, if you don't know who that is, he was one of the worst people of the 20th century. I know that's a high bar to clear, but as far as I'm concerned, he deserves to be spoken of with the same disdain as some of the biggest bastards in living memory. Think of some of the greatest horrors of the second half of the 20th century. The carpet bombing of Vietnam and Cambodia, the Bengali genocide in Bangladesh, the Indonesian invasion and occupation of East Timor, Operation Condor, which overthrew democratically elected governments in South America in favor of right-wing dictators like Augusto Pinochet, the Dirty War in Argentina. The list goes on, and Kissinger had a hand in all of them. I'm not exaggerating when I say that in terms of people who've walked the earth at the same time I have, I think he's the evilest. And he's got some heavy competition, I know. He died at 100 years old in a comfortable bed, surrounded by his loved ones. That's not fair, and it pushes me away from believing in any sort of higher power. If God truly is all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-loving, how could he allow someone who caused millions of people to die horrible, agonizing deaths to live a long, peaceful, joyous, and prosperous life? On another note, why would an all-powerful, all-knowing God allow his message to be so wildly perverted? If you look at the words attributed to Christ in the Gospels, it's clear that his main message is one of love. But as we all know, the quickest and easiest path to wealth, if you have no morals, is to pick on a minority in the name of Jesus. All that makes it really difficult for me to believe, but it also makes me hope that hell is real, because maybe there is justice in the universe. Maybe things do make sense in the end. Maybe the people who make the ruin of lives their life's work will get what they deserve. Maybe there really is a robot devil who sings musical numbers to torment the souls of the damned. So, do I believe in God? I don't know. And I'm not sure I'll ever have an answer to that question. Do you believe in God? That's your business. But regardless of our spiritual beliefs or lack thereof, we can still draw an important moral from the life of Marinos. He lived a quiet but good life, devoted to his God and to healing and helping others. And he was falsely accused of doing something terrible by someone who knew the accusation wasn't true, but who wanted to use it to cover up the truth of her own indiscretions. As a result, he endured intense hardship and suffering for years. It wasn't right. He shouldn't have had to endure what he did. But Marinos did endure with dignity and grace. And maybe that's something we can consider as modern trans people. As we look back at Marinos' story, we see a trans man who endured punishment based on a lie. So in a way, the hardship we ourselves endure today based on lies is simply the latest chapter in the millennia-long book of transgender history. I'm not saying we shouldn't fight. We should fight like hell. Don't let the story of Marinos de-radicalize you. Instead, let it encourage you. Let it drive you forward. Let it push you to work toward the end of our oppression and exploitation. Let it push you to dream of a future where we're able to exist without laboring under the heavy burden of false accusations. To paraphrase the late, great Ursula K. Le Guin, we live in a hateful world. Its power seems inescapable. So did the divine right of kings. Any human power can be resisted and changed by human beings. Resistance and change often begin in art, and very often in our art, the art of words. So continue your work, my friends. Continue your art. Continue to dream, to fight, to express your joy, to live. Continue toward a future we may at times struggle to see, because a better world is possible. And that better world will include us, because we have always existed. And so long as humanity continues to endure, so too shall we. Hi, I'm Sophie. And I'm sorry. When it comes to trans history, it's fun to hear about religious cults or mythological figures, but I think it can be difficult to see ourselves in those topics sometimes. It's fascinating to be sure, but I think to some it's a little too academic, a little too detached. Don't think I'm through making videos on those topics, but I can't let myself get too lost in tangents, no matter how much I may want to. I've doted too much on the others lately, and I've neglected you, my rugged individuals. Don't worry, though. Mommy's here for you. Today we're talking about Christianity, and I promise this time we're not getting into castration. Mostly. We've already talked about early Christianity and some of the gender happening there, but transgender history in the Christian tradition extends further than cutting off your— Damn it, I said we were going to get into that. Today we're talking about Saint Pelagia. No, not Saint Pelagia of Tarsus, Saint Pelagia of Antioch. No, not Saint Pelagia of Antioch, Saint Pelagia of Antioch. Anyone else having Mithridates flashbacks here? Saint Pelagia of Antioch, distinguished as Saint Pelagia the Harlot, transcended the boundaries of gender in his society and lived as a man for the later years of his life. From here on out, I'll be referring to him generally as Pelagius, the name he took for himself. But there are already a lot of early Christian figures named Pelagius. In fact, there are 7 Saints Pelagius aside from our boy, including 2 popes. But there are fewer Saints Pelagia, and that's how the church recognizes him. So that's why I used Pelagia in the title here, to make things easier from like an SEO perspective. My apologies, Pelagius. I hope you can forgive me. Anyway, today we're going to spend some time with Pelagius. We'll start with some background knowledge about the spiritual tradition of which he was a part, the Desert Fathers. From there, we'll dig into the beats of his life as best we understand it. Then, we'll analyze the story, address some questions that come up, and take a look at what it can mean to us as modern readers of trans history. As we explore this topic, I'll do my best to maintain respect for the subject matter. My intention is not to denigrate anybody's faith or lack thereof, and I genuinely do apologize in advance if I end up offending anybody. That is not my goal here. Leftist YouTube has plenty of smug condescension, and I really don't think it's terribly helpful in any capacity. But historically, theologians haven't paid much interest in the study of saints. That's changed in more recent years, but the lives of many saints haven't been explored as much as they could be. So there's not a lot of writing out there on Pelagius, which made this video a bit more of a challenge than usual. But what we have is pretty interesting, I think. I hope you'll agree. Bestow your likes, your comments, your subscribes below if you believe, as I do, that trans people deserve to know and own and understand our history. Those simple acts go a long way toward making that happen. You can also support the channel on Patreon or as a YouTube channel member, where you'll get early access to videos, your name in the credits, access to our private Discord server, a free ebook copy of my novel, The Bottom Line, it's right up there, and more. In fact, you can actually get into heaven sooner if you do that. It's true. And the more you tithe to Patreon, the faster you'll get into heaven. It's actually, yeah, it's a great way to... Martin Luther, is that you again? Chapter 1. The Desert Fathers. Historical tales are wonderful in their own right, of course, but nobody lives in a vacuum, except maybe the guy who lives here. This video is sponsored by Even hermits, which we'll be exploring in this section, are a product of the society in which they lived and from which they left. So, to properly understand Pelagius, we need to understand the cultural context in which he lived and the cultural tradition of which he was a part. That means we need to understand the Desert Fathers. What we call the Desert Fathers was a loose group of fiercely devoted Christians who left their societies to live lives of extreme poverty and self-denial. The original Desert Father is considered to be Paul of Thebes. The Egyptian Thebes, not the Greek Thebes. It's confusing, I know. Thebes was originally called Wosa by the native Egyptians, but it became Thebes when it fell under the rule of the Ptolemies, the descendants of one of Alexander the Great's generals. I guess it's kind of like Mumbai being called Bombay, huh? The colonizers didn't like the way it was originally pronounced, so they changed it to match their own sensibilities. Anyway, Paul of Wosa's story starts during the reign of the emperors Decius, who ruled from 249 to 251 CE, and Valerian from 253 to 260 CE. For reference, Elagabalus ruled from 218 to 222 CE, so these guys were shortly after that. Persecution of Christians was particularly intense during their reigns. In fact, Decius was the first emperor to persecute Christians at an organized, consistent, statewide level. Now, many early Christians saw it as a great honor to die by the sword in the name of Christ. But persecution of Christians wasn't just a matter of killing. St. Jerome tells us there was also widespread torture of Christians. It wasn't enough to kill them. The Roman authorities wanted to break the souls of their victims first. Of course, plenty of them would end up dying in the process, including the Pope himself, Pope Fabian. This is the environment in which Paul, a good Christian boy, was raised. But these two emperors got what they deserved in the end. The writer Aurelius Victor tells us Decius was betrayed and killed while on campaign near the Danube after ruling for just a couple of years, and Valerian was actually captured after a disastrous battle with the Persians. He died after 6 years in captivity, during which time the Persian king used him as a footstool. Brutal. Paul's parents died when he was still quite young, so he lived with his sister and her husband. But his parents were rich, so he inherited quite a bit of money. His brother-in-law coveted Paul's wealth, so he decided to turn Paul over to the Roman authorities. As I said, they didn't like Christians very much at the time. His sister begged her husband not to do this, but to no avail. Paul figured out what was going on, so he fled the city, which, by the way, is now the modern Egyptian city of Luxor, into the mountains to escape. There, he found an old mine and a counterfeiting operation, both abandoned from the time of Antony and Cleopatra. And there he stayed for the rest of his life, in pious solitude. He lived a long time out there as well, to the ripe old age of 113. Talk about commitment to a bit. So Paul is considered the OG Sandpapa, but the most well-known was another guy, St. Anthony. St. Jerome talks about him a bit, but our main source for his life comes from another saint, Athanasius. Anthony's life has some similarities to Paul's. He was also from Egypt and also from a wealthy family. His parents, being Christians, brought him up in the church, and he spent a lot of time in quiet meditation from a young age. When his parents died at age 18 or 20, we're not sure, he was left to care for his younger sister. One day while at church, Anthony heard the gospel being read. In particular, he heard a passage from the book of Matthew, chapter 19, which says, quote,
Jesus said to him, "If you wish to be perfect, go, sell your possessions and give the money to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Then come, follow me."
All biblical passages will be from the 2021 New Revised Standard Version, by the way. St. Athanasius only mentions that passage, but right after it is even more of a banger, which you might be familiar with. Quote,
When the young man heard this word, he went away grieving, for he had many possessions. Then Jesus said to his disciples, "Truly I tell you, it will be hard for a rich person to enter the kingdom of heaven. Again, I tell you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for someone who is rich to enter the kingdom of God."
The book of Matthew is full of fantastic lines. In fact, that's where the bit about transcending your gender being something that brings you closer to heaven comes from, if you saw the last video we looked at on gender in early Christianity. It's my favorite part of the Bible, top shelf stuff. So it's nearly impossible for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. And yet, certain rich people these days cloak themselves in the garb of religion to further their own lust for power and control. It makes me wonder if a certain of these wealthy individuals isn't actually the Antichrist. But I digress. After hearing this passage, Anthony was so moved that he sold all his possessions he could and gave them to the needy in his town. He set up a trust for his sister and sent her to a convent of nuns to be cared for. Then he sought out various hermetic monks, learning their ways, and became a hermit himself, though he did return here and there to teach others about Christianity. Paul and Anthony lived around the same time, and at 90 years old, Anthony had a dream that told him Paul was a better hermit than he was, so he should go find him. He wandered off in search of Paul and faced all sorts of supernatural temptations along the way. There's some fantastic art about his journey, which is a lot of fun. Anyway, Anthony and Paul are the two most well-known of the parched patriarchs, but there were plenty more of them, and not all of them were men either. It also wasn't really an official group. There were no monthly meetings or membership dues or anything like that, and that's kind of the point. They were hermits who lived alone in the desert. Sure, Paul fled into the desert to escape persecution by the state, so it's easy to assume that that's what this was, like an exercise in desperation, in necessity. But here's the thing. The empire Paul left was pagan, but it became Christianized during his life. And he did know about it because the Emperor Constantine, who officially declared the empire to be tolerant of Christianity through the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, wrote to him asking for prayers. So he could easily have returned and probably would have been given great honors by the emperor if he did, but he didn't. Some of the other Sandy sires became hermits long after Christianity became the official state religion as well. So Christianity's legal status doesn't really seem to have mattered for many of them. So it's not just the persecution. It's also not because the desiccated dads were like antisocial weirdos or anything like that. It's tempting to think of them that way, and maybe some of them were, but that wasn't the primary guiding force behind their devotion. In fact, the hot paws shared wisdom with each other quite a bit. One common thread I find particularly interesting is how skeptical many of them seemed of the idea of a Christian state in the first place. Separation of church and state has become an ideal in the modern world we strive and often fail to live up to. But it's more than just a philosophy to create a more just society. It's a necessity. To be a good Christian, according to the Dune Daddies, is to live a life of poverty and humility. And it's not possible to be that while also being powerful. So in a way, we might look at the Sahara Seniors as almost proto-anarchist. They seem to have a deep mistrust of the state, which mood. Instead, the path to get closer to God, to spiritual enlightenment, was asceticism. This is the idea of abstaining entirely from worldly pleasures. When the solitary sires deprived themselves physically, they could develop a greater inner spiritual life. The lives and wisdom of the perspiring progenitors, I know we're getting diminishing returns on these here, are passed to us through a number of different collections. We'll be drawing from many of them, but the main one we're looking at today is called the Vitae Patrum, or Lives of the Fathers. It includes a number of different writers, including Jacob the Deacon, who's also sometimes called James. A deacon is an ordained member of the church, a rank below priest. It comes from the Greek word diakonos, which means servant or messenger. They are sort of assistants to the priest, which is a role they still serve today. Jacob the Deacon's writings are how we know the story of St. Pelagius. He originally wrote it in Greek, but the version we have is a Latin translation by someone named Eustochius. We don't know anything about either of them, though, unfortunately, other than what we can draw from the text itself. But Nonnus, a character in the story we'll explore momentarily, is mentioned in a few ecclesiastical documents outside of this story. Based on that, we believe Jacob the Deacon's story takes place in the 5th century CE, the mid-400s. For those following along at home, the Roman Empire permanently split in half in the year 395 CE. After that point, there were 2 empires Roman who existed as independent states. Around the time the story was written, the Western Empire didn't have much life left in it. It would fall by the year 476 or 480 CE, depending on who you ask. After that point, it's considered to be the end of antiquity and the beginning of the medieval era, so this story just barely squeaks through as a topic that interests me enough to cover. The story of Pelagius is going to be fairly quote-heavy as well, since Jacob gives us a bunch of words he attributes to Pelagius. I doubt they're anywhere near his actual words, but just in case they are, I think they're worth preserving and presenting here. I'll also be preserving the gender of Pelagius as described at the time within the quotes we're looking at. And I do apologize in advance to my trans mask viewers, but the life of Pelagius is actually pretty well laid out in Jacob's writing, and the story doesn't really make sense if I change the pronouns. Outside of the quotes, I'll be using mostly they, them, and I know this is far from ideal. I get it, and I'm sorry. It is not my intention to disrespect anybody's identity, but the story doesn't really make sense, and it doesn't really have the same readability otherwise. I hope this will become clear as we get further into it. Without further ado. Chapter 2. The Legend of Pelagius. Jacob the Deacon's story begins when the Bishop of Antioch calls all the other bishops in the area to confer with him. There's very little left of Antioch today, but it was in modern-day southern Turkey, pretty close to its border with Syria. Jacob is from Edessa, which is also in modern-day southern Turkey, about 300 kilometers northeast of Antioch. Today it's called Senlurfa, and it's close to the site of Göbekli Tepe, one of the oldest known megaliths built by humans. In fact, it's about 6,000 years older than Stonehenge. Very cool, worth checking out, not the point of this video. So, Jacob accompanies his bishop, Nonnus, to the conference, and my friends, Jacob is absolutely a Nonnus fanboy. He describes his bishop as that saintly man of God, my own bishop, Nonnus, a man marvelous great and a mighty monk of the monastery. This guy loves his bishop, and honestly, good for him. I'm glad he got to spend so much time with somebody he admired. We should all be so lucky. Together, they stayed in the Basilica of the Blessed Julian the Martyr, but I imagine they didn't just, sleep on the church pews or something. I guess they had some lodgings there as well. As they all conferred, they saw a group of actors and dancers pass by on the street of Antioch, and leading the pack was Pelagius. Jacob describes the scene, quote,
First of the dancers was she, and riding on an ass, and with all fantastic graces did she ride, so decked that naught could be seen upon her but gold and pearls and precious stones. The very nakedness of her feet was hidden under gold and pearls, and with her was a splendid train of young men and maidens clad in robes of price, with torques of gold about their necks. Some went before and some came after her, but of the beauty and the loveliness of her there could be no wearying for a world of men. Passing through our midst, she filled the air with the fragrance of musk, and of all scents that are sweetest.
After they all saw this, the various attendees turned away in disgust, despite the fact that, based on the description a moment ago, Jacob at least was clearly into it. I picture them doing that good Victorian lady thing, all fainting dramatically. All of them, that is, except for Nonnus. He asked the rest of them if the sight of such great beauty delighted them, because he definitely enjoyed it. And I mean, he really enjoyed it. He spends a long paragraph going into detail about their beauty, their bathing habits, what happens when they take lovers, and on and on and on. But he also admonishes himself and the rest of the bishops for not being as devoted to making their souls beautiful for God as this prostitute was in making their body beautiful for clients. Then he goes to bed and curses himself for being so into this. The next day, Nonnus gave a sermon at the church. Apparently it was a pretty good one too, since Jacob says, quote,
So stirred were all the people by the words which the Holy Ghost spake through him, that the pavement of the church was wet with their tears.
Pelagius just happened to be there as well, who was equally moved. Jacob describes their revelation in an equally moving way.
For a marvel, she to whom never had come a thought of her sins, and who never had been inside of a church door, was suddenly stricken with the fear of God, as the good Nonnus reasoned with the people, and despairing of herself, she fell to sorrow, her tears falling in streams, and she in no way able to check her weeping.
I've spoken to people before who've had deeply spiritual, religious experiences, and they described it with a similar level of profundity, and sometimes with the same level of despair and sorrow. Personally, the closest I've ever come to a religious experience is while listening to some of my favorite records. Judas Priest's Unleashed in the East, Booker T and the MG's Melting Pot, Frank Ocean's Channel Orange, Dark Throne's The Underground Resistance, all great records, check them out, and a few choice others. So I do get it, in a bit of a different way, the idea that what you're experiencing will fundamentally change you. Anyway, this was clearly a big deal for Pelagius. They told 2 of their slaves to wait outside the church, find out where Nonnus was staying, and then report back. Once they did, Pelagius sent Nonnus a letter, which said, quote, To Christ's holy disciple, the devil's disciple, and woman that is a sinner. I have heard of thy God, that he bowed the heavens, and came down to earth not for the good men's sake, but that he might save sinners, and that he was so humble that he drew near to publicans, and he on whom the cherubim dare not look, kept company with sinners. And thou, my Lord, who art a great saint, although thou hast not looked with the eyes of the flesh on the Lord Christ himself, who showed himself that Samaritan woman, and her a harlot, at the well, yet art thou a worshipper of him, for I have heard the talk of the Christians. If indeed thou art a true disciple of this Christ, spurn me not, desiring through thee to see the Savior, that through thee I may come at the sight of his holy face. I'm not sure how accurately Pelagius's letter is reproduced here, even if we do take into account the fact that it's a translation of a translation. But if Pelagius was, as they say, a prostitute and an actor, they probably weren't this eloquent with their words. They wouldn't have needed to be. So Nonnus wrote back, essentially saying Pelagius was far too beautiful and tempting for the 2 to meet alone, so they could come talk to him with all the other bishops present as well. And yes, I'm serious, it's a little silly. Anyway, Pelagius showed up, fell to Nonnus's feet, and begged to be baptized. Nonnus was reluctant to, though. After all, Pelagius was a prostitute, and what guarantee did he have that they wouldn't just return to their old ways? That's when Pelagius shows us they really were deserving of baptism by delivering one of the most devastating displays of Catholic guilt I have ever seen. Quote, Thou shalt answer to God for my soul, and on thee shall I charge all the evil of my deeds, if thou dost delay to baptize me in my foul sin. No portion mayst thou find in God's house among the saints, if thou makest me not a stranger to my sin. Mayst thou deny God and worship idols, if thou dost not this day have me born again, bride to Christ, and offer me to God. Ooh, I'm feeling guilty by proxy here. Anyway, it worked. They decided that Pelagius deserved to be baptized, so they fetched a deaconess to take care of it. The deaconess asked Pelagius to confess their sins, and they responded with, quote, If I were to search my whole heart, I could find in myself no good thing. I know my sins, that they are heavier than the sands of the sea. The waters of it are too scant for the mass of my sin.
But I trust in thy God that he will loosen the load of my wrongdoing and will look upon me.
Geez, Pelagius really just said all of the above. Afterwards, Nonnus asked their names since I guess the bishops forgot to ask, and Pelagius responds, quote,
My own name was Pelagia, that my mother and father gave me, but the townsfolk of Antioch call me Margarita because of the pearls wherewith they did jewel my sins, for I was the devil's jewel and his armory.
So why do I keep calling them Pelagius? Stay with me here, we'll get to it. So they baptized Pelagius and partook in Holy Communion together, but apparently Satan wasn't happy about this. He showed up, shouting at them for stealing his favorite, and yes, I'm still serious. I'm going to include this quote in here as well, even though it's not from Pelagius, because honestly, it's just kind of amazing. Satan said, quote,
Oh, woe is me, for the things I suffer from this decrepit old man. Might not the 30,000 Saracens have been enough for thee, that thou didst wrest from me and baptize, and offer to thy God? Might not Heliopolis have been enough for thee? That was mine, and all the people in it worshipping me, and thou didst wrest it from me, and offer it to thy God. And now thou hast stolen my greatest hope, and no longer can I endure thy machinations. Oh, the evil this accursed wretch hath brought upon me! Cursed be the day in which thou wast born. Rivers of tears are flooding my poor house, for all hope is lost.
I had no idea Satan was such a melodramatic drama queen, jeez. Anyway, Satan goes on, addressing Pelagius in particular, trying to tempt them back to his side. He even calls Pelagius my own Judas. Satan is clearly a Catholic too, because man, look at that guilt trip. Again, top quality. After that though, Pelagius does the sign of the cross and poof, there goes Satan. 2 days later, Satan comes back, waking Pelagius up in the middle of the night, bringing some more guilt trips. And Pelagius tells him, quote,
My God, who snatched me from thy jaws and brought me to his heavenly couch himself, shall fight thee for me.
And poof, there goes Satan again. The next day, they asked one of the attendants to go to their house and make a list of anything valuable they found. Once the attendant did so, Pelagius went to Nonnus and said, quote,
These, my lord, are the riches wherewith Satan endowed me. I give them to thee to do with as thou wilt, and what seems good to thee, that do. For it is the riches of the Lord Christ that I am fain of now.
Then Nonnus called the church treasurer, and Pelagius gave all their stuff to him, saying, quote,
I adjure thee by the indivisible Trinity that naught of this shall go to the episcopal treasury or to the church, but rather be allotted to the widows and orphans and the poor, so that what was gotten together by ill may be dispersed to good, and the wealth of a sinner becomes the treasury of righteousness. But if, in contempt of thine oath, aught of this be stolen, let a curse enter either by thee or by some other, whosoever he be, into his house. And let his portion be with those who said, Crucify him, crucify him.
Oh man, I couldn't possibly steal after hearing something like that, could you? It would tear me apart for the rest of my life. I couldn't steal enough to buy enough therapy to deal with the guilt from that one. When I was a lot younger, I was taking drum lessons and stiffed the guy $20 after my last session. So just recently, I dropped $50 in his mailbox with a letter explaining it. I don't even know if he works there anymore, but stuff like that eats me alive if I don't take care of it, you know? Am I treating this episode like a confessional booth now? Lord have mercy. Anyway, Pelagius also freed their slaves, which was a pretty cool thing of them to do. Then, Nonnus gave Pelagius his cloak and tunic, and they took off. The rest of the bishops and deacons and holy cats, and everyone else in Antioch for that matter, had no idea what happened to Pelagius, but Nonnus reassured them all that they had chosen a holy path. So, they moved on with their lives. But a few years later, Jacob the deacon visited Jerusalem, wanting to see the site of the resurrection of Christ. Before he went, Nonnus said to him, quote,
I tell thee, brother deacon, when thou dost reach Jerusalem, inquire there for a certain brother Pelagius, a monk and a eunuch, who has lived these many years shut up and in solitude. If so be thou mightst visit him, for thou mightst well profit by him.
So he did. He found Pelagius living in a tiny cell they'd created on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem, praying. Pelagius recognized Jacob, but he didn't recognize Pelagius. After all, Pelagius was living as a man. Jacob described how different Pelagius looked when the two reunited, saying he was, quote, wasted and haggard with fasting. This jives with the life of extreme asceticism Pelagius lived in his final years. The two prayed together, and James went on his way. From there, Pelagius became famous among the holy crowd for his piety and devotion, so Jacob decided to travel to Jerusalem again to visit him. He knocked on Pelagius' cell several times, but there was no answer, so he peeked in through the window and found Pelagius had died. A group of various monks visited Pelagius' cell, opened it, carried out his body, and began anointing it with myrrh. Then they discovered Pelagius' gender assigned at birth. From there, they carried Pelagius to his grave and buried him as a woman. Chapter 3. How accurate is this story? So this story is presented in a historical, straightforward sort of way. We know Bishop Nonus was a real guy, as mentioned earlier, and it's reasonable to assume Jacob the deacon was also a real guy. It's all quite grounded and quite believable. But then Satan himself shows up, and not to contradict the Leuven brothers or anything, but I think that begs the question of how historically accurate this story actually is. Well, it depends on who you ask. The Catholic Church does recognize Pelagius as Saint Pelagia the Harlot. He even has an official feast day on October 8th. Maybe that should be like an official holiday for trans guys. Trans girls, cook your trans guy pals a nice meal on October 8th. Let's treat our bros. They deserve it. But does the church believe every recognized saint was a real person? This question leads us into the reason why the Catholic Church decides who is and isn't a saint in the first place. These days, it's a pretty complicated process, which is probably not surprising. When an organization has been around for 2,000 years, there's bound to be some red tape that shows up. Starting in the 6th century CE, if you wanted someone to become a saint, you'd write a biography of them and submit it to your local bishop. He'd review it, and if he thought their life was holy enough, he'd canonize that person. Ta-da! You got a saint. In the 10th century CE, the Pope started to get involved, and since then, you need the holy approval of the guy in the hat to canonize a saint. But Pelagius lived in the 5th century CE, as we mentioned earlier, so none of that applies to him. How was he canonized? In his time, the process was based on popular acclaim. If the people wanted you to be a saint, you were a saint. Vox populi, vox Dei. The voice of the people, the voice of God. Essentially, he was a saint because the people wanted him to be a saint. As a result, the older a saint is, the wackier their story is likely to be. There are fewer checks and balances in place to confirm anything. Some sources claim this story to be a pious fiction, which is a phrase that was new to me while researching this video. It does seem to be self-explanatory, but I actually had a hard time finding a definition of it. There's a Wikipedia definition, and then a whole bunch of other websites that very clearly are just copying the same definition. I searched Google, JSTOR, Merriam-Webster, Oxford, Cambridge, Britannica, Dictionary.com, and the Catholic Encyclopedia. Nothing. So the Wikipedia definition is what we have to work with, but it doesn't even provide any useful citations to support it. That really sucks. But what are you gonna do? I don't have anything more useful. Anyway, Wiktionary defines pious fiction as, quote, a fictional, often religious narrative presented as true by its author to accomplish some altruistic motive. So I guess it means more than just like a Catholic person who writes a novel that has some Catholic themes in it, you know? Anyway, the website Catholic Online claims the story of Pelagius is a pious fiction, but I can't find any other sources that claim this that aren't obviously referencing the Catholic Online bit. What evidence do we have that Pelagius' story is a pious fiction? Catholic Online doesn't provide any, and I've not been able to find anything anywhere else. So unless and until I'm furnished with some evidence, I'm going to disregard this idea. Other than the bits about Satan showing up, I don't see anything about this story that's difficult to believe. Around these here parts, we need evidence to back up our claims. But what was it that made Pelagius so special? Why did the people want him to be a saint? I've got a thread we can tug on here. First, let's start with pre-transition Pelagius, the most prolific prostitute in town. This is actually almost a type of Catholic stock character, the harlot, and it serves a couple of different thematic purposes. One is to serve as a reminder to the holy cats around them. Pambo, one of the desert fathers we haven't mentioned yet, was born around 303 CE in Egypt and was ordained as a priest in 340 CE. At some point he wandered off into the desert as well. One of the anecdotes ascribed to him has some striking similarities to Nonnus's reaction to Pelagius. Quote, Athanasius, Archbishop of Alexandria of holy memory, begged Abba Pambo to come down from the desert to Alexandria. He went down, and seeing an actress, he began to weep. Those who were present asked him the reason for his tears, and he said, 2 things make me weep. 1, the loss of this woman, and the other that I am not so concerned to please God as she is to please wicked men. This nameless woman inspired such a deep crisis of faith in Pambo that he seems to have completely fallen apart here. But that's very much the same reaction Nonnus had when seeing Pelagius for the first time. Pelagius was more concerned with staying beautiful and therefore pleasing to men than Nonnus was with being faithful to God. In Pambo's story, the woman is completely robbed of her agency and even of any identity in service to a man's piety. You could have a field day with a feminist analysis of this story, I'm sure. So Pelagius starts off being entirely focused on physical beauty to the complete neglect of any spiritual life. But in the end, he neglects his physical appearance entirely in exchange for a complete dedication to spirituality. Great sin is turned around and becomes great virtue through Christ. This is the second thematic purpose served by the harlot. Going from the sexiest lady prostitute in town to a deeply religious man of renown is really something. Even without the gender swap, it's quite a striking shift. If someone like that can achieve salvation, there's hope for any sinner. But this casts physical beauty itself as a sin. Is it wrong to be attractive? Mother Teresa said, quote, seeking the face of God in everything, everyone, all the time, and his hand in every happening. This is what it means to be contemplative in the heart of the world. Mother Teresa's writings are not the Bible, obviously. But if we were to take that idea to heart, that the face of God is in every living person, why are we to shame those who care for their physical beauty? To neglect one's inner self in favor of physical beauty might lead to a vapid, empty life, but do we need to completely cast aside one in favor of the other? Can I still contemplate the secrets of the universe if I have a proper skincare routine? Can I read Plato in a cute, fashionable outfit? Linguam Latinam intelligere et come facere possum? If, as in 1 Corinthians 6:19, our bodies are the temples of God, why is it wrong for that temple to be beautiful? Because of the effect it has on the men around us? That seems to be a problem with men, not with women. As it says in Matthew 18:9, if your eye causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away. Matthew showing up with the bangers once again. Yet in this story, Pambo is so deeply shaken by a nameless woman's beauty that he falls to pieces. Of course, they refer to this woman as an actress, and that word is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. In ancient Rome, actresses and prostitutes were often synonymous. Both were considered to be the dregs of society, both were shunned from public life, and both were forbidden from holding office. Not that women could hold public office in Rome anyway, but this applied to male prostitutes and male actresses as well. Actors and gladiators were assumed to be available to provide service to the public. This is a cultural context Jacob the deacon would have understood while he was writing. So it's not like they were wigging out after seeing the ancient equivalent of like Jennifer Lawrence or something. So in this context, when we're talking about actors, we're talking about prostitutes and vice versa. In the Bible, the harlot is a metaphor for unfaithfulness. It's adultery, yes, but more than that, it's spiritual unfaithfulness, and not just a lack of faithfulness in the individual, but in society as a whole. Anyway, is it the prostitute to monk path that makes Pelagius so saintly? Is that the core theme of his story? I think so, but there's something else happening here as well. Because look, one of the core themes of Christianity is salvation. We are all sinners, everyone. Nobody, from the Pope to the prostitute, is without sin. There are only those who have achieved salvation through Christ and those who have not, according to Catholicism. So when we look at how the Romans viewed prostitutes, lowly, shunned individuals and consider the idea of the reformed prostitute, it would have been a powerful symbol of salvation. Even the lowest of the low could be saved. So not surprisingly, there are plenty of reformed prostitutes in the Christian tradition. For example, let's look at Saint Mary of Egypt, who's not to be confused with the two more famous saints Mary, Mary Mother of God and Mary Magdalene, companion of Christ. This is a different Mary. The general story of Saint Mary of Egypt is this. She lived a life of licentiousness, seducing men and having her fun. One day, she decides to go join some pilgrims on their way to Jerusalem. She seduces her companions along the way, and she doesn't slow down once they all reach Jerusalem. But one day, she decided to go to the church where the true cross was on display. This is the actual cross where Christ was crucified on Calvary. Say that 5 times fast. When she tried to enter the church, an invisible force stopped her from entering. This made her realize her sinful life, and she repented and prayed to Mary, Mother of Christ, for help. The next day, she tried entering the church again and found the barrier was gone. After she did her thing at the church, she left Jerusalem, traveled across the River Jordan, and lived out in the desert for 47 years. Eventually, a priest, Zosima, stumbled upon her. The two of them had communion together. Mary died, and Zosima buried her. You can see a number of parallels here with Pelagius. A life of sin, a moment of realization, and a lifetime finished in solitude and repentance. But at no point does Saint Mary live as a man. She's not called like Saint Marius or whatever. Here's another one, Saint Thais. She too practiced her trade in Egypt. Apparently she was so popular that her various lovers got into physical fights over her. One of the desert fathers, Paphnutius, Gesundheit, heard about her and visited her in disguise. He warned Thais about her sinful ways and that she would be held to account for her actions after death. As a result, Thais ditched all her stuff and lived out in the desert in a cell, praying to God for repentance. Again, similar story, but Saint Thais didn't trans her gender. She wasn't Saint Thaddeus or anything like that. There are other examples as well, but Saints Thais and Mary should illustrate the point well enough. Why did Pelagius' story involve him transing his gender when these other stories didn't? I've seen the argument made that it was for safety, that it wouldn't have been safe for a woman to travel alone in the desert, and all right, that's reasonable, I get it. I don't really feel safe walking around alone at night myself, and I live in a pretty quiet area in one of the safest countries in the world. But if that's the reason, why didn't Mary or Thais do the same? In fact, in Thais' story, she's sent to a nunnery where she's given her desert cell. With Pelagius, a deaconess, Ramona, plays a big role in his conversion. The way Jacob explains it, it seems like Pelagius was to be sent to a nunnery just like Thais was. But instead of doing so, he disappears in the middle of the night and joins a brotherhood of monks. Clearly there were nunneries who would have taken Pelagius in. Why would Pelagius go to a monastery instead? Why indeed? Maybe Pelagius wanted to get so far from his previous life of sin and vice that he changed everything about himself, even his gender. But once again, we run into the same barrier. Why is this the case for Pelagius and not for the other examples we've looked at? Pelagius could have joined a convent and lived as a repentant woman, but he didn't. He joined a monastery and lived as a repentant man. He didn't have to do that. There isn't anything here that would explain why he lived as Pelagius after converting that can't be safely set aside after viewing the lives of Mary and Thais, except of course the explanation that Pelagius was a transgender man. Chapter 4. What can we take from this? So, what do we make of this story? From what we can tell, Pelagius seemed to have fully embraced femininity and played a woman's role in society to the best of his ability. He seems to have made quite a beautiful woman as well originally, but after converting to Christianity, he spent his final years living as a man. If you spend enough time hanging around trans people, you'll inevitably meet people who tried really, really hard to embrace their gender assigned at birth. Men, women, non-binaries, it doesn't matter. If you feel like your gender assigned at birth doesn't fit, it's easy to think that maybe it's because you're just not trying hard enough. Is that what happened here? It's easy to interpret it that way. I've mentioned in the past that I was raised Catholic, and I still feel a fair amount of affinity toward the church. Feel free to point out all the problems with it, And I'll happily agree with you on a lot of them, I'm sure. But the world is a complicated and messy place, isn't it? Once upon a time, I was deeply religious. When I was a teenager, I prayed to God every night to make me a woman, but those prayers were never answered. So I took matters into my own hands. From there, I was a hardline atheist. Living with chronic anxiety and depression isn't a great time, and it felt more comforting to me to know that one day I just wouldn't exist anymore. So all those feelings would just go away. It felt inconceivable to me that I could exist in a way that didn't involve constant misery. But as more and more of the new atheist crowd goes all in on the far-right reactionary junk, I'm realizing that a lot of them really are the jackasses they always seemed to be. They're no closer to providing any real answers than anybody else's. This might be a half-baked idea, a bit of a first draft, if you will, but I think a lot about the type of person who defines themselves in opposition to another group and why they so often end up emulating their opponent's worst qualities, whether real or perceived. So many anti-Christian new atheists end up queerphobes, just like the conservative Christians they claim to despise. Dyed-in-the-wool Democrats are just as prone to magical thinking and detaching from reality as the MAGA crowd is. And professional sad sack Graham Linehan, who spends all his time imagining predatory men disguising themselves as trans women to sneak into women's spaces, disguised himself as a trans woman and snuck into a woman's only space. Motivational guru Jim Rohn once said, "You are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." But in the modern world, where so many of us spend most of our time online, it might be more accurate to say you are the average of the people that you think about the most. If you're obsessing over your foes, they're bound to influence you. So there has to be something guiding you beyond, "I don't like them." For me, one of those guiding forces is the belief that individuals know what their needs are better than anybody else does and better than hierarchical organizations do. For example, I don't understand trans men. I understand not aligning with the gender you were assigned at birth, obviously, but my entire experience with masculinity involved wanting to get as far away from it as I could. I'm sure a lot of trans men feel the same way about femininity. I also don't understand people who use neopronouns. I use she, her pronouns exclusively, but I understand that gender can be a complex and confusing thing to navigate. The way I understand it, people who use neopronouns are finding new ways to make sense of their genders, and that's really cool. But none of that really matters at the end of the day. If you're a trans man or a neopronoun user, or both, I don't need to understand the deeper nuance of who you are to understand that you understand who you are better than I do and better than the government does. I have a strong mistrust of authority and hierarchies, and the Catholic Church is about as hierarchical as it gets. At the same time, when I consider that this life is all we get, that's a bitter pill to swallow. So where does that leave me? What's more comforting to me? Eternal life in heaven, or ceasing to exist? As I write this, I haven't figured it out yet. Maybe I never will. But that's enough about my existential crisis here. What can Pelagius tell us? We don't have any writing attributed to him, so in terms of knowing his inner thoughts, that's not something we can understand. Whether or not he felt what we might consider today to be gender dysphoria, we don't know. And barring some miraculous discovery of his heretofore unknown writings, we never will. So when it comes to interpreting many ancient stories like this, we've only got an outsider's perspective, that of the person who wrote about them. And based on what we have, Pelagius was someone assigned female at birth, who lived as a woman before living out his final years as a man. Susan Stryker's definition of transgender, in a historical sense, is, quote, "People who move away from the gender they were assigned at birth. People who cross over the boundaries constructed by their culture to define and contain their gender." Based on that, the story of Pelagius is very clearly a transgender one. Having been raised in the Catholic tradition, it's heartbreaking to see the hatred being spewed out into the world in the name of God. But if you look at the Gospels and the words attributed to Christ himself, you get love and not much else. So where's the disconnect here? Even in the Bible, a common theme I've noticed is that of the people misunderstanding and misinterpreting the words of Christ. So maybe that's what Christianity is and always will be. Humans are, after all, fallible. Tori Otten wrote back in 2023 about how the evangelical church was in a deep crisis of faith over the fact that so-called Christians interpreted the words of Christ as liberal talking points. The idea of loving your enemy and of turning the other cheek seems incompatible to the Christian far right, who seem hell-bent on the destruction of anyone they find distasteful, no matter how much it hurts them. And yes, I'm aware that evangelicals are not Catholics, but the point remains. If you style yourself as a follower of Christ, but you discard the words of Christ, what does that make you? What are you at that point? Among many other things, the story of Pelagius gives us a saint, somebody who, by definition, enjoys eternal life in heaven, who fits the historical definition of transgender. Of course, there are thousands of officially recognized saints in the Catholic tradition, so it's likely that most Catholics aren't aware of Pelagius. If you, like me, were raised as a Catholic or in any Christian tradition, it might feel equally heartbreaking to see what's being done in the name of a religion that may once have brought you great comfort in your darkest hours. But if God is real, if the church really does hold the keys to the kingdom of God, then we have a place in it just like anybody else. In this life or the next, we have always existed. And so long as humanity continues to endure, so too shall we. What if I told you that there's an order of trans girl priestesses who practiced in the ancient Mediterranean for 1,000 years, and that I've got the evidence to prove it, and that this time I'm not talking about the Inaris. Have I got your attention yet? Previously on this channel, we talked about the Gallae, an order of transgender priestesses in Rome who originally came from the Near East, just like the Inaris did. Turns out there are a lot of trans feminine priestesses who came from the Near East. I haven't even covered all of them on the channel yet. Maybe there's a connection. I don't know. I haven't found one yet, but I will. One of these days. At least, that's what I'm telling myself. The Gallae were the devotees of the goddess Kabel, who originated in Phrygia, central Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, before making their way to the Roman Republic. We've done a general overview of them already, which you can find in a previous video on the channel. I'll probably link it around there somewhere. But the more I get into these topics, the more I realize there's just too much information to cover in a single video. Besides, people frequently have questions about these topics after the fact, and, I try to be thorough, but I can't possibly think of everything, so we're jumping into the Gallae again. If you're new to this channel, welcome. I'm Sophie, and this is We Have Always Existed. It's a show where we explore the wealth of transgender histories in the ancient Mediterranean. If you're new to the topic of the Gallae, you may want to watch the previous video first. I'll do my best to keep this self-contained, but you may have some questions at the end, which that previous video will hopefully answer. And if it doesn't, and even if it does, honestly, ask them in the comments below. Maybe the answer will warrant another video. But one thing I didn't cover much in detail is what we know of the spiritual practices of the Gallae themselves. I know the idea of better understanding the rituals of ancient trans priestesses is important to a lot of you. More than a few times I've had various trans pagans show up in my comments and in my email inbox wanting to know more. Believe it or not, that was never my goal. Not explicitly, at least. I'm a classicist, first and foremost. My interest is in the history, literature, archaeology, language, and culture of the ancient Mediterranean. But you can't control how people find inspiration in your work, and that's part of the beauty of creating. You also can't control which work people find inspiring. For example, I thought the videos on Hypsikrates and Pelagius were some of my best work, but the analytics tell a different story. What are you gonna do? My transmasc videos just don't do the numbers. Trans guys, you wanna see more transmasc history? I'd love to tell it, but you've gotta do your part too. Share these stories with your bros. I can't pay the bills when the video's a dud. Anyway, what do we know about the worship practices of the Gallae? Well, a lot, and not a lot at the same time. After the rise of Christianity, many of the rituals and practices of pagans in the Mediterranean were lost, so we don't have like a how-to guide or anything. But at the same time, the cult of Kabel and the worship practices of the Gallae had been going on in the Mediterranean for like 1,000 years, perhaps more. That's not the sort of thing that you can permanently erase, no matter how hard you try. So we can still piece together a picture based on the elements that do survive, which is what we'll be doing today. today. Much like a puzzle you buy from a thrift store, that picture is going to have a lot of gaps in it, but at least it's something. As best we can, we're going to explore the worship practices of the Gallae, as well as what we know of ancient mystery cults in general. From there, I'm hoping we can piece together something vaguely approaching some actual spiritual practices. We'll do what we can, but I'm sure I'll be missing some details. But, and I know you've heard me say this plenty of times before, at the moment, this is the longest script I've ever written. So look, I'm not going to be able to cover every single little minute detail, but that just means there's lots more content for you all to badger me to make in the future. Speaking of which, the idea for this video comes from one of the channel's Patreon backers, Kate Wood. So thanks, Kate. If you'd like to support the channel, there's a link to the channel's Patreon in the description. Hundreds of hours of work go into each of these videos, and your support makes a big difference in helping me continue to make it for you. As well, if you like speculative near-future sci-fi, you may be interested in my novel, The Bottom Line, which has been called, quote, a surprisingly comforting read for dealing with feelings of hopelessness, obsolescence, helplessness, and directionlessness. As I read this, my novel will soon be unavailable. My publisher is unfortunately closing up shop. But if you're watching this in the future, I'll have republished it myself, so check it out. I don't want to pitch it too hard since you're all here for trans history, not sci-fi, but it's hard to make it as a writer these days, and you guys are the widest audience I've got, so, if you like the work I do, your support helps me keep doing it. Without further ado. Chapter 1. Misconceptions and Definitions. Before we dig too far into this, I want to take a moment to talk about definitions. I mentioned the phrase mystery cult earlier, and look, I know where your brain is going. You're probably thinking of weirdo groups that isolate their members from their communities and families, centered around an unhinged authoritarian leader who demands absolute loyalty as well as financial support, who creates an us versus them mentality between the cult members and society at large, who's preoccupied with money, who encourages antisocial behaviors that further isolate members from their previous communities, and who punishes anyone who wants to leave. Things like MAGA, the Church of Scientology, Free Domain Radio, or the Heaven's Gate cults. Did you know the Heaven's Gate website is still online, by the way? It's such a wild little piece of internet history, dark though its origins and results may be. So, the word cult has a lot of messy connotations in the modern world, but let's hit the brakes. That's not what we're about today. As it turns out, language evolves, and the ways we use words in the past aren't the same as how we use them today. For example, take the word dictator. In the days of the Roman Republic, dictator, in Latin, was an official government position. In times of great crisis, a dictator would be appointed for the duration of the crisis or for 6 months, whichever was shorter. He had much broader control over the state, but his job was to resolve the present crisis and then resign his office. In fact, one of the most revered figures from the early Republic was Lucius Quinctius Cincinnatus, who was a political and military leader that retired and became a farmer. During a war with the Aequi, Cincinnatus was asked to become a dictator to deal with the crisis. He defeated them in 16 days, then laid down his dictatorial power and went back to being a humble farmer. That wasn't a job you gave to just anybody. They had to have great moral character. It wasn't a problem until Julius Caesar declared himself dictator perpetuo, perpetual dictator, which is when he began his new career as a senatorial knife holder. So dictator didn't have the same meaning in ancient Rome as it does today. The same is true for the word cult. Cult just refers to ancient practices in worship of a particular god. We'll get more into that later in the video, but ancient mystery cults weren't creepy in the way that we think of cults today, at least not to the people of their day, mostly. It's been pretty difficult for scholars to piece together the details of the ancient mystery cults, so in many ways they are a mystery to us, but that's not why we call them mystery cults. That's just a coincidence. In general, mystery cults were secretive in that their practices were closed off to the general public. In Greek, the word for mystery cult is mysterion, and once you were initiated, you were a mustes. We don't know the etymology of these words, but the Greek word muein means to close, so some scholars think that might be related. After all, you weren't supposed to talk about the goings-on in your mystery cult. Keep your mouth closed about it. The first rule of mystery cults, blah, blah, blah. We also need to toss out our idea of what a religion is. If you're watching this video based on my analytics, it's a good bet you were raised in an Abrahamic religion, or at least in an area where an Abrahamic religion was culturally dominant. So you're used to a religion that has a sacred text as the central authority for things. But pre-Christian pagan religions didn't have that. The closest thing they had to a central text was Homer and Hesiod, but these weren't exactly holy texts. Other mythographers deviated from their ideas all the time, and nobody showed up at their door with pitchforks and torches. There were temples to the gods, of course. The most famous one is probably the Parthenon, the temple to Athena on the Acropolis at Athens, but there are plenty more of them. But it wasn't the sort of thing where you'd attend service once a week like a church. Rather, you'd spend a lot of time thinking about your relationship to the gods on a daily basis. But the God of Abraham is mostly, don't at me, considered to be a loving, caring God who wants the best for his followers. The Torah, the Bible, and the Quran are full of moral lessons to help teach you how to be a better person. Amid all the messed up junk I know, don't at me. With stories about pagan gods, sometimes the moral lesson is that the gods are petty assholes, and they're going to ruin your life just because they feel like it. People were still devoted to the gods to varying degrees, just like they are today. But that might not necessarily save you from an awful fate. For example, are you an ancient Greek with epilepsy? If so, your seizures wouldn't be considered a result of abnormal brain activity like we understand them to be today. Instead, it would be because the god Pan seized you and started violently shaking you. That's why we call it a seizure. It might also be because the moon goddess Selene cursed you and made you crazy, which is where we get the term lunatic from. Lunatic? Get it? What about a crop failure? Somebody must have done something to upset Demeter, the goddess of the harvest. Was there an earthquake or a tsunami? That's because the earth shaker Poseidon was in a kerfuffle about something. Tides go in, tides go out. You can't explain that. Must have been Poseidon.
Tide goes in, tide goes out.
And if you see someone or something struck by lightning, that's Zeus's handiwork right there. Maybe lightning strikes the CN Tower so often because Zeus thinks it's amusing. You don't know. You can't explain it. Maybe it's Thor on top of Mount Olympus.
Thor on top of Mount Olympus.
This guy always bugged me. I don't know where he comes across being so smarmy about this. Thor didn't live on Mount Olympus. It's a completely separate mythology. Zeus threw lightning bolts from Mount Olympus. Thor lived in Asgard. I can't believe I'm taking Bill O'Reilly's side in an argument. Anyway, you do your best to honor the gods in the hope that they'd bestow favor upon you. And sometimes they would, but sometimes they did destructive things because they were angry. And sometimes even their most devoted humans would be caught in the middle of it. So let's recap. Mystery doesn't mean mystery, cult doesn't mean cult, and religion doesn't mean religion. Forget everything you know about these words. In fact, forget every word you know. Forget English altogether. These aren't words. They're just sounds. Mraw, mraw, mraw.
Flyboid florx venatrio, brecacacax, coax, simlanschlorps, henschlitz.
Chapter 2. Gaze into the eyes of our ancient sister. When it comes to understanding the cult practices of the Gallae, one of the best examples we have is a funerary portrait of a Gallae priestess. I'd actually come across this statue before, but I think I kind of just brushed past the fact that we have an actual sculpture of one of the Gallae, which is pretty incredible. So let's take a moment to look more closely. A while back, we explored the grave goods of an Inari priestess from modern-day northern Afghanistan. We had a chance to look through her stuff, and even got to see an illustration of her actual body lying in the grave. If you saw that video, you know how exciting it was. But we didn't get a chance to see what her face might have looked like. With this sculpture, we do. And here she is. You and I, all of us right now, are gazing into the face of one of our trans sisters. It dates to the 2nd century CE. If that doesn't strike you with an enormous sense of awe, may I suggest you check to make sure you still have a pulse. In fact, if you don't think this is awesome, you're probably on the wrong channel. Go ahead, unlike, uncomment, unsubscribe, unsign up for Raid Shadow Legends, unplug your computer, throw it into the ocean, and run off screaming into the forest, never to return. In fact, I might join you. I could use a digital detox. This funerary portrait is about 1.2 meters tall and wide, and was supposedly found at a site called Lanuvium, which is about 30 kilometers southeast of Rome, though it's possible it may have been found in Rome itself. It was donated to the Capitoline Museum back in 1737 by a wealthy family that had holdings in Italy all over the place, which makes its provenance difficult. That really sucks because, based on what I can tell, this portrait is one of two different things. It does resemble what we see on the sides of tombs. The Romans buried their dead along the road outside the city's walls, which was an ancient tradition that spread across the empire. Some of the better preserved graves have sculptures that seem pretty similar. One could easily imagine our Gallae portrait on the side of a tomb like one of these two, the tombs of Gaius Calventius Vietus in the foreground and Naiwalea Tike. I've seen our Gallae referred to as a tomb portrait. I took a trip down to the Royal Ontario Museum to take a video of this funerary marker that's part of their collection there. Its display is mostly text, but one could imagine our Gallae portrait in a similar location. It's also been described as votive, which might imply it was part of an altar to the goddess, and one could also imagine this being part of an altar like this one as well. Either way, this leaves us with a lot of questions. Was this a tomb marker for the grave of a Gallae priestess? In some ways it seems unlikely, since the Gallae were often spoke of derisively in literature. But then, that logic makes a carefully, beautifully sculpted piece like this unlikely in the first place. Ancient writers often spoke derisively about the cult practices of the Gallae, but this portrait has all of it displayed proudly. If this was a tomb marker, what other wonders might we have found inside of that tomb? Or if it's part of an altar, what else might we have found in that area? What else might we have learned about the Gallae and their rituals? Unfortunately, we don't know. This is still an incredible find for trans history in its own right, to be sure, though. It dates to the 2nd century CE, I think I mentioned that already, which is the 100s, which makes this the oldest portrait of a trans person I've found so far, perhaps the oldest one, period. But it can also tell us a lot about the elements of the rituals our ancient sisters used in the worship of their goddess. As far as we know, the Gallae never wrote down the specifics of their cult worship, and if they did, it doesn't survive today. But this portrait is like the next best thing. Paired with the literary evidence we have and some other archaeological evidence, we can build a pretty clear picture of what the religion of the Gallae was like. Let's take a closer look at them. Chapter 3. Ancient Trans Girl Fashion. Let's start with her clothes. What's she wearing? It all just seems like a bunch of robes, so you might assume she's wearing a toga. But the toga wasn't the only piece of clothing Romans wore. In fact, it was really only men and prostitutes who wore togas. Non-prostitute women would wear a different garment, a stola. I know they look pretty similar. Both of them are just kind of drapey cloth, but they were worn differently. It's hard to tell by looking at ancient sculptures, but a toga wouldn't actually cover your whole body. Instead, you'd wear a tunic underneath, and the toga would only cover part of it. For an example of what I mean, here's a photo from the Royal Ontario Museum's Wear a Toga Activity Day. See what I mean? Man's plaid shirt there makes it much more obvious how a toga would have fit. Looking at our Gallae portrait, it's clear that's not what she's wearing. To get a better look of how a stola would have been worn, here's another sculpture of a Gallae priestess, which again I just kind of glazed over in the original video. Two of our ancient sisters, their faces, their styles, their practices, and we get to experience them 2,000 some odd years later. It's beautiful stuff. Maybe trans girls will be watching my videos in the year 4000. Who knows? By then, though, we'll probably have invented some other way to experience media, like data crystal uplinks to the hyperweb via an anti-attenuator frequency harmonic. Don't look at me like that. It makes perfect sense. This bit is going to slay a couple millennia from now, trust me. Unfortunately, I can't find a better photo of this piece. It's supposedly in the Capitoline Museum in Rome, but I looked all through the place and I couldn't find it anywhere. Maybe I missed a spot. The place is pretty labyrinthine. But it might be that she's just not on display, maybe because of how Italians have always been annoying prudes about anything to do with sex or gender. But then again, there are statues with dinks, snatches, and boobs fully exposed for all the world to see throughout the museum. Nobody ever said Italians made any sense. Anyway, this girl's outfit is also a stola. Compare it with the sculpture of Livia Drusilla, the life of Augustus, and with this sculpture of Aulos Metellus, a 1st century BCE senator. The Gallae's outfit clearly resembles Livia's more. Besides, we're told they dress like women. Marcus Terentius Varro described a scene of the Gallae doing their thing and says they were, quote, decked out in charming stolas. So this ancient fashionista would have been seen as wearing women's clothing. But what about what's on her head? It's sort of a turban tiara combination thing. I guess some of them had ear flaps they tied under their chin, but I don't see that on either of our portraits. There are some little plaques with portraits in the tiara, and I know it's hard to see, but these are portraits of Jupiter and of Attis, an important figure in the mythology of Cybele, which we're going to get more into later. Attis is also on her little chest plaque, and it's hard to tell if that's a necklace or if it's pinned to her stola. And her hair? That's a bunch of ribbons tied into her long curling locks, a distinctly feminine style. In general, Roman women had longer hair than Roman men did, just like today. But also no self-respecting Roman man would spend his time weaving ribbons into his hair like a woman.
Like a woman.
In fact, the Roman historian Suetonius even pointed this out when criticizing Nero. Quote,
He was so very shameless in his concern for dress and the care of his person, that he would always have his curls arranged in a pile on his head, and in his trip to Greece even had them flowing down behind.
It was notable and weird for Nero to have long hair or to spend any time making it look nice. That was a passive, feminine activity, not befitting of a proper Roman man. They probably didn't wipe their either, because self-care is feminine, apparently. But clearly our two gals here had no interest in performing masculinity. So let's recap. Ancient trans girls wore women's clothing and hairstyles and jewelry. We're told they wore makeup as well, but that doesn't really come through in the portrait we have. Where'd they get their drip? They went door to door asking for clothes and donations in exchange for telling fortunes. So trans girls have always been into thrifting, I guess. Embracing their femininity was part of their ritual. Clearly. Otherwise, why do it? Well, you and I know why, of course. Chapter 4. Ancient trans girls loved noise music too. There are some musical instruments depicted on our sculpture, including some percussion instruments, and as a drummer myself, I'm particularly excited to check them out. Now, as we mentioned back in the original video on the Gallae, the goddess we'll be referring to as Cybele goes by many names. The earliest inscription we have of her comes from Phrygia, where she's referred to as Mater Kubilea, which means Mother of the Mountains in the Phrygian language. That's clearly where Cybele comes from. But she's also referred to as Meter Thea, the mother goddess, and as Meter Theos, the mother of the gods. Mater Magna, the Great Mother, and so on. Further, her myth was conflated with the other mother gods as well, like Rhea and Demeter. We're going to stick with Cybele though, just to keep things simple. Cybele has her origins in Phrygia, so it's not surprising we see evidence of her worship in the parts of the Greek world closest to there. There are depictions of her in places like Smyrna and Miletus on the west coast of Asia Minor, dating back to the 6th century BCE. From there, it spread, and by the 4th century BCE, we find devotions to her in pretty much every Greek city. Her first significant appearance in literature, though, comes from the Homeric hymns. The Homeric hymns are a collection of poems written in epic style, which were traditionally attributed to Homer. But we're pretty sure it wasn't Homer who wrote them, yada yada yada, that old song and dance. We've been down this road before. For some reason, we don't call the writer Pseudo-Homer, though. They all have different dates, but the general consensus is that most of them were written roughly around the time of Homer, which was the 600s or 500s BCE. Now, the Gallae portrait we looked at is from the 2nd century CE, which is several hundred years later. We really don't know much about the specific rituals the Gallae had when they started in Phrygia or when they moved to Greece. Even the sources we have in the Roman Republican era are pretty sparse. It's only during the imperial period, which is in the modern era, the CE years, that we get more detailed stories about them. But even though this is several hundred years before the portrait we looked at, as you'll see, there are still some parallels. The Homeric hymn to the mother gods is pretty short, so I'm just going to read the whole thing. It reads, quote,
I prithee, clear-voiced muse, daughter of the mighty Zeus, sing of the mother of all gods and men. She is well pleased with the sound of rattles and of timbrels, with the voice of flutes, and the outcry of wolves and bright-eyed lions, with echoing hills and wooded combes. And so hail to you in my song, and to all goddesses as well.
What does this tell us about Cybele, and about the worship of her? Well, she likes noise. First of all, the Homeric hymn to Cybele, Homeric hymn 14, by the way, talks about a number of different musical instruments. 3 of them are depicted in the portrait we looked at a moment ago, but do we know what these instruments were actually like? Actually, yeah, we do, and it's really cool. Let's take a look. The flute referred to is something called an aulos, which is a sort of double flute. You can see the woman in the background playing it here in this mosaic from Pompey's House of Cicero. The Romans called them tibiae, and if you know your anatomy, you might recognize that as the name of the larger bone in your lower leg, your shin bone. I'm going to keep calling it an aulos though, just to keep it simple. These were more popular in ancient Greece than Rome, but the Romans did have them as well, as we can see in that mosaic from Pompeii. Besides, the Gallae came from the east anyway. The Romans did have other types of flutes though, including panpipes and even bagpipes, but the Homeric hymn specifically uses the term aulos. So I assume that's what they used. Now, sometimes people played 2 auloi of the same size, but sometimes it was 2 different sizes. You'd have a bass flute, which you played with your right hand, and a treble flute, which you played with your left. If we look at the Gallae portrait, it's clear she has 2 different auloi, not the same size. There is a lot about these things that we don't know. Since most of them would have been made of wood or reeds, only a few metal ones have survived. And of those, most of them are smashed, and the couple that are in decent condition don't have any mouthpieces, so we don't really know how they would have been played. Modern reconstructions of them have to take some creative license, but they do their best, and they end up sounding like a mix between a harmonica, a clarinet, an accordion, and an air raid siren. According to the poet Pindar's 12th Pythian ode, Athena invented the aulos because she wanted something that would mimic the wails of the Gorgons Euryale and Theno after their sister Medusa was beheaded by Perseus. And yeah, I hear it. So, if you think of a flute, you're probably thinking of the bright chipper sound you get from a modern flute, but that's not what we're talking about. This translation refers to rattles and timbrels, but that doesn't really do these things justice. I've seen timbrel translated as tambourine and drum, and rattles as castanets, clappers, and cymbals, but that still doesn't really give us much of a picture of these things, because the way the Romans had them is different than the way we have them today. So let's take a look at some of the different percussion instruments the Romans had and compare them with some modern instruments. To do that, we're going to head over to my drum kit. Come on, let's go check it out. All right, here we are. So we'll start with their cymbals. You can see a pair of them in our Gallae portrait connected with a rope or a strip of leather. In some ways, they look pretty similar to what you might think of as a cymbal today. Like this. This is my crash cymbal. And just like my crash cymbal, the ancient ones are round and have a small hole in the center from which you'd suspend it. They also have a bell in the middle with a bow surrounding it. And just like my crash cymbal, the ancient ones were made of bronze, but they weren't played the way most cymbals are played today. When you think of a cymbal, you probably think of it in terms of its place on a drum kit. I know I do. But what we think of as the modern drum kit didn't begin to coalesce until the mid-1800s. Before then, cymbals were played by a cymbal player who most often would strike the 2 of them together. That's how the Romans played them too. But they were also a lot smaller. For example, this is my ride cymbal. It's the largest cymbal on my kit. It's 51 centimeters in diameter. And here's my splash, which is my smallest cymbal. It's 25 centimeters. It's about half the size. If you live in one of those backward countries that uses a far sillier measurement system, by the way, 1 foot is just over 30 centimeters. The Gallae portrait we have isn't necessarily to scale, so let's take a look at another picture. Here are some Roman cymbals, which are 11 centimeters in diameter, so less than half the size of my splash. I know it's kind of hard to get an idea from a photo, so here's the lid of my hand cream, which is 10 centimeters in diameter, so these cymbals would be slightly bigger than that. See? They're in the Cairo Museum. Here's another pair. These are the largest ones I've been able to find. They're just over 20 centimeters in diameter, so still a bit smaller than my splash. They're in the Met in New York. Let's take another look at that mosaic we looked at earlier. This gives us an example of how these cymbals would have been played. But here's another example. This is a sculpture of a satyr playing cymbals with baby Dionysus on his shoulder. You can tell it's Dionysus because of the grapes, and I know you can't see it here, but this statue has a small tail above his butt, so yeah, it's a satyr, just a more handsome satyr than what we usually see. This one is in the Museo Archeologico Nazionale in Napoli, Italy. It looks like he's playing the cymbals Turkish style, which is where your arms move together in the opposite direction when you strike them together. That changes the sound. If you watch cymbal players in an orchestra, they'll often play them that way. They also use cymbals in other instruments too. Here's one called a skabellum, which was called a kroupalon or kroupezion in Greek. Here's a sculpture of a satyr playing one, along with an aulos. It's essentially 2 blocks of wood with metal inside them. You'd have a sandal that attached to your foot, and then tap it to keep the beat. In between the 2 wood blocks, you'd have tiny little cymbals that would tap together to make the sound. Here's another cymbal-related instrument they used, a krotalum or krotalon in Greek. I know that sounds similar to the kroupalon we just talked about, but it's not quite the same thing. These were essentially clappers with 2 cymbals attached to sticks. They were played mostly by women and used as part of a dance. These particular clappers are in the British Museum. Okay, so that's cymbals. What about drums? Drums are usually made of more perishable material, wood and leather. So of course it's hard for something like that to last very long. The best depiction we have of them is from that awesome mosaic from Pompeii we looked at a moment ago, so let's bring that one up again. Nice. So based on this, we can see the drum is pretty wide and pretty shallow, and you play it with your hand. Compare that with my floor tom here, which is 38 centimeters deep, has legs, and is played with a stick. The closest thing to this I have on my kit is probably my snare. Oops. Oh my god. Maybe this is a bad idea. But even then, it's much deeper than the one we see in that mosaic. It really doesn't seem like a tympanum and a kit drum have much in common. In fact, it seems to have more in common with a tambourine if you remove the jingles. Was there skin on both sides of a tympanum or just one? We don't know. There are plenty of different types of drums that have both. For example, the drums on my kit, of course, they have both, but a djembe only has skin on one side. And we don't have any schematic drawings of Roman drums that would help. Now here's where it gets a little weird. See, we do have parts of a drum that survived from the Roman era, and as far as I know, it's the only one we have. It was dug up in 1968 in eastern France near Strasbourg. The resident of the grave was around 20 years old and probably died in the 3rd century CE. This is a photo of it, but yeah, it's a crummy black and white photocopied photo from the 60s, so it's really hard to see what the hell we're looking at here. Fortunately, we have an illustration of what it might have looked like. And yeah, that looks even more like a tambourine, doesn't it? Weirdly enough, I couldn't find anything even close to this depicted in any art. All the drums I've found look more like the one we saw on the Gallae funerary portrait. A round drum. Maybe this was like a makeshift sort of drum. That, plus the fact that Kabel herself is sometimes holding them, here she is seated in the chariot pulled by lions, makes me think the Gallae would more likely have used round drums, more like my snare here. Okay, so that's it with the drums. Let's head back to my study. Okay, great. So she likes drums, cymbals, and bassy flutes. That tracks with what we know about the worship practices of the Gallae. The poet Ovid describes a scene during the Megalensia, a festival devoted to Kabel, which took place on April 4th.
Let the heaven's eternal axis turn 3 times, and Titan thrice hitch, thrice free his horses. Then the Barakintian flute's curved horn will blow, and the Idaean mothers' feast begin. The eunuchs will parade and pound the hollow drums, and their clashing bronze cymbals will ring. She will ride on the soft necks of her acolytes, howled along the city's major streets. The stage roars, the shows call. I have much to ask, but the strident cymbals clash and the claw pipe's chilling noise scare me.
Barakintian is an epithet for Kabel, which refers to Barakintus, a mountain in Phrygia. Same with Idaean, which refers to Mount Ida, southeast of the ruins of Troy. That jives with the Homeric hymn as well. It talks about how Kabel likes hills and valleys. And of course, the eunuchs refers to the Gallae. I couldn't figure out what a claw pipe is, but the original Latin refers to a harsh sound in general. Maybe the translator is referring to an Aulos. Now, the Romans really didn't like any of this. The poet Horace, a contemporary of Virgil and Ovid, he's the carpe diem guy, sees the fish or whatever, he describes the sound of the tambourine as saiwa, or cruel, and Ovid tells us they're inanis, or worthless. On the other hand, cymbals to Ovid teret, or are frightening, and the poet Propertius says they're rauca, or harsh. Seneca describes the sound of the horns in a similar way, while Lucretius says they feel threatening because of their raucisona cantu, or harsh sound. So music was an important part of the rituals of the Gallae. They played wind instruments and percussion, and apparently they also shrieked and screamed in imitation of the wolves and lions that Cybele liked, and in mourning for the dead Attis, but more on that later. There's another bit I want to pull from that Ovid quote, though. She will ride on the soft necks of her acolytes, howled through the city's major streets. There are multiple references to their soft necks, which I guess was a sort of Roman shorthand for effeminacy, sort of like limp wrist might be today. But we actually have a depiction of this. It's on an altar the Gallae used, which again is such an awesome, awesome thing to discover. This object is currently in the Fitzwilliam Museum, part of the University of Cambridge. This side of it shows Cybele in the middle, flanked by two Gallae who were wearing Phrygian caps, like Attis. The way they're standing, it looks like they're mourning Attis, which was an important part of their practices. I said we'd get to that later, all right? Jeez, so impatient. Cybele herself is holding a branch in one hand and a bowl of fruit in the other, much like the Gallae portrait we looked at earlier, Nido. Another side shows that procession Ovid was talking about a moment ago. We can see 4 figures carrying some cult symbols of Cybele on a bier, which today I learned is the name of the thing a coffin rests on when you carry it in a funeral procession. They too are wearing Phrygian caps. In the middle of the bier, there's a big throne with a footstool. Cybele is shown sitting on top of a throne pretty regularly in Roman art. It shows up all the time. On top of the throne is a basket, which we figure is full of Cybele-related cult objects. There are 2 smaller Gallae on it too, which are probably sculptures and not actual Gallae. Unfortunately, it doesn't show them actually playing their instruments, but on the third side, there's a tree. The different Attis stories usually have a tree in them, with a drum, Aulos, and cymbals hanging from it. So this altar would certainly have been a place where the Gallae offered up their worship to the great mother goddess. So 2200 years ago, trans girls were marching through the streets of Rome, making harsh noise music and weirding out everyone around them. Dolls who don't learn their history are doomed to repeat it, I guess. Chapter 5. Trees, Fruits, and Nocturnal Emissions. What else do we see on this portrait? In her left hand, she's holding a bowl of fruit and nuts, just like Cybele is on the altar we looked at a moment ago. It's easy to just accept that as a symbol of fertility, which makes sense for a mother goddess, and yeah, that's part of it. But also there are some almonds there, and that's an important bit as well. This ties into the mythology of Attis. According to the 2nd century CE Greek writer Pausanias, a monster named Agdistis was born after Zeus fell asleep and had a wet dream. Seriously, take this quote.
Zeus, it is said, let fall in his sleep seed upon the ground.
What else could that be? It's a wet dream. Incredible stuff. Anyway, it dripped down on the earth. I hate to be standing in the way of that one. And Agdistis popped out with 2 sets of genitals. They were just a little too chaotic for everyone to deal with, though. Sounds like some trans girls I know. So Dionysus tied her foot to her while she was sleeping. I'm not sure what he was planning to accomplish here, but when she woke up, she started thrashing around and freaking out and tore off her... yeah. It fell on the ground and an almond tree sprouted from it, because that's how things go in mythology. The almond tree grew and a young girl picked some almonds from it and put them down her shirt. They absorbed into her chest and impregnated her, and anyway, she gave birth to Attis. So almonds were an important symbol. Not a symbol, we talked about those already, a symbol for the cult of Cybele. Any ritual practices they had would almost certainly have involved almonds. What about what's in her other hand? That is 3 myrtle branches. Myrtle had a lot of different uses in Greco-Roman ritual, and I'm not going to get into all of it here, but it was associated with Venus since she was holding myrtle when she was born. It's also used when making a victory crown from a non-violent victory, like if you won at the Olympic Games. They were also worn to sacrifices or banquets. And in Rome, the Romans and Sabines were said to have purified themselves using myrtle, when they joined forces and became one people. But also EMW Tilliard describes the branch of the Kabel altar we looked at earlier as a pomegranate branch, which is associated with Hades and Persephone and with fertility in general. None of that is really related to Kabel. I'm not enough of a horticultural archaeologist to really know which of these it is, or if it's even another branch altogether. Mary Beard says the mystery branch would have been used as a sort of sprinkler, though she doesn't elaborate, and I haven't been able to find any details beyond that. We do know the Gallae would sprinkle their blood on the statues and altars of the Temple of Kabel, though, so maybe that's what it was used for. Chapter 6. Dixi flagellato. Bene facere. We also see what looks almost like train tracks draped near her left shoulder. What's that? It's a whip, probably leather with knuckle bones weaved into it. The Gallae would have used that for self-flagellation. And the stick with a bearded head on either end of it is the handle. It's draped over her shoulder. The other Gallae statue we looked at, the full body one, also has a whip draped around the neck, which you can see if you look closely. When the Gallae prepared for their ritual castration, they would whip themselves until they bled using one of these things. Why? It's easy to just assume that this was an expression of self-hatred, which is what our ancient sources tell us. The Gallae would reenact the death of Attis, and part of that included lamentation at the act of self-castration, and, alright, that's one possible explanation, but we don't have any written sources from the Gallae themselves, only from observers and onlookers, most of whom didn't think too highly of them. Catullus, for example, in poem 63, talks about the Gallae in detail. The poem's final lines read, quote,
Great goddess, goddess Kabel, goddess dame of Dindymus, far from my home may all your anger be, O mistress. Urge others to such actions, to madness others hound.
In case that isn't clear based on the context, he's begging Kabel not to make him a Gallae. And this is one of the kinder treatments they receive in Roman literature, though maybe least unkind might be a more accurate description. That poem is mostly focused on Attis as he castrates... It documents his journey through his gender confirmation surgery. And yeah, it does talk about how much he regrets it. Quote,
I was the gymnasium's flower. I was the pride of the oiled wrestlers. My gates, my friendly threshold were crowded. My home was decked with floral garlands when I used to leave my couch at sunrise. Now will I live a ministrant of gods and slave to Kabel. I, a maenad. I, a part of me. I, a sterile trunk. Now, I grieve the deed I've done. Now do I repent.
So the self-flagellation might have been an emulation of Attis's regret, or a way to channel their own regret into their rituals. But look, not to brag or anything, but I've met a lot of trans girls, and I don't know anybody who regrets transitioning. Girls who regret certain aspects of it, sure. Girls who wish they'd done it a little differently, absolutely. Girls who wish the people in their lives were better to them through the process, of course. Girls who wish the world wasn't so bloody hostile to us. But girls who regret the whole thing? No, I'm not saying detransitioning is not a thing. People do detransition, but look, the regret rates among trans people are really, really low. If you're trans, you know this already. But if you're not, you might have heard a lot of nonsense about how so many of us regret transitioning, and that just doesn't reflect reality. There's one paper in particular I want to talk about here. It's a meta-analysis, which is a type of study where researchers review a bunch of other papers on a topic to try and combine data points that match with each other. This can help you get a clearer picture on a topic, since larger sample sizes are in general a good thing for scientific research. Anyway, this paper by Bustos et al. Seems to be the largest on transition regret. It reviewed 27 different papers with combined 7,928 different trans people who'd gotten some sort of gender-affirming surgery. A third were trans-masculine, the rest were trans-feminine, and they looked at the rate of regret for these surgeries. They found 77 regretted getting their procedure. That's 77 out of 7,928. The study says that's less than 1%, but that's like saying Julius Caesar died more than 10 years ago. In fact, it's 0.0097%, less than 1/100th of 1%. And of that tiny number, more than a third expressed only minor regret. For comparison, another study led by Carrie D. Solomon found LASIK eye surgery has a regret rate of about 4.6%. As a result, they said, quote, LASIK surgery should be considered among the most successful elective procedures. So look, I'm not saying it's impossible that the Gallae regretted their transitions, but I don't trust non-Gallae to tell us about them in a way that's fair to their experience. Transfeminist writer Margaret Deidre O'Hartigan wrote a piece on the Gallae in a transfeminist zine called Trans Sisters back in the 90s, which is truly awesome, but she put the way I feel about this really, really succinctly. Quote, if there's one thing that having been both male and then female has taught me, it's that no one who has not gone through a similar transformation can be trusted to explain or speak for us. So I'm reluctant to trust what men have to say about the Gallae. Of course they'd be weirded out by it. They're men. Men don't like the idea of being women, just as women don't like the idea of being men. If you're a man who takes umbrage to that last statement, check in with yourself. You might not be as much of a man as you think. So what's the reason for the flogging? I'd like to present a possibility. The Dies Sanguinis, the Day of Blood, was celebrated on March 24th of each year. This was part of a long celebration of the Great Mother, which began on March 15th. We're going to get more into this in detail a little bit later. During the Dies Sanguinis, they would ritually castrate themselves, but they would also whip themselves until they bled. Then they would sprinkle the altars and icons in the temple of Kabel with their blood. Now look, when it comes to giving yourself the snip, even if you want to do it, it's going to hurt. A lot. What might you be able to do to relieve that pain? Well, the Romans did have painkillers. In fact, they had opium, which is what we use to derive a number of different pain-relieving medications today. We found capsules with opium residue inside of them throughout the Levant and Egypt. They're fairly consistent in design as well, which suggests there was actually a standardized system of production and distribution of the stuff. The Greek writer Dioscorides even tells us about the technique he used to harvest it, which is pretty fun. But they mostly either added a bit of it to their wine to use as a sleep aid, or took a lot of it to end their own lives, which wasn't considered a sin in the pre-Christian era. It might have been used for pain relief, but there isn't much in ancient literature about it, unfortunately. Even Paul of Aegina, a Byzantine doctor we talked about in the original video on eunuchs a while ago, doesn't mention it in his section about relieving pain. And even if the Romans did use it for pain relief, and to be clear, they may have, there's just very little in terms of literary references to it. Even if they did use it for pain, it might not have been easy to come by, especially for the Gallae, who by and large were confined to the temple of Kabel, except during the festival. Also, they might have used it. Again, there are very few references to opiates in the literature, and nothing at all from the Gallae themselves. We don't know. But that aside, what else might they have done to work themselves up to doing the deed? For this, let's take a look at a concept called conditioned pain modulation. I'm super not a scientist. I'm a classicist. This is my very basic understanding and interpretation of science. But if you know more about this stuff than I do and I'm off base here, please let me know. But basically, conditioned pain modulation is part of your body's pain control mechanism. When you experience two different types of pain, your brain perceives one of them as less painful. This might make sense to you intuitively. For example, my girlfriend told me when she gets dental work done, she sometimes digs her fingernails into her palm to try to distract from the feeling. I do the same thing during laser hair removal sessions. Could the Gallae have used a similar technique to control the pain during the Dies Sanguinis? Maybe. I don't have any sources I could use as evidence for this, but then again, we don't have any sources from the Gallae themselves at all. So unfortunately, that's gotta go in the maybe box. But still, it's important to note that self-loathing isn't the only possible explanation for the self-flagellation of the Gallae. In fact, there's another explanation as well. There are a whole lot of religious traditions that include self-flagellation, plenty of which are still around today. Some of these are based around Christianity and are practiced as a form of repentance. That's not self-hatred, though. Christians don't hate themselves, not by definition. It's a recognition of the sin inherent of all people and an attempt to purify their souls for Christ. But look, this video isn't about Christianity. Some pagan traditions will include self-flagellation in their worship practices as well. This is really not something I'm familiar with, so I do apologize if I get something wrong here. I'm not a Wiccan, so instead I'm going to rely on the words of Thista Minai, a queer writer about witchcraft. In her book, Casting a Queer Circle, Non-Binary Witchcraft, she takes a look at the use of the scourge, or whip, in ritual circles. Quote, "The scourge is a cross-quarter tool representing discipline and endurance. Ritual flagellation can be seen as a sort of counterpoint to the sacred meal. Both are concerned with the sacred potential of physical experience, but while ritual food and drink bring us nourishment and pleasure, scourging brings us insight gained through suffering. Pain applied skillfully, intentionally, consensually, and non-injuriously can be a powerful tool for personal revelation and transformation. Physiological responses to pain can help us break out of old mental habits, and inducing that state in a carefully crafted ritual atmosphere can let us replace self-destructive patterns with constructive thinking and new potential." It's interesting that Minai contrasts the use of pain with the pleasure of a feast, and we do know the Gallae took part in a feast shortly after they self-flagellated, and shortly after they were inducted into the order. We'll take a closer look at that later. So did the Gallae use self-flagellation in this way? Again, we don't know. I wish we had their thoughts on this. But the point is, the Gallae didn't necessarily practice self-flagellation because they hated themselves. I've provided two other possibilities here, and neither of which are even mutually exclusive. They could have worked together. Chapter 7. The March Festivals in Honor of Attis. Alright, so we have a bunch of elements of the worship of the Gallae. We even talked about one of the festivals, the Megalensia, on April 4th. But that's not the only festival we know of when it comes to their worship. Part of what we know comes from the Roman scribe Furius Dionysius Philocalus, who created a calendar for the year 354 CE, which outlined a whole bunch of different important dates in the Roman world. It's a pretty interesting little text. In particular, he tells us about some of the dates in March, which were part of a festival to Attis. The March festival, interestingly, seems like it may have replaced the April Megalensia we talked about earlier. Remember, the source we used for the Megalensia is Ovid's Fasti, which was written in the early 1st century, and Furius Dionysius Philocalus's work is from 354 CE. For comparison, imagine a festival in your country from the 1700s, if your country is even old enough to do that. If it's still being celebrated today, chances are it's changed at least a little bit since then. It's thought that the March festival, as we're about to explore it, properly coalesced during the reign of Antoninus Pius, who reigned from 138 to 161 CE, though it had probably been celebrated for centuries before then. Now, these festival dates follow the myth of Attis, so to properly understand them, I think it's a good idea to tell the tale of Attis. We talked about that one in the previous video on the Gallae and touched on it a bit earlier, but whatever, here it is again. A few different sources talk about it, but we have two key sources. One of them is Pausanias, a 2nd century CE Greek, who wrote a sort of travel guide to Greece of his day. We talked about him earlier. The other is Ovid's Metamorphoses, because of course it is. Anyway, they contradict each other in some ways, but here are the basic beats of Attis's life. Zeus had a wet dream, it dripped on the ground, and Agdistis, who remember was associated with Cybele, was born. Dionysus tied her to her foot, and she tore it off, from which an almond tree grew. A young maiden picked some almonds from the tree, put them down her shirt, which absorbed into her chest and impregnated her. She gave birth to Attis, and when she did, she abandoned him by a river. He was nursed by a goat before being found and raised by a shepherd family. He grew up to be hot, and Cybele/Agdistis fell in love with him. Remember, she's basically his grandmother. It's really weird, I know, but Greek mythology is full of this sort of thing. Anyway, Attis was into another girl, so Cybele was separated from her hot boy, which made her sad. So she did what any lovesick lady would do. She made him go mad and castrate himself. Then he collapsed under a pine tree and died. But she felt bad about it after, I guess, so Zeus made Attis immortal instead. So the festival days commemorated Attis's life. Let's take a look. Mensis Martius Quindecim. Cana Intrat. The first day of the festival was Cana Intrat, which fell on the 15th of March. You might recognize that day as the Ides of March, and you might think of it as the day a certain salad was skewered by several surly senators. The Ides of March sounds sinister to us because of Shakespeare's famous line, "Beware the Ides of March," in his play Julius Caesar, but it was just a day. Every month had an Ides. It's just how the Romans counted their days. The Ides of the month is in the middle of it, either the 13th or the 15th, depending on the month, corresponding with the full moon. The Nons corresponds with the quarter moon and shows up on the 5th or the 7th. And the calends is always on the 1st of the month, which is where we get the English word calendar. Anyway, cana intrat is Latin, which means the reed enters, as in reeds you find on the shore of a river, you know? This might commemorate the first day of Attis's life when he was abandoned by the river, but it might also symbolize his unfaithfulness to Cybele. Another group of followers of Cybele, the canophori, or reed bearers, harvested some reeds and carried them through the city to the temple of Mater Magna. They also led a bull along in the process to be sacrificed to the goddess as a fertility ritual. This seems to have been a much more solemn procession. No screaming, no clanging. Either way, we think this ritual was established by the Emperor Claudius, who ruled from 41 to 54 CE. Were the canophori Gallae? Are they the same thing? I can't find much information on them one way or another, but they seem to have admitted non-Gallae into their ranks as well, so at least some of them were not. After the Cana Intrat, there was a 9-day period of fasting and abstinence. They wouldn't eat bread, certain meats, and fruits, or drink wine. Some of the most devotees of Cybele and Attis would avoid these things altogether, but they were particularly important to avoid during the fast. This is supposed to represent the time where Cybele was denied the companionship of Attis. No mention is made of the Gallae at this point that I've seen, but they must have been a part of this festival. I mean, it's not like they have anything better to do, you know? They're the primary devotees of the Cybele and Attis cult. They must have done something here. Like, imagine a convent of nuns not doing anything for Easter, you know? Doesn't make any sense. Mencius Martius Vicinti Duo Arbor Intrat. So we know Cana Intrat means the reed enters. Can you guess what Arbor Intrat means? It's not a trick question. The tree enters, you know, like with Arbor Day, the tree day. Anyway, this is the day where the tree enters. Not the almond tree, though, the pine tree. You know, the one he died under after he wasn't approved for his GRS funding, so he chose a DIY approach? This one is led by another group, the Dendrophori, or tree bearers. They use the Greek word dendron, though, instead of the Latin arbor. I don't know why. Whatever. Anyway, the Dendrophori were mostly made up of people who worked in the Roman lumber industry, professional woodcutters and timber sellers. Early in the morning, before sunrise, they cut down a pine tree. They also sacrificed a ram and let its blood flow through the roots of the tree. Then we're told they attached an effigy of Attis to the tree with purple ribbons and carried it in a procession to the temple. But take a look at the altar we looked at earlier. The tree has a bunch of stuff hanging from it. Drums, cymbals, auloi. And this is clearly a pine tree, too. Look at how many pine cones there are in there. They decorated this thing like a Christmas tree. Y'all are going to start hanging Attis figures from your Christmas trees now, aren't you? I cannot be held responsible for the social contagion of trans girls who start hanging Attises from their Christmas trees. Anyway, afterwards, they laid the tree down in the temple in like a funeral style as though it were Attis. Then they began banging on drums and cymbals and shrieking and wailing in mourning over Attis's death. The primary sources I read don't say it specifically, but that's gotta be the Gallae. That's their MO. The Dendrophori were probably not Gallae, so it's more likely the Gallae were part of the ritual, but not the only ones, you know? Anyway, they did this all day long and into the next day, which would have set them back quite a bit in their voice feminization training, but I guess a priestess has gotta do what a priestess has gotta do, huh? Mensis Martius Vicinte Tres. This one doesn't have a name. March 23rd was a day of mourning for Attis. There was a performance by the Salii, who were an order of priests devoted to Mars. They're referred to as jumping priests or leaping priests, so I guess they did like some sort of acrobatics along with their performance. Forget Cirque du Soleil, this is Cirque du Mars. March is named after the god Mars after all, so it makes sense he'd be involved in there somewhere, you know, paying tribute to his grandmother and all. They'd also blare their trumpets and beat their shields while they marched around the temple of Cybele, while the Gallae mourned from within. Maybe they even joined in on the jam session. I can't imagine the noise. Maybe it's like the air show. I always make a point to be out of town when Toronto's air show is on. If you lived near the Temple of Kabel, maybe you'd take the opportunity to go visit your relatives in the country on March 23rd. Mensis Martius Viginte Quatuor.
Dies sanguinis.
Here we are. Skip this next part if you're squeamish. During the Dies Sanguinis, the Day of Blood, the Gallae would whip themselves until they bled. They might also beat themselves with pine cones and cut their shoulders, chests, or arms with knives. This, combined with not having eaten for 9 days, would have put them in a very intense state. Then they all partook in gender-affirming excision together and sprinkled their blood on the different sacred objects in the temple. That would include the altars and the effigy of Attis and, assumingly, the tree as well. Then they'd have their lower stomachs tattooed, probably with some images of Cybele and Attis. This inducted the new Gallae into the order. That night they carried the tree. Remember, it's supposed to represent Attis on a bier, and carried it to a grave where they buried it. They kept mourning and shrieking as they did so. I imagine their throats are pretty raw at this point. When the mourning finishes, a priest anoints their throats and says to them, quote, Farete mistai tu theon se sosminu estai gar emin ekponun soteria. Be of good heart, you novices, because the god is saved. Deliverance from distress will come for us as well. Mensis Martius Viginti Quinque. Hilaria. Rejoice, for he is risen. No, not Christ. That's on a different day, though, amusingly, I happened to have been writing that on Easter Sunday. Hilaria is a noun that means like merriment, rejoicing, joyous celebration, that sort of thing. March 25th commemorates the resurrection of Attis, which took place on the day after the spring equinox, the first day where the day is longer than the night. I know the spring equinox is usually on the 20th, but remember they hadn't invented the Gregorian calendar yet. The Roman calendar doesn't quite match up with ours. During this period, they'd have a triumph, which was a type of Roman parade usually reserved for generals who'd won an important military victory. The emperor would be at the head of the triumph, along with an idol representing Cybele and a bunch of expensive art and other stuff loaned by the local rich guys. That would make you look good. Following Cybele and the emperor were people of different social classes, including the upper class equites and senators, citizens, and freedmen. They'd be wearing all sorts of different masks and disguises, which is maybe why it was open to everyone. You might not know who was behind the mask. Behind them, the Gallae would be playing their drums, cymbals, and auloi, and when they got to where they were going, which isn't clear from what I read, there was a big feast. The quote from the Dies Sanguinis earlier might have happened on this day. It makes more sense based on context anyway. We're not sure. But there's another ceremony which may have taken place on this day or on the Dies Sanguinis. I'm talking about it here just to try and space things out a little bit. Anyway, we don't know much about the specifics of the rite itself, but we know it was sort of like a secret passage to enter. This was a common thing among ancient mystery cults. The Eleusinian Mysteries had a similar entrance ritual. That's another mystery cult if you're familiar with it. If you're not, don't worry about it. Anyway, there are a couple of different versions of this ritual, but they say more or less the same thing. Clement of Alexandria, an early Christian writer, gives us the most complete version, where he says, quote, Ek timpanu ephagon, ek kimbalon epion, ekyrno foresa, upo ton paston upedun. From the drum I have eaten, from the cymbal I have drunk, I have carried the knowledge, the room I have entered. Firmicus Maternus tells us this was the phrase they used in order to be given entrance to the temple. He also adds, I have become an initiate of Attis to the end of this. And I think about this sort of thing sometimes, you know? Are you ever out somewhere and you see a chick who looks cool and you're pretty sure she's trans, but you don't want to say anything because, hey, I noticed you're trans is not a good icebreaker if she is trans, and really not a good icebreaker if you're mistaken and she's not, but also you don't really know what else to say, so you just gently smile at each other knowingly, sort of, but also not because, again, you're not sure. We do have the flag, but that's becoming more recognized and the world is becoming more But our ancestors have given us a gift. Initiate of Attis. Sort of like the handkerchief code gay boys used to use, or calling each other a friend of Dorothy. Maybe Initiate of Attis can be a similar code word for us. I don't know. Mensis martius vicinte sex. Requieto. On this day, everyone rested because, oh my goodness, would they have needed it. There isn't much to say about this one, so I'm going to take this opportunity to have a rest because it takes a lot out of me to do this sort of filming. Catch you later. I'm going for a bike ride. Mensis martius vicinte septem. Lawatio. 1 hour later. That's better. Lawatio means bath, an appropriate activity after a sweaty bike ride. This was another very solemn, serious ritual. It involved another procession. The cult of Kabel loved its processions, where an archigallus would carry the Kabel stone in a chariot from the temple to the Almo, a small tributary of the Tiber River that flows through Rome. From there, he would dip the stone in the river and coat it with ash. He'd do the same with the other tools and religious items as well, within the chariot itself. Then he'd ask the Mater Magna if she wanted to return to Rome, and I guess she always did, because after that, they'd return her to the festival, but this time it was a much more festive procession. They'd dance along the way while being showered with flower petals. Scholar Martin J. Vermaseren says the return was a gay affair, which means this is evidence of the very first gay pride parade. Wow! Mensis martius vicinte octo. Initium Kaiani. We know the least about this day. In fact, this one might not even be part of the festival of Kabel. There's just so little we know about it that I'm not going to get into it. There's just nothing. Chapter 8. What can this tell us? This festival was likely celebrated across the empire. There are a few different ways we know this. First of all, there are plenty of cult icons and altars to Kabel, which we found across former Roman territory. This includes modern-day Turkey, which is not at all surprising since the Gallae came from there originally. There are also a bunch from Athens, many of which were discovered in Piraeus, which was Athens's port town. This one was found along the Via Appia, a road going from Rome through the south of Italy. Take a look at the tree and what's hanging from it. That's an Attis tree, absolutely. Here's the entrance to a shrine dedicated to Attis in Ostia, a port town near Rome, and a statue of Attis reclining from within the same shrine. Here's a fresco of a procession in honor of Attis from Pompeii. Could some of the people in the audience here be Gallae? Maybe. Here's a silver dish from near Mediolanum, modern-day Milan. There's Kabel and beautiful Attis by her side in a chariot being pulled by lions. Here's a marble relief showing the death of Attis, which was found in Glanum, a bit south of Avignon in France. Here's a sarcophagus depicting an archigallus, the high priest of the Gallae, who, remember, was not an actual Galla. This one was found near Porto in Portugal. This one's from Porto as well. It's an archigallus honoring Attis. This one has Kabel along with Hermes and Hecate. It's from Egypt. This one's from near Dusseldorf, and this one's from Trier. Here's an Attis from Andetrium, which is in modern-day Croatia. And here's one from Tomis, modern-day Constanta in Romania. It's where Ovid lived out his final years after being exiled from the empire. The Kabel cult made its way out there as well. You get the point. We found evidence of the cult of Kabel and Attis all over former Roman territory. But that isn't necessarily evidence the Gallae were there. After all, there were non-Gallae Romans who paid tribute to the Mater Magna as well. Remember the Dendrophori, for example, and the Canophori. But that's not all we have. We've also discovered a grave in Britain with clear evidence it belongs to a Gallae priestess. We won't go in depth into that today. That deserves its own video, and this one is already long enough. But it's pretty wonderful that such a thing exists. So that tells us the Gallae did have a presence outside of Rome. The literary evidence can help us too. In fact, it's none other than St. Augustine who tells us about them. St. Augustine was an early Christian figure whose philosophical writings ended up greatly influencing the theological underpinnings of the church. If you were to make a list of the most influential Christians of all time, obviously Jesus is number one, but St. Augustine would be on there for sure. Born in the year 354 CE, he eventually became the bishop of Hippo, a city in Roman North Africa, in modern-day Algeria, before dying in 430 CE. He wrote a number of different texts, but his most famous one is De Civitate Dei contra Paganos, on the city of God against the pagans. We usually just call it City of God. He sets aside an entire chapter of Book 7 to rail against the Gallae and the cult of the Great Mother, which opens with, quote,
"Concerning the Gallae consecrated to the same Great Mother, in defiance of all the modesty which belongs to men and women, Varro has not wished to say anything, nor do I remember to have read anywhere aught concerning them. These Gallae, no later than yesterday, were going through the streets and places of Carthage, with anointed hair, whitened faces, relaxed bodies, and feminine gait, extracting from the people the means of maintaining their ignominious lives."
A lot to pick through there, and perhaps I'll do more if I ever do a video addressing ancient transphobia. But for our purposes today, it's noteworthy that St. Augustine saw the Gallae in Carthage parading through the streets and asking for donations, just like we know they did in Rome as well. So we do have clear evidence the Gallae had a wide-ranging presence across the ancient Mediterranean. The cult of Cybele and Attis was practiced broadly, including the festivals devoted to them. But when you look at that St. Augustine quote, it's pretty clear how much disdain he has for the Gallae. And he's not alone there. In fact, one of the great ironies I found while researching and writing this video was how many of the sources we have about the Gallae are openly hostile to them. Firmicus Maternus, for example, gives us the closest thing we have to a direct quote from the Gallae. But before he does so, he says, quote,
"They have a particular sign and a particular response, in which instruction of the devil is transmitted to them in the meetings of these very sacrileges."
Now, the Gallae were practicing a religion, it's true, and modern trans girls, by and large, aren't. He also lived during the reign of Constantine I, when Christianity was absolutely still an underdog and had been persecuted for centuries. Constantine put an end to that persecution, but that wouldn't have put an end to anti-Christian attitudes any more than the 13th Amendment in the United States abolished racism. So in one respect, it's understandable that he would think terribly highly about pagans. That said, if you know anything about moral panics, I'm sure you'll recognize some of the ingredients here. The work of Firmicus Maternus is called De Errore Profanarum Religionem, on the error of the profane religions. And the word profane had similar connotations in Latin as it does in English today. Unclean, offensive, wicked, the one word that is actually similar. So that's very similar to St. Augustine's work, not just on the city of God, but on the city of God against the pagans. Clement of Alexandria, too, gives us some important details on their worship, and he is perhaps even harsher. Just before he tells us the secret password of the Gallae, he says, quote,
"If I go on to further quote the symbols of initiation into this mystery, they will, I know, move you to laughter, even though you are in no laughing humor when your rites are being exposed. Are not these symbols an outrage? Are not these mysteries a mockery?"
Harsh, right? But here's the thing. If it weren't for these guys and their desire to condemn the Gallae and their rituals, we wouldn't know many of the details we know about them today. They wanted to crush the Gallae, and now we're talking about them because of their words. So there's that. Maybe along with the rest of this video, that can bring you some comfort as well. Yes, qui oderunt, those who hate, refuse to shut up about us. They rant about us nonstop, constantly spreading awful lies about us to rile up their base. If the multimillionaire pundits can get the unwashed masses to spend their energy hating a stranger, that helps distract them from the thousands of ways their billionaire masters are screwing everybody, every single day. But our trans siblings looking back on this time, thousands of years in the future, might see the likes of Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, or Donald Trump, and learn about us in that way. And as sickening as that might seem, the fact that they can't shut up about us ensures that we'll be remembered. Similarly, We don't know much about the Tectosages, because nobody wrote much about them. I mentioned them in the video on the Inari grave, and somebody in the comments became very cross because I deliberately pronounced their name wrong because I thought it was cool. So here you go. I'm saying it right this time. May the Tectosages forgive me for my grave indiscretion. Huh, get it? Anyway, trans people today, of course, have plenty of writings and YouTubings, so our future siblings will have more than just the opinions of phobes to lean on. But to borrow the words of trans feminist Margaret Diedro O'Hartigan once more, quote, "When I look upon the image of a Gallae carved in stone for the Appian Way, I have no doubt that I gaze upon the image of a woman in whose features I recognize my own, and whose life more closely resembles mine than do either of ours, to the majority of our respective contemporaries. In that instant I sense that, although 1900 years may separate us, she is my sister and I am hers, and in that sense we are both priestesses of the Great Mother. We have both been male and become female. The power brokers of the world are working hard to isolate us from each other, from ourselves, from our history, but they were wrong in antiquity and they're wrong today. Today, we dug a lot more in depth into the worship practices of a sect of trans feminine priestesses, the Gallae. I hope this helps connect you to those who came before us. But when it comes to their rituals, there's a lot we don't know. So if you were considering a ritual approach to honoring our transcestors, you might find some gaps and feel tempted to add your own details in. That is, in fact, in keeping with the traditions of the Gallae in the first place. We know their rituals changed over time, with new festival days and new worship practices. The emperors Claudius, Domitian, and Antoninus Pius, at least, are all known to have played a role in shaping the cult of Attis and Cybele, and the emperor Julian the Apostate wrote about the March festivals as well. Each of these emperors would have left their mark on the festival, and assumingly the Gallae themselves would have found different ways to pay tribute to their patron deities as well. So if in your own life you're feeling isolated and alienated from your ancestors, perhaps these rituals can bring you some comfort as you gaze into the eyes of the sculptures of our ancient trans sisters. May you realize the truth that can't be buried, no matter how hard they try. We have always existed. And so long as humanity continues to endure, so too shall we. Gather round, friends. Let me tell you a tale. Mithridates VI Eupator, who amidst the ever-growing shadow of Rome stood fast against their hegemony, who saw his kingdom expand to dominate all of Asia Minor and contract to a tiny rump state, who did battle with some of the greatest generals the Roman Republic had to offer, and who, against all odds, died a free man by his own hand late in life, never to see the inside of a Roman prison, was not transgender. Let me finish. He had a lover named Hypsikrates, who most certainly was. This is his story. In case this is your first time joining us, welcome. I'm Sophie, and this is We Have Always Existed. It's a show where we explore the wealth of histories of transgender people in the ancient Mediterranean. And I guess I'm on a bit of a transmasculine kick lately, because the last video was on the fictional character McGillis and what he could tell us about transgender history. And look, from a personal perspective, trans feminine history is obviously more relatable to me. However, I do love you, my trans brothers. There's nothing inherently wrong with masculinity, of course. I could just never make it work for me. But it can be pretty damn cool, and it's awesome to see you guys rocking so well something that I really tried to make work for myself but never could. But as fun as fictional characters are, I think it's more interesting to see real people doing real things in real life. I'm getting back to my roots here. Y'all love the video on Elagabalus and the one on the Inari. Those are my two best performing videos to date. So here's another one about a real person, IRL. Now, if you're not already a history nerd, you might not recognize the name Mithridates. After all, he's not a Roman, and he's not from Athens, and those are the main places that people wrote stuff about. but he's a very, very fascinating character. In fact, he's one of the most interesting characters to come out of the 1st century BCE, and that century gave us a lot of interesting characters, so that's really saying something. It gave us Spartacus, Cicero, Julius Caesar, Pompey Crassus, Sulla, Marius, Vercingetorix, Mark Antony, Cleopatra, and the Emperor Augustus. Do you recognize some of these names? Mithridates is as interesting a character as any one of them. And in fact, some of these characters are going to be making it into our story today as well. I'm going to do my best not to get pulled off on too many side quests, but with so much fascinating history going on, you'll forgive me if I indulge a little bit here and there as a treat. This is, of course, a story about Hypsikrates, Mithridates' lover. However, the way the histories are told, Hypsikrates is very much a supporting character to Mithridates, so it's really not possible to tell one of their stories without telling the other. But I'll do my best to focus on Hypsikrates as much as I can. Both of our sources refer to him as Hypsikratia, the wife and concubine of Mithridates, but that's really selling the guy short for several reasons here. So why do we call him Hypsikrates? Well, Plutarch says that that's what Mithridates called him. Kind of neat. We also have another very interesting piece of history that confirms this later on, but more on that later on. We'll start with a look at the kingdom of Pontus, Mithridates' kingdom, as well as the period leading up to it. This will help give us an idea of the time and the place in which Mithridates and Hypsikrates lived. From there, we'll talk about Hypsikrates, what we know about him, what we don't know about him, and explore whether or not he was trans by exploring some potential counter-arguments to the idea. If you enjoy learning about trans history, your support on Patreon makes a big difference. When I say this is an expensive hobby, it really is. Sometimes the only way to track down the information I'm looking for is to buy a book that's been out of print since like the 70s, and those aren't cheap on eBay. Unless, of course, I want to hop on a plane and go to a public library in like Switzerland or something. So really, this channel is just an elaborate way for me to indulge my habit of buying and collecting expensive books. So thanks for your help. Link in the description. As well, if you think trans people deserve to know and to own our own histories, toss a like, a comment, a subscribe down below. It really helps.
Do it now.
Alright, let's get into it. Chapter 1. Mithridates, Rome's fearsome adversary. It wasn't always inevitable for Rome to become the dominant force in the Mediterranean. It's weird to think about today since they've left us such a powerful cultural and institutional legacy, but once upon a time, they were just a tiny little podunk town in the middle of a completely unimportant region, and it took them centuries before they even brought that unimportant region under their heel. As they grew, their greatest rival was Carthage, a city on the coast of North Africa in modern-day Tunisia. Both of these empires, Carthage and Rome, were aggressively expansionistic, so it was inevitable for them to come to blows at some point. They did so in the 3 Punic Wars, but the second one is the most significant. We mentioned it briefly in the video on the Gallae. This was the last time anybody had any real chance of halting the spread of Roman hegemony in the Mediterranean, and they came pretty close to doing it. But in spite of having arguably the greatest leader of the ancient world, Hannibal, leading their armies, they lost. Rome defeated Carthage, annexed most of their territory except for the city itself and some small area around it, and finally destroyed it in the 3rd Punic War in 146 BCE. But that didn't mean Rome was through with formidable foes, particularly from the east. They had the Diadochi, or successors, to deal with. The Diadochi were a collection of empires carved out of the remains of Alexander the Great's empire, who conquered the Achaemenid Persian Empire and then died in 323 BCE without an heir. This, of course, disrupted the balance of power in the region. There was no longer a Persian Empire, but at the same time, there was no longer an Alexandrian Empire either, so his various generals fought over the remains of it. After a couple decades of war, 4 notable generals created last interesting empires, which we call the Diadochi. These were the empires that the Romans would run into as they expanded eastward. Ptolemy ruled Egypt, Cyprus, southeastern Asia Minor, and a small part of the southern Levant. Cassander ruled Macedonia and most of Greece. Seleucus ruled most of the Levant, that's modern-day Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, Jordan, that area. East Asia Minor, and everything east of it as far as modern-day Pakistan. And Antigonus ruled Thrace and the north and west of Asia Minor. These borders were fluid, of course. The generals kept fighting amongst themselves, and various breakaway kingdoms were formed as well. One of those breakaway kingdoms was the Kingdom of Pontus, founded by Mithridates I. Mithridates I's father, Mithridates II, was the king of Chios. Wait, Mithridates II's son is named Mithridates I? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Yeah, it's weird. Mithridates II ruled Chios on behalf of Antigonus, but Antigonus became suspicious of him, so he had him executed in 302 or 301 BCE. So his son became ruler of Chios, who was called Mithridates III, but Antigonus was suspicious of him as well. Mithridates III learned that Antigonus was plotting against him, so he decided to leave. He took off, founded the Kingdom of Pontus with some followers, and from there declared himself Mithridates I of Pontus. Mithridates I Kitistes, or the builder. So yeah, Mithridates III is also Mithridates I, and his father is Mithridates II, but his grandson is also Mithridates II. It's very, I know, it's very confusing. Fast forward a couple hundred years, and a handful of Mithridates and Mithridates V, Euergetes, the benefactor, because he was a great patron of the Greek arts, is murdered at a banquet, poisoned, in fact, in 120 BCE. And after some turmoil, Mithridates VI, Eupator, becomes the king of Pontus. This Mithridates is our boy. Seeing his father die of poisoning, and he suspected his mother of doing it, was a pivotal moment in the life of Mithridates Eupator. After this, he decided nobody was ever going to poison him. He would not fall victim to that. So what he did was he started taking small doses of poison every day in order to immunize himself from its effects. And it turns out this is actually possible. You can do this with some poisons, but by no means all of them. The practice of this is called Mithridatism. I'm sure Mithridates would be very proud, and I'm sure the Sicilian would be a little disappointed. I know it was Wesley who immunized himself against iocane powder, not Vizzini. I screwed up this joke. Please don't hate me. I can't believe I screwed it up. It's entirely inconceivable! We also know Mithridates VI was a polyglot. According to Pliny the Elder, quote,
Mithridates, who was king of 22 nations, administered their laws in as many languages and could harangue each of them without employing an interpreter.
And here I am with a smattering of French, Italian, and Latin whirling around in my head like a tornado. A few years ago, I was on vacation in Mexico, and when I decided to go there, I decided to try to learn a little bit of Spanish. Obviously, I'm not going to master the language, but I don't know, I'm in somebody else's house. I think it's polite to try to learn at least a little bit of the language. I don't know, maybe that's my own thing. But anyway, so I spent some time learning some key Spanish phrases. So I was going out for coffee in the morning, and I decided I'm going to learn how to order my coffee. Un café grande, por favor. Un café grande, por favor. I repeated that over and over in my head. So I got to the cafe. Un café grande, por favor. Un café grande, por favor. It becomes my turn to order. I get to the counter, and what do I say? Bonjour, je voudrais une tasse de café, s'il vous plaît. Yeah, I'm no Mithridates. Anyway, Mithridates VI, Eupator, brought his kingdom from a small sliver on the northern coast of Asia Minor to dominate the entire region. In the process, he came to blows against the Romans 3 times in what's called the 3 Mithridatic Wars. There's a lot to say about these wars, but we shan't get too far into them. But here's the Cole's notes. The first Mithridatic War was fought from 89 to 85 BCE, was led on the Roman side by Lucius Cornelius Sulla, and ended status quo ante bellum, which means how things were before the war started. No territorial gains on either side. Part of this is because Sulla was dealing with some enemies back home in Rome who were plotting against him, so he had to wrap things up quickly. The second was a war of aggression led on the Roman side by Sulla's power-hungry, glory-hungry legate, Lucius Licinius Murena, and ended in defeat and retreat on the Roman side. It's the third Mithridatic War that we're most interested in. The king of Bithynia, Nicomedes IV, died in 75 BCE and willed his kingdom to Rome, and Mithridates would have none of that. Chapter 2. The Life of Hypsikrates. Let's set the stage. Just before the final battle of the Third Punic War, Mithridates had delivered the Romans a stunning defeat at the Battle of Zela, which ejected them from all of the Pontic territories at the time. So the Romans recalled their general and replaced him in 66 BCE by somebody by the name of Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus. We know him in English as Pompey the Great. Pompey had already made a name for himself in the Roman Republic. First, as a general under Sulla during his civil war against another Roman leader, Gaius Marius. This is the same Sulla that we talked about who led the first Mithridatic War, by the way. Then Pompey put an end to the slave revolt started by Spartacus, and following that, he put an end to piracy in the Mediterranean in the span of just 3 months. Pompey was the Republic's golden boy. Whatever the Senate sent him to do, he did, and he did very well. One of their biggest problems in the east was Mithridates, so they sent him to deal with it. He sent his fleet to guard the coast of the Black Sea, cutting off the possibility of a naval escape from Mithridates. He convinced the Parthian king to attack Armenia, an ally of Mithridates to the east, to make sure they couldn't provide any support. He secured the kingdom of Cappadocia to the south, cutting off that escape route as well. The territory to the north, Colchis, was part of Pontus, but it wasn't easily traversed. And he was attacking from the west. Mithridates was boxed in. Mithridates set up camp along the Lycus River in the mountains on a hill called Dastera. His camp was in rocky terrain, easily defensible, and with only one way to get in and out. So he stationed 2,000 of his troops to guard it while he sent his cavalry out to harass Pompey's troops. The hope was that Pompey would run out of supplies and end up having to retreat. However, Pompey discovered Mithridates' camp and attacked in the middle of the night. Despite a surprise attack, Mithridates was thoroughly entrenched, so it should still have been a very difficult battle. But Mithridates must have done something to upset the moon goddess Artemis, because when the Romans attacked, they had the full moon shining behind them. As a result, they cast long shadows before them, and so when Mithridates' troops threw their javelins, they missed over and over again because they were hard to see. The Romans noticed this, pushed forward even more zealously than they did before, and defeated the Pontic forces, killing more than 10,000 of them, fully a third of the Pontic army. What about Mithridates? He was leading a cavalry charge during this battle. He had 800 cavalrymen with him, but at some point he and 3 others were cut off from the rest of their forces. Seeing how the battle was going, the 4 of them broke through the Roman rear and escaped. One of these 4 was Hypsikrates. We don't know when Mithridates met Hypsikrates, but scholar Adrienne Mayer, in her book The Poison King, suggests that it might have been in 69 BCE, when Mithridates was recruiting troops across the region. Hypsikrates' name means mountain strength, suggesting he must have come from the Caucasus region, the most mountainous region of Mithridates' kingdom. At first, Hypsikrates may have joined Mithridates as a stable hand. He looked after the horses. I'm told the proper word for this is groom, but I also feel like maybe that word is toxic now. Maybe we just can't use it for any purpose anymore. Kind of like basic biology, how that's become such a red flag. Anyway, Hypsikrates eventually became Mithridates' lover. He must have led the cavalry charge along with Mithridates. We don't know who the other 2 were, but considering that they were close to Mithridates during the battle, they may also have been important figures within the Pontic military. Anyway, the 4 of them headed east, crestfallen, disappointed, disheartened. joined by about 3,000 footmen, survivors of the Moonlight Battle, as well as some cavalry mercenaries who also managed to escape. It must have been heartwarming for Hypsikrates and Mithridates to see these forces joining them, but it was still a small fraction of their original force. Eventually they reached Sonora, Mithridates' treasury, near the border of his kingdom and that of Armenia. Today it's a small town with this name in Turkey. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. I'm sorry. I really did actually look into how to pronounce this. I'm not just being lazy. I couldn't find the info. My apologies. Once they arrived, they were welcomed by Mithridates' daughter Dripatina, who we're told loved her father very much. And that seems like a bit of a rarity in Mithridates' family. Recall that his mother poisoned his father and probably tried to poison him as well. Some of his children betrayed him, so it's not a great family, but Dripatina seemed to love her father very much. So that's great. There, Mithridates licked his wounds and distributed his wealth to all of his remaining soldiers. He also sent an envoy to Armenia asking for aid, but hadn't yet learned that Pompey had gotten the Parthian king to attack Armenia, so they weren't in any position to be able to help him. He also prepared a set of poison pills and gave one each to his closest friends. That way, if they were captured by the Romans, they didn't have to spend the rest of their life in prison. They had a way out. At this point, the written sources neglect to mention Hypsikrates again, unfortunately. That doesn't mean we're out of evidence for his existence, but it does mean we don't have as much specifics in the written sources, unfortunately. However, there's no reason to believe that Hypsikrates didn't continue to accompany Mithridates during his travels. After all, Valerius Maximus tells us, quote,
Mithridates felt that he was wandering with house and household gods as Hypsikrates joined him in exile.
After leaving Sonora, the Pontic army headed north, still part of what remained of Mithridates' kingdom. The hope was to reconsolidate their power. They wintered in a city called Dioscurias, which is close to the modern Russian city of Sochi. You remember where they had the Winter Olympics back in 2014? The triumphant return of the Jamaican bobsledding team, remember that? How awesome that was? Back when Russia was at least trying to be part of the global community, back before MAGA, before the foundations of the neoliberal world order began visibly crumbling before our very eyes, even here in the heart of the empire. Those were the days. Their goal was to eventually reach Pantikapaon, a city on the Crimean Peninsula, and there establish a new capital and a new center of power. It was, however, under the control of Machares, one of Mithridates' sons, who unfortunately had betrayed him and sided with the Romans. So there was that business to deal with as well. Pompey, meanwhile, secured the surrender of Tigranes, the king of Armenia, a close ally of Mithridates. He also asserted control over all the Pontic territories in Asia Minor. He took as much wealth as he could, including the cloak of Alexander the Great, which if you're a gamer, you're probably thinking like, oh wow, this is great. That must be really good for Pompey. It gives him like plus 87 to strength and plus 22 to bravery or something like that. But no, this would have been like a tattered old rag, like 300 years old at this point, and probably not even authentic, because like, how do you trace the provenance of something like that in the ancient world? The only stat boost it would bring him would be to his bragging, which, to be fair, would be quite handy in Roman politics. Pompey did try to follow Mithridates north, but after a while he realized it was far too much of a hassle, even with his new cloak, and Mithridates would probably die in the mountains anyway, because who's going to survive a trek across the mountains? It's totally unheard of for an enemy of Rome to survive a trek across the mountains. So he went back to Rome and declared himself as the victor of the Third Mithridatic War. Meanwhile, Hypsikrates and Mithridates in 65 BCE crossed the Caucasus Mountains. Now, if you're like me who's never climbed a tall mountain before, never had to trek through the wilderness, this might not sound like that big a deal, because like you hear of people climbing mountains all the time, right? Like it's must not be that hard, but it is hard even with modern like thermal gear and GPS devices and stuff like that. For a small ragtag band of troops led by an elderly man who had just gotten his proverbial ass handed to him, it's a downright miracle they made it through this. To this day, we don't know how they did it. No doubt Hypsikrates must have been helpful here, likely being from the mountains. Historian Oleg Gabelko has mentioned some Russian historians have raised the idea that Hypsikrates may not have been able to survive the harsh conditions traveling over the mountains and may have died there. However, considering what we seem to know about Hypsikrates is he was from the mountains and he was a badass, I feel like this is unlikely, and for the record, so does Gabelko. No, I think that in the summer of 65 BCE, when Mithridates showed up at Pantikapaon in full force, Hypsikrates was by his side. When they arrived, the rebellious Machares was not interested in facing his father's wrath, so he killed himself. In control of at least part of his kingdom once more, Mithridates petitioned Pompey for peace, asking for the same terms that Tigranes had received, to retain rulership of his kingdom in exchange for paying tribute to Rome. At the same time, he fell ill from a disease that caused ulcers to form on his face. We don't know the specifics of this disease, but it may have been related to the poison that he was taking every single day. That might have been what was making him sick. However, it's also possible that it was a communicable disease and that Hypsikrates died from it. This is what scholar L.A. Naumov suggests. At least that's what Oleg Gabelko says that he says, but Naumov writes in Russian, so unfortunately I can't read it. Pompey was surprised to learn that Mithridates was still alive, but still he refused his request for terms. After all, if he wanted the same terms that Tigranes received, he would have to ask for them in the same way, which was to come before him and bow to his knees. And Mithridates' response? Mithridates nuts! That one was not my idea. I'm sorry. That was terrible. Unwilling to meet Pompey's demand, Mithridates realized that continued war with Rome was inevitable. He and his generals, likely including Hypsikrates, made plans for war, and what they came up with was a daring strategy. They would gather allies, bolster their forces, from there travel across Europe, along the Danube River, go over the Alps, and invade Italy itself, like Hannibal had done 2 centuries earlier. The absolute madman. Now, writers seem to be divided on this one. Some think it was a last gasp strategy by a desperate man, but others think he may have actually been able to pull it off, including some Roman writers. But Mithridates never got the chance. First, they faced a major earthquake, which Cassius Dio calls, quote,
the greatest earthquake ever experienced.
This devastated several of the cities under Mithridates' control. He must have done something to upset the earthshaker Poseidon as well. Next was a rebellion that began in Phanagoria, another of the cities still under Mithridates' control that was across the Cimmerian Bosporus from Pantikapaon. The people in northern Pontus hadn't yet been touched by Mithridates' repeated wars, and they weren't too happy with the heavy taxation and being forced to serve in the military under the command of an old man on a losing streak. It turns out that Mithridates' favored son, Pharnaces, was at the center of this rebellion. It grew to the point that he couldn't halt it. This rebellion involved significant fighting, and it's possible that Hypsikrates died during it as well. One morning, Mithridates was awakened by his troops and his people chanting something at him. Appian wasn't there, but he still seems to know what they said, and what he said, they said was, quote,
we want your son to be king. We want a young man instead of an old one, who was ruled by eunuchs, the slayer of so many of his sons, his generals, and his friends.
At this point, Mithridates knew his days were numbered. He also knew that if he were captured by the Romans, they would bound him in chains, parade him through the city, and then execute him. And that is not how he saw his life going. So he opened his bottle of poison and distributed it to his remaining family members. If Hypsikrates was still alive here, it's possible he took the poison as well. Mithridates, however, was immune to the poison since he'd been drinking small amounts of it his entire life. How ironic. So he asked his bodyguard Bituitus to take care of things for him. Appian tells us he said, quote,
I have profited much from your right arm against my enemies. I shall profit from it most of all if you will kill me and save from the danger of being led in a Roman triumph, one who has been an autocrat so many years, and the ruler of so great a kingdom, but who is now unable to die by poison because, like a fool, he has fortified himself against the poison of others.
This was the end of Mithridates. Afterwards, Pharnaces sent an envoy to Pompey saying that his father was dead and asking for permission to rule Pontus as a client of Rome. To Pompey, the matter was satisfied, and Pontus remained an independent kingdom until it was annexed by the Emperor Nero in 62 CE. Chapter 3. What we know about Hypsikrates. Let's take a look at the passages we have about Hypsikrates. The two writers who mention him are Valerius Maximus and Plutarch. So we're going to start by talking a little bit about each of these writers because, I don't know, I feel like the writers who tell us about this stuff deserve to be recognized as well. And hey, maybe that means someday I'll be recognized as a writer after I'm gone. Then again, I'll be dead. What do I care? Then we'll read the passages and talk about what they tell us about Hypsikrates. First, Valerius Maximus. He was a 1st century BCE Roman writer who lived during the reign of the Emperor Tiberius, so that's at least 80 years after the end of the Mithridatic Wars. He was born poor, but he was a talented writer, so he caught the attention of local rich guy Sextus Pompeius, who was a patron of literature. This is not the same Pompeius we talked about earlier, Pompey the Great. It's not the same guy. Different guy, same name. He was also a patron of the poet Ovid, whose work has come up a lot on this channel, and it's going to keep coming up, I'm sure. So it's a good bet that the two of them knew each other. Valerius Maximus's work is called Factorum et Dictorum Memorabilium Libri Novem, or Memorable Doings and Sayings in 9 books. If you watched the video on the Gallae, you may recognize Valerius Maximus. We referenced book 7 of his works when we talked about the Roman legal precedent that said that the Gallae are legally considered to not be men. However, today we're talking about book 4. Next is Plutarch, and we actually know quite a bit about him. He was born in 46 BCE during the reign of the Emperor Claudius in a small town called Chaeronea, east of Delphi. Claudius was 2 emperors after Tiberius, so it's possible he and Valerius Maximus lived at the same time, though it's unlikely they actually met each other. He had 2 brothers, Lamprias and Timon, married a woman named Timoxena, and also had a daughter named Timoxena, who died when she was just 2 years old. He studied philosophy in Athens. At some point, he became a Roman citizen, and after that, he became a priest of Apollo at the temple at Delphi, the place where people go for all those oracles in the ancient world. Also, he was a vegetarian. How cool is that? Like, how many people's diets do we know throughout history? Do we know Julius Caesar's favorite breakfast? Do we know what Napoleon had for a midnight snack? Actually, I don't know. We might. I should have researched this a little bit before. Leave a comment below if you think you know what Julius Caesar's favorite breakfast was. Plutarch has written a lot of pieces, but he's best known for his Parallel Lives. This is a collection of biographies where he pairs a notable Greek with a notable Roman and compares their lives. It's a really important source for the lives of a lot of ancient figures, so thanks Plutarch. In this case, we're interested in his life of Pompey, who he paired with Agesilaus III, king of Sparta after the Peloponnesian War, by the way. Anyway, let's take a look at the sources. We'll go in alphabetical order, so Valerius Maximus goes first. I've changed names and pronouns where necessary, marked with brackets. Quote,
Hypsikrates, also in his love for his husband Mithridates, gave rein to his affection. For his husband's sake, he considered it a pleasure to convert the outstanding beauty of his person to masculine style. For he cut his hair short, and accustomed himself to a horse and weapons the more easily to partake of his husband's toils and dangers. He even followed Mithridates as he fled through savage nations after his defeat by Gnaeus Pompeius, tireless in spirit as in body. Such loyalty on his part was a great consolation and delightful solace to Mithridates in harsh and difficult circumstances. For he felt that he was wandering with house and household gods, as Hypsikrates joined him in exile.
Next, Plutarch. This is during the moonlight battle that we talked about earlier. Quote,
Mithridates himself, however, at the outset, cut and charged his way through the Romans with 800 horsemen, but the rest were soon dispersed, and he was left with 3 companions. One of these was Hypsikrates, a concubine who always displayed a right manly spirit and extravagant daring, for which reason the king was wont to call him Hypsikrates. And at the time, mounted and accoutred like a Persian, he was neither exhausted by the long journeys, nor did he weary of caring for the king's person and for his horse, until they came to a place called Sinora, which was full of the king's money and treasures.
That's not exactly a full biography, but there's still a lot that we can pull out of that. First off, Hypsikrates and Mithridates were clearly quite in love, so much so that their romance seemed to survive and outlast both the time and the place. In fact, Book 4, Section 6 of Valerius Maximus's work focuses entirely on the great love between married couples throughout history, and the fact that he mentions Mithridates and Hypsikrates here is kind of weird, because Mithridates was very much an enemy of the state. He was a bad guy, as far as the Romans were concerned. Like, nobody really talks today about the great love between Elizabeth Bathory and her husband, you know? But it was different. Today, we view the bad guys, the enemies of the state, as evil, inherently bad people. Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, we had to get these guys, because they're evil, they're bad, look at all the terrible things they've done. Of course, it's all done in the name of expansionism. It always has been. I'm not saying Osama or Saddam, I'm not saying these are good guys. Please don't get me wrong here. However, plenty of leaders aligned with the American Empire are also not good guys, but they don't receive the bad guy treatment that these other people do. Also, plenty of leaders that are not aligned with the American Empire are also bad guys, but we don't invade them because they don't have oil and they don't have natural resources, all that fun stuff. But in the modern world, conquering for the sake of conquering is not really palatable to the average person. Yes, you can point out some frothing at the mouth maniac warhawk on Twitter. I'm not talking about them. The average person is not comfortable with wars of aggression. But in the ancient world, it was a different story. In Virgil's Aeneid, Book 6, Aeneas visits the underworld, where he is led by his father, the ghost of his father, through his history and what is to come. He shows him that the Trojans will settle in Italy and eventually become the Romans. After pointing out several of Rome's great conquerors along the way, he says, quote,
But you, Roman, remember, rule with all your power the peoples of the earth. These will be your arts, to put your stamp on the works and ways of peace, to spare the defeated, break the proud in war.
To be fair, there were anti-war writers in the ancient world, but expanding and conquering was considered just part of how things went. The Romans had their manifest destiny, just like the Americans do today. So if you lived in a society where wars of aggression were both necessary and tolerated, and where upper-class men were encouraged to seek as much glory for themselves as they could, it makes sense that you would want to make your opponents out to be powerful, honorable, noble. After all, there's more honor in defeating a powerful opponent than there is in defeating someone who's weak. That's why Valerius Maximus wrote about Hypsikrates and Mithridates fondly, and it's why we are never going to see anybody write about the great loves of Saddam Hussein or whatever, no matter how far away we get from him in history. Anyway, we can see that Hypsikrates was also quite masculine and quite capable of surviving the wilderness and surviving the rigors of battle. He was a steadfast companion to Mithridates, both in battle and in accompanying him on the long voyage away from the moonlight battle. But what's really interesting is that he was apparently quite pretty as a girl, but when he met Mithridates, he shed all that and decided to become masculine. If we take Valerius Maximus's word for it, it's that Hypsikratea was a lovely, feminine, beautiful woman who met Mithridates and fell so in love with him that she decided to turn herself into what she thought he needed. So she cut her hair short, she adopted a male name, she dressed like a man, she learned how to fight, and she became a strong, powerful warrior woman. Really? That's the best you got? Does that really sound like the most likely interpretation? Like, okay, Steve, you fell in love with this wonderful girl. She's cool, she's smart, she's interesting, she's sexy, she's amazing. But she wants you to grow your hair out long, remove all of your body hair, dress like a woman, and by the way, your name is Stephanie now. And take these pills. Don't worry about what they are. They're good for you. Just take them, Stephanie. Good girl. You cool with that? Calm down, trans girls in the audience. This isn't a forced feminization story you read on literotica.com back in the day that awakened a whole bunch of feelings inside of you that you would spend the next decade trying to suppress. This is different. Stacy, you cool with your boyfriend calling you Jerry and slapping a fake beard on you every time you hang out? Yeah, I didn't think so. This explanation comes from the same logic, if you even want to call it that gives us the whole, they're trying to make our kids trans sort of yarn. If it's not in somebody's nature to be masculine, you can't force them to be masculine. If you could, then conversion therapy would work in taking trans people and making them cis. But it doesn't. All it does is make them miserable and more likely to. What's more, there isn't any other evidence that Mithridates took this sort of approach with any of his other lovers, and he did have plenty. In fact, Hypsikrates was wife number 6 to Mithridates, and yes, it is correct to call him Mithridates' wife. We'll explain why later. His other wives did sometimes join him on campaigns, but they seemed to serve more of a diplomatic role than a martial one. There's no evidence that Mithridates was into forced masculinization or whatever. So it doesn't make any sense to think that Hypsikrates was masculine because Mithridates tried to force him to be masculine. Chapter 4. Is there another plausible explanation here? Now, maybe there's something we're missing here. We don't want to jump to conclusions. There are plenty of examples of warrior women in the ancient world. Maybe Hypsikrates is just an example of one of those. So let's take a closer look at some examples. The most obvious example is that of the Amazons, a semi-mythical group of people who lived on the edge of the known world at the time, which is actually pretty close to where Hypsikrates is supposed to be from. Their society was closed off to men. They would meet up with men every once in a while to procreate, have their babies, hand the sons back to the men, and keep the daughters themselves to be raised within their society. They were known for their physical strength, as well as their skills in horseback riding, hunting, archery, and combat. Sounds awesome to me, and clearly the Athenians thought so too, because the Amazons show up all over the place in their art. You can find carvings of Amazons on the Parthenon. I know these aren't in very good shape, but take my word for it, they're supposed to be Amazons. You can also find them on the sides of a lot of vases. And of course, they show up in a lot of different stories. Now, we're not just looking for warrior women, and we're not just looking for women who are described as kind of masculine. There's plenty of that in ancient history and mythology. We know we're going to find that. Because to the Greeks, masculine was in some ways synonymous with did stuff. To the Greeks, a woman's role was in the house. They would stay home, raise the kids, take care of the home, and that's pretty much it. Trad wife to the nth degree. So just the Amazons riding horseback and being able to fight and being able to hunt, that made them masculine in the Athenians' eyes. What we're looking for is Amazons or warrior women in general who adopted a male identity. That's something different. We've talked many times about Herodotus on this channel. Here he is again, the famed father of history. He's from the 5th century BC, was born in Halicarnassos, and is considered to have written the first history in the Western tradition. He tells us about a group of Amazons who were captured by Greeks in battle. The Greeks loaded their Amazon prisoners onto their ships and set sail for Greece. But the Amazons managed to escape their shackles and overpower their Greek jailers, taking control of the ship. Problem was, the Amazons didn't know how to sail, so the ships just drifted wherever they happened to drift, and they ended up in Scythian territory. Remember the Scythians? We talked about them in the very second video to show up on this channel, the ones with the Inari, the trans-feminine priestesses. Once they arrived in Scythian territory, they started raiding local Scythian towns. But when the Scythians realized it was a bunch of hot ladies that were raiding them, they sent their hottest young men to hang out near their camp and, I don't know, flex their muscles and just show off how young and virile they were. I don't know what this supposes what this was supposed to be. Eventually, they managed to seduce the Amazons and had some fun together. But the Scythian men wanted the Amazon women to return to their town with them. But the Amazon women didn't want to because, like, the Scythian women were into, like, girl stuff, like hanging out in wagons and weaving and stuff. That's boring. The Amazon women wanted to hunt and fire bows and ride horseback and do awesome stuff. So the Scythian men agreed to abandon their town and wander off into the wilderness with their new Amazon wives. Thank you very much. From there, they founded the Sauromatian culture, which we understand today to be a Scythian subculture. Herodotus tells us a little bit about this. Quote,
They have continued from that day to the present to observe their ancient customs, frequently hunting on horseback with their husbands, sometimes even unaccompanied, in war taking the field, and wearing the very same dress as the men.
Now, like many things Herodotus writes about, some of this is embellished. That's how Herodotus rolls. But it doesn't really matter for our purposes, because what we're looking for is some sort of precedent of warrior women taking male identities. And we don't really have that here. The closest we have is the idea that the Sauromatian women dressed the same way that the Sauromatian men did. But that's not really the same thing. It's never mentioned that they adopted a masculine hairstyle or took masculine names, for example. It's also not clear under what circumstances Herodotus encountered these people. Maybe he saw them when they were out hunting and saw just their hunting outfits. However, Plutarch tells us Hypsikrates was dressed not just like a man, but like a Persian, which is very much different than how the Sauromatians would have dressed. It's possible he didn't know the specifics and, like a Persian, was just a sort of general hand-waving eastward. Dressed like a Persian, while my husband treats me like a guy. Anyway, we need more than just what Herodotus tells us here. What else we got? In the Iliad Book 3, the Trojans leave the protection of their city walls to go face the Greek invaders. Helen of Troy stays within the city's walls along with Priam. They watch what's unfolding, and Priam asks Helen about some of the key Greek warriors that he sees. She tells them about Agamemnon, about Odysseus, about Ajax the Greater, and as she does, she rambles on about some of their exploits. And she says, quote, I myself, a helper in war, was marshaled among them on that day when the Amazon women came, men's equals. Men's equals doesn't really tell us much, but Iliad Book 6 might shed some further light on things. At this point, a Trojan ally named Glaucus tells about the exploits of one of his ancestors, Bellerophon, where he says, quote,
He killed the Chimera, obeying the portents of the immortals. Next after, he fought against the glorious Solomoi, and this he thought was the strongest battle with men that he entered. But third, he slaughtered the Amazons, who fight like men in battle.
Fight like men in battle. That gives us context on how the Amazons were men's equals. They were equals in combat. This doesn't give us anything more specific than Herodotus did, but that might be because we don't have any specific names of Amazons. So let's take a look at a place that does have some specific names of Amazons. Quintus Smyrnaeus gives us a long list of them. We don't know much about Quintus Smyrnaeus, other than that he lived in the latter half of the 4th century. He had a son named Dorotheus, who was himself a poet. He was from the city of Smyrna, and his name makes me think of the act of spreading peanut butter across a piece of toast. His work is called the Post-Homerica, which picks up the story of the Trojan War right where the Iliad leaves off, which is really interesting because we think of the Iliad as the story of the Trojan War, but it's not. It's the story of about 2 months or so, give or take, of the Trojan War, but it takes place in the 9th year of the war. There's 9 years that happen before it, and there's plenty that happens after. It was originally part of a much larger epic cycle, which is now lost, but Quintus Smyrnaeus gives us a sort of SparkNotes version of it. The Post-Homerica picks up just after Hector's funeral, which is right where the Iliad ends. The Trojans are pretty miserable since Hector was their best guy, and now he's dead, and the Greeks still have Achilles, who's their best guy, so they're pretty worried about their chances here. But who should show up but the Amazon queen Penthesilea and 12 of her best gal pals. The daughter of Ares, Penthesilea had to leave her kingdom after accidentally killing her sister Hippolyta in a hunting accident. She threw her spear at a stag, but she missed real badly. Quintus Smyrnaeus says, Quote.
And with her followed 12 beside, each one a princess, hot for war and battle grim, far famous each, yet handmaidens unto her. Penthesilea far outshone them all. Cloniae was there, Polemusa, Dorinoe, Evandre and Antandre, and Bremusa, Hippothoe, dark-eyed Harmothoe, Alcibiae, Deramakia, and Tibrote and Thermodosa glorying with the spear.
So there we go, 14 different Amazon names. Penthesilea herself, her dearly departed sister, and her 12 companions. None of these is a masculine name. However, there is another Post-Homerica. This one was written by John Tzetzes, a 12th century CE Byzantine scholar. If I had a nickel for every Post-Homerica, etc. This is a whole lot later, though. This is well into the medieval era. His Post-Homerica covers a similar period, and of course he mentions Penthesilea as well, where he says, quote,
There she came, Penthesilea, great-hearted daughter of Otrera, the well-born, natural princess of the Amazons.
If you're interested in the Trojan War cycle, but you've not read these pieces before, I highly recommend them. The Iliad is wonderful, of course, but when you read the Odyssey, you learn that the city of Troy falls and that Achilles dies. Spoiler alert for a 3,000-year-old piece of literature. But at the end of the Iliad, Achilles is still alive and the city of Troy is still standing, so it's kind of an anticlimax. These Post-Homericas fill in the story since they pick up right where the Iliad leaves off. Anyway, the first 200 lines or so of John Tzetzes' Post-Homerica deal with Penthesilea's arrival as well as her squad of bad bitches. Johnny Boy talks a lot about how beautiful they are, to the point where he actually has Ares and Eros fighting over her love because they are just so into her. Yes, Ares. I know I said that Ares was her father. Greek mythology is really, really weird. When she is compared to men, she's described as being men's equals in combat. That's all. She's quite feminine in every other way. But after 3 days of Penthesilea and her squad slicing their way across the Greek forces, Achilles shows up and murders them all. Quote,
There Hippothoe fell, as well as Antianira, and Toxophone died there, and Toxoanassa, and beautiful Gortiessa, Iodoke, and Pharetri, Andro, Ioxia, Oistrophe, and Androdeixa. With them Aspidocarme, and Enkisimargos, Gnemis, and Thoraki, Chalcaor, and Eurylope, Hecate, Anchimache, and Andromache the queen. All these great Amazon daughters fell there, leaders and queens, many and unspeakable were they.
daughters, queens, not men. Interestingly, that list of names is almost completely different than the one Quintus Smyrnaeus gives us, even though Johnny Boy actually mentions Quintus Smyrnaeus at the beginning of his piece. But it's okay that he's plagiarizing because he changed some of the names and he mentioned them at the beginning, right? Please, H-Bomber Guy, don't send your weirdos after John Tzetzes. He's doing his best, okay?
I'm sorry.
Only Hippothoe, whose name means fast like a horse, and of course Penthesilea, show up in both of them. Now this set of names does have andro in it, which is basically manly or mannish or just plain old man. Think of the word androgyne. It's a combination of andro, man, and gyne, or woman. So somebody who is androgynous or an androgyne shows the characteristics of both sexes. Seems like the smoking gun, right? Not necessarily. In John Tzetzes' work, he says Penthesilea shows up with more than just her squad of 12. Quote,
She had with her many men of renowned Scythian archers, and infantry, and cavalry, and war-loving men and women, whom she readily led, and kindly loved.
Johnny Boy gives us a name of 20 different names that Achilles killed in the previous section that I quoted. And I'm a historian, not a mathtorian, but I'm pretty sure 20 is more than 12. So it seems possible that on one hand, Andro may not have been a part of Penthesilea's squad of 12, but one of the Scythian archers of renown that she brought with her. On the other hand, though, that quote specifically describes them all as women and queens. So it also makes sense to read this just as manly, as in she fights like a man. not as in she is a man. So we're getting closer, but it still doesn't quite fit. Diodorus Siculus gives us a long list of names as well when he describes how Heracles went to the Amazons to get Queen Hippolyta's belt. He sailed to their country, demanded the belt, and when they refused, he just started slashing. Aella, Philippis, Prothoe, Erebia, Eurybia, Celaino, Phoebe, Deianira, Astera, Marpe, Tecmessa, Alcippe, Melanippe. Heracles butchered them all. Diodorus Siculus tells us he butchered so many of them that he actually caused the Amazons to go extinct. And all because he wanted a belt. I'm starting to see why Heracles is so beloved in Western culture. Anyway, the names. Oh my God, the names. Let's take a look at all these names and see what they mean. I'm not going to read off this entire list because, like, good Lord, look how many of them. But I do want to point out, like, at least some of them because they're so much fun. Like, look at this one. Androdeixa means cleaving men asunder. Jeez. Deianira means man murderer. Derimakia means battle fighter. And Kisimargos means crazed for the spear. I love some of these. But if we look at these, we can see some consistent themes. A lot of them have something to do with some sort of weaponry. You can see Aspidokarme means battle shield. Harmothoe means sharp spike. Chalkeor means bronze sword, etc. As well, we see a lot to do with arrows. Iodoke means arrow holder. Toxophone means sound of an arrow. We can also see a lot of them that focus on their prowess in battle. And Kimake means fights up close. Ayala means whirlwind. Bramusa means thunderous. And we can see a lot of these are some sort of variation of I'm as good as a man. And then Eurybia means lots of cows. What? It's also worth noting that there are more Amazon names than just this. Adrienne Mayer gives us a list of more than 200 of them in her book, The Amazons. This is where I got many of these etymologies from. Some are in other written sources, some are just names written on the sides of pottery, but the point here is not to create an exhaustive list of Amazon women. I'm not making a catalog of Amazons here. Andro aside, and again, we already talked about why that might be an outlier here, I don't really see any evidence of Amazon warriors taking on male personas. That said, Hypsikrates might not have been an Amazon himself. In fact, scholar Margherita Facella tells us that the descriptions we're given of Hypsikrates are actually at odds with the idea that he was an Amazon. But he was from a similar region, and he was a horseback warrior, so maybe it doesn't make much of a difference. Even still, we can look at examples of other warrior women from the ancient world. Artemisia I of Caria was queen of Halicarnassos during the 5th century BCE. During Xerxes' invasion of Greece, she sided with him, leading a fleet, and was his only lady admiral. Herodotus tells us that Xerxes highly revered her since she often gave him great advice. At one point, his other admirals were fleeing a battle, whereas Artemisia was sinking some Athenian ships, which caused Xerxes to cry out, "My men have behaved like women, and my women like men." Clearly a badass. But at no point was he called like Artemisios or something silly like that. Kinane was the half-sister of Alexander the Great and fought in the Macedonian army alongside her brother. After Alexander's death, she fought with his former generals over control of her brother's empire. She could have married any one of them and they would have taken her because that would have given them more legitimacy over the empire. However, she didn't want to give up rule to anybody who wasn't part of their family, so she decided to fight to the death. And she did. But she wasn't referred to as like Alexander's brother or anything like that. There are tons of stories of warrior women in the ancient world, or of women who disguise themselves as men in order to accomplish something, but none of them fits the archetype that Hypsikrates has created here, at least none of the ones that I've read. It turns out that there is a lot of material surviving from the ancient world, and it's difficult to read all of it. However, I have sampled a variety of different sources, and I've not found anything that matches Hypsikrates. If you know of something, let me know in the comments below. I would love to hear it. But I spent a lot of time looking and reading and researching, and other than Hypsikrates, I did not find any examples of warrior women who were so masculine that they adopted a male name and a male persona. No, Hypsikrates is an outlier here. Chapter 5. Was he really called Hypsikrates? Now, a question you may find yourself asking is whether Hypsikrates was actually a real person or not. After all, we have only Roman sources for his existence, and they both lived several decades after his death. And if he really existed, was he called Hypsikrates? Maybe Hypsikratia was just a warrior woman whose story was embellished over the years to the point where they said he adopted a male persona and a male name Hypsikrates. But no. We know his name was Hypsikrates. There's a pretty amazing archaeological find from the 2000s that confirms this. Sometimes it can be easy to forget when we read about the books that survive from the ancient world that these stories are real things that happened to real people in real places. So it's not just a matter of having a shelf full of books to tell us these stories. We often have archaeological evidence that confirms this as well. Case in point, the city of Phanagoria. As a refresher, this is where Mithridates' son, Pharnaces, sparked the rebellion that ultimately overthrew his father. Phanagoria was rediscovered in the 18th century, and excavations began in the 19th century. That clearly took a while because they were still doing it in the 2000s. I'm not going to go too far into the detail, mostly because most of the sources are in Russian, so I don't know how to go too deep into the detail. But there's a pretty interesting discovery we made related to our boy Hypsikrates. It's the marble base of a monument meant to honor him. It says, Hypsikrates, the wife of Mithridates' Eupator Dionysus. Farewell. So there you go. Hypsikrates was a real person named Hypsikrates. But what's really interesting here is that the carving says Hypsikrates, a man's name, wife of Mithridates. What's going on here? Now, based on closer analysis, we can tell that the person who carved this made a mistake and covered it up. In particular, the spacing between Hypsikrates and wife is different than the spacing between the rest of the words. As well, the first line is not centered and it kind of raises up a bit at the end. However, the rest of it suggests that he must have been a highly skilled craftsman. We've taken a pretty close look at this piece of stone as well, and it's not like he was trying to carve around any imperfections or anything like that. And it's hard to believe they would have made a typo or something. It takes a long time to carve a letter versus to hit a button on a keyboard, you know? And it's such a small inscription. It's only a handful of letters, really. Oleg Gabelko does a deep dive into analyzing this piece, and he comes to a number of different possible conclusions. But the one I think is really interesting for our purposes here today is the idea that he might not have known, the sculptor might not have known how to refer to Hypsikrates. The fact that it says farewell almost certainly means that it's an epitaph. It was carved after the death of Hypsikrates. But the way the errors were corrected suggests that it was done during Pharnaces' rebellion. Because look, there's two different ways to correct an error when you're carving something in marble. One of them is to just carve the whole thing flat and start over. It takes more time, of course, but afterwards you can't tell that there was a mistake made. It's a clean slate. Quite literally. The other is to fill in the mistake and then recarve it. That is much faster, but if it were as effective as the previous option, we wouldn't be talking about it today. Mithridates was in Pentacapion at the time, and there was a rebellion going on, so it's not like they could just go and ask the guy what he wanted. So they did their best with the information that they had. So what does this mean? First of all, it means that Hypsikrates' name and identity was public knowledge. It wasn't just a pet name that Mithridates gave him. It tells us that Hypsikrates survived the Moonlight Battle, survived the trek to Sonora, and survived the trek northward across the Caucasus Mountains. And if Gabelko is right, Hypsikrates survived to the very last days of Mithridates' rule. Perhaps most importantly, it tells us Hypsikrates was not a concubine, but Mithridates' wife. Now, how do we square this with what we know about Hypsikrates? How can you take a male persona, take a male name, dress like a man, have a man's haircut, fight like a man, serve a masculine role, and yet be considered a wife? Gender roles, and how one was able to express and transgress their own gender was very different in the ancient world than it is today. But perhaps in some ways, it's not quite so different. Perhaps as much as was possible given the situation, Hypsikrates was expressing his true gender. It's difficult to say for sure what was happening here. On one hand, Mithridates might feel like if Hypsikrates was his husband, it would be emasculating toward him. But Mithridates also claimed descent from Alexander the Great, who was almost certainly what we might describe today as bisexual. He had relations with women, and he had at least one child, probably several illegitimate ones as well, but he also seems to have been quite taken with Bagoas, a Persian eunuch courtier and dancer. His most significant relationship, however, seems to have been with Hephaestion, a childhood friend and cavalry commander in the Macedonian military. But while most scholars today consider Alexander to have been bisexual, his relationship and his sexuality was never openly acknowledged during his lifetime by any of the main Alexander chroniclers that we have. The closest we get is a quote from Pseudo-Diogenes. That means it's a piece attributed to Diogenes of Sinope, but he probably didn't write it. If you remember the video on the Scythians, we talked about Pseudo-Hippocrates. It's the same sort of idea. Anyway, the work we're talking about by Pseudo-Diogenes is called the Cynic Epistles. It's a collection of letters written about Cynic philosophy. Epistle 24 reads, quote,
To Alexander, greetings. If you wish to become good and upright, throw aside the rag you have on your head and come to me. But you certainly cannot, for you are held fast by the thighs of Hephaestion.
Oh my. It seems wild to think about, but even for somebody who conquered the majority of the known world at the time, and quite a bit of stuff that they didn't know about, the rules of gender and sexuality still applied. In the ancient world, you weren't born a man. I mean, you were born a boy, but you weren't automatically considered a man. Rather, you earned your masculinity, and if you didn't perform it the way you were supposed to, you were considered to be unmanly or effeminate. Because in some ways, toxic masculinity hasn't changed. If you're a male and you don't perform your masculinity the way that toxic do-bro alpha males expect you to perform it, you're a woman. Unless you're a trans woman, in which case you can never be a woman. You'll always be a man. Facts and logic. So even if Alexander was the greatest Greek conqueror in history up to that point, even if he proved his prowess in battle over and over and over again, he would still be considered unmanly or effeminate if he was sleeping with Hephaestion, especially if he was the bottom. But Hephaestion in that situation had a lot to lose as well, because it's not like he was just some femboy in Alexander's entourage. He was himself a cavalry commander, a military leader, so he had to portray a sense of strength as well. In fact, at times, he led the Macedonian military himself, so for him to be perceived as a Kenidos, a effeminate man, was not something Hephaestion could afford. And even though Mithridates is from the east, he himself is a Greek as well. So he and Hypsikrates could not afford to have been seen in such a way as well. Effeminacy was clearly not in Hypsikrates' nature, and Mithridates had to portray a sense of strength himself. And yes, women can be tops, and men can be submissive and breedable, but in the ancient world, as with today, those come with some unkind stereotypes. In fact, one of the best sources we have on ancient homo stuff comes from a published speech from an Athenian orator named Aeschines. This speech was called Against Timarchus, and in it he makes the argument that Timarchus should be banned from holding public office and exercising his right as an Athenian citizen because he prostituted himself to older men when he was younger. Even though Aeschines offered no real evidence for this, it still worked. Timarchus was stripped of his political rights after this. So there was a prejudice against bottoms, and I mean, is anybody really surprised by this? We talked about this all the way back in the Elagabalus video. Back to Hypsikrates and Mithridates. Had they both presented themselves as men, it would follow that one of them had to be the bottom. Back to Hypsikrates and Mithridates. If they both presented themselves as men, it would then follow that one of them had to be the bottom in the relationship. And so for two people whose entire reputation revolved around their prowess, their strength in battle, that was just not something they could have afforded. As a result, Hypsikrates may have continued to define himself as Mithridates' wife while adopting his male name and his male persona. This would strike a balance between, on one hand, allowing Hypsikrates to be himself, but on the other, maintaining the persona that they both needed to preserve in order to portray a sense of strength to their subjects. Is that an ironclad theory? No, it's not. The Sacred Band of Thebes, for example, was a group of elite hoplites from the city of Thebes. There were 300 of them, and all of them were lovers, 150 couples. The idea was that fighting alongside your lover would make you fight harder, and they certainly did. The Sacred Band of Thebes coincided with the era of Theban hegemony. This is after the Peloponnesian War and before the rise of Alexander the Great, for some context. This was 371 to 362 BCE, where for once someone other than Athens or Sparta was the top dog in Greece. It was Thebes. And we know the Sacred Band of Thebes weren't viewed as objects of scorn, at least not universally. Plutarch shares an anecdote with us in his Life of Pelopidas, one of the leaders of the Sacred Band of Thebes, where he says, quote,
It is said, moreover, that the band was never beaten until the Battle of Chaeronea, and when, after the battle, Philip was surveying the dead and stopped at the place where the 300 were lying, all where they had faced the long spears of his phalanx, with their armor, and mingled one with another. He was amazed, and on learning that this was the band of lovers and beloved, burst into tears, and said, Perish miserably, they who think that these men did anything disgraceful.
So we can find examples of gay male soldiers who were admired for their virtue and their strength and their prowess, but I think that's an exception rather than the rule. But even if this theory isn't true, I don't think it matters. Let's take Susan Stryker's definition of transgender in a historical sense and compare it with Hypsikrates. She describes being transgender in a historical sense as, quote, people who move away from the gender they were assigned at birth, people who cross over the boundaries constructed by their culture to define and contain their gender. In that regard, Hypsikrates fits the bill. Chapter 6. The Fate of Hypsikrates and a Possible Afterlife. I know someone's going to be asking me about this if I don't talk about it here, so I want to talk about one of the theories around what happened to Hypsikrates. This idea was put forth by Adrian Mayer, and I must stress that this is not considered a credible theory by most historians. It relies too much on some pretty big logical leaps. However, I do think it's kind of interesting to think about. The name Hypsikrates shows up only twice in the classical record for the 1st century BCE. One is our boy Hypsikrates we've been talking about, and the other is a Pontic historian who shows up during the conquests of Julius Caesar. In 49 BCE, Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon River. Now, it's largely insignificant geographically, but politically this was a big deal because it marked the border between Cisalpine Gaul and Italy. Caesar was granted imperium in Cisalpine Gaul, which meant that he could lead an army there. However, Roman law stated that only elected officials, consuls, and praetors could lead forces in Italy itself, and Caesar was not an elected official at the time. So by crossing the Rubicon River, Caesar declared himself in open rebellion against the government of Rome. This was a big deal because if he had failed at this point, he would have been captured and executed. That's where he said one of his most famous phrases, alia iacta est. The die is cast. There's no turning back. The forces of the Republic, of course, resisted, led by none other than Pompey the Great, the same Pompey we talked about earlier who fought against Mithridates. After several battles, Caesar defeated Pompey at the Battle of Pharsalus in Greece in 48 BCE. Pompey managed to escape, however, where he fled to Alexandria. Caesar followed him there, hoping to grant his old friend clemency. That was kind of his thing. However, when Caesar arrived there 3 days after Pompey, he found Pompey had been executed. Eventually, word of Rome's civil war traveled east, landing on the ears of none other than Pharnaces II, the son of Mithridates, who'd led that rebellion years earlier. At this point, he was king of what was left of Pontus. He led his army south, recapturing a big chunk of territory his father formerly held. In the process, he defeated one of Caesar's legates, one of his sub-commanders, and captured a large number of Romans. Following the death of Pompey, Caesar headed to Armenia to deal with Pharnaces. The two came to blows at the Battle of Zela in 47 BCE, and Pharnaces performed so poorly that the battle was over in just a few hours and ended in a decisive victory for Caesar. After that point, he said one of the most arrogant things anybody has ever said. Veni, vidi, vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. And that about sums it up, honestly. It's fantastic. Afterwards, Caesar freed a number of prisoners of war, including somebody named Hypsikrates. Hypsikrates accompanied Caesar afterwards and wrote about his military exploits as well as the history of Pontus. I'm going to refer to him as Hypsikrates of Amissus because that's how he's referred to in the literature, and I don't want things to be confusing. We've already got like 15 Mithridateses and now we've got multiple Hypsikrateses. I'm doing my best here, y'all. Unfortunately, none of Hypsikrates of Amissus's writings survive. However, the geographer Strabo cites him in a couple of different places, notably when talking about the fortifications around Panticapaeon, Mithridates' final capital, and in talking about the various different peoples of the Cimmerian Bosporus, both things our Hypsikrates would have known about. In fact, Book 11, Chapter 5 of Strabo's Geographia specifically mentions that he's leaning quite a bit on the expertise of Hypsikrates of Amissus, as well as that of Metrodoros of Skepsis, who was himself a friend of Mithridates. Hypsikrates of Amissus is also mentioned in a piece by Aulos Gellius called The Attic Nights, where he says, quote,
He declared that this was stated by Hypsikrates, a grammarian whose books on words borrowed from the Greeks are very well known.
It's not unreasonable to imagine that our Hypsikrates would have known a thing or two about languages as well. After all, we know that Mithridates was a polyglot. Flavius Josephus also mentions Mithridates of Amissus when talking about Mithridates of Pergamum, yet another Mithridates, and about Caesar's campaigns. One more. This one's from Pseudo-Lucian. You remember Lucian from the last video? He was famous as a satirist, but this piece in question is called the Macrobii. The Macrobii is a dry, boring list of facts, and Lucian is not exactly known for that style, so we don't think Lucian actually wrote it. But again, you gotta call it something, so we call it Pseudo-Lucian. I mean, that seems as good a name as any, right? Anyway, he says, quote,
Hypsikrates of Amissus, the historian who mastered many sciences, lived to be 92.
Adrian Mayer uses this vague, circumstantial evidence to suggest that Hypsikrates of Amissus might have been our boy Hypsikrates who survived his experience with Mithridates and moved on to live a long life as a writer. And look, I'd love for this to be true, I really would. But as it stands, this is a huge logical leap here. There's no harm in daydreaming about what might have been. I like fiction too. I'm a fiction writer too. But there's a difference between that and real, solid history. But I don't think it matters one way or another whether or not it's true. Because even if Hypsikrates didn't enjoy the latter half of his life as a grammarian and as a historian, the first half of his life, this part that we do know about, is clearly a transgender one. Did Hypsikrates experience gender dysphoria? I have no idea, and neither does anybody alive today. I don't think it's a useful conversation to have, quite frankly. But Hypsikrates dressed like a man, took a man's name, had a man's haircut, and served a male role in society. If that's not a transgender story, I don't know what is. And for those following along at home, most modern scholars agree that Christ was crucified in either the year 30 or 33 BCE and had begun his ministry a few years earlier. So what does that tell us? It tells us that the transgender life of Hypsikrates predates Christianity by almost 100 years. Now, I don't hate Christianity and I don't hate Christians. I was raised Catholic, so I have a complicated relationship with Christianity. But those who hate us, who hate trans people, often do so in the name of Christ. They claim that we're a trendy new thing, a result of the woke mind virus or whatever it is that right-wingers are calling it these days. But the truth is we're older than their perverted version of Christ. In fact, we're older than the original Christ. And Hypsikrates is one of the younger examples of trans people in history, relatively speaking. As Christ hung in agony on the cross, birthing a new religion, our stories were already ancient because we have always existed. And so long as humanity continues to endure, so too shall we. Aphrodite, Venus, the goddess of love. When you think of her, what comes to mind? If you were a Roman or a Greek, you might think of a buxom, curvaceous babe with an ample bosom and childbearing hips. If you're a boomer or Gen X, you might think of Ursula Andress, the tall, busty blonde woman who played her in that wonderful piece of cornball cinema, Clash of the Titans. If you're an elder millennial like me, you might remember the tall, blonde, leggy, and pencil-thin goddess they had in Disney's Hercules, voiced by Lisa Kudrow. Remember the whole heroin chic thing? Yeah. And if you're a gamer, you might think of whatever this nonsense is. Clearly, she's depicted as whatever the male gaze finds appealing at the time, and the female gaze don't seem to mind it either. There are plenty of mythological stories about Aphrodite as well, and a lot of them aren't really surprising for a love goddess. There's the Judgment of Paris. That time Aphrodite wanted to be hotter than Hera and Athena so badly that she started the Trojan War over it. There's the time she actually fought in the Trojan War, but she was so bad at fighting that a mortal warrior, Diomedes, managed to wound her and draw blood. There's the time she married Hephaestus, the forge god, but then there are also the times she boned Hermes, Ares, Dionysus, Zeus, the Trojan prince Anchises, and probably a bunch of others too. So she's hot, she's femme, everybody knows it, and she gets around. And yet, she wasn't always portrayed this way. In case this is your first time on the channel, welcome. I'm Sophie, and this is We Have Always Existed. It's a show where we examine the wealth of transgender history and mythology that comes from the ancient Mediterranean. Now, if you're particularly clever, a student of the great Sherlock Holmes himself, you might have used your great powers of deductive reasoning to conclude that this video existing means there's some transgender mythology around Aphrodite. Well done. Pure brilliance. To claim your prize, email me at
I don't give a heck at who cares, you big dweeb.internet. Oh my god, what happened to your face?
In fact, Aphrodite's heritage can be traced across tens of thousands of years, from some of the earliest human settlements in the Mediterranean all the way until the end of the Roman Empire and beyond. And every step of the way, we can find something that really doesn't fit into what we might consider a typical gender presentation.
No, trans people are new. This is modern degeneracy invented by the woke. There's just two genders. There always been two genders. Nyeh, 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 nyeh.
If you're one of those types, it's unlikely you're watching this video in the first place, but on the off chance you are, please know that I have no interest in trying to convince you that anything in this video or in this series in general is true. You may have heard some right-wing dingus tell you that trans people are some new modern type of degeneracy or whatever, and if that's the case, you maybe didn't bother looking at the matter any closer and just believe that that's correct. After all, you'd never heard of all this transgender stuff before a few years ago, right? But it's not logical to cling to your beliefs when there's compelling evidence to the contrary. And I don't think it's terribly interesting to engage with people who have that sort of attitude. It makes me think of that debate Bill Nye had with young Earth creationist Ken Ham back in 2014. Remember that? Back in the day before the new atheist crowd went all in on that far-right reactionary junk and became just as hateful as the far-right evangelical churches they despise so much? Except you, Steve Shives. Thanks for being that terrible dude. Really. It was a simpler time. Back when we thought we could get through to evangelicals if we put together a compelling enough argument. Back before facts and logic became a fascist dog whistle. Ah, those were the days. Anyway, at one point, the moderator asked each man what, if anything, would ever change your mind. Bill Nye said that if enough evidence was laid out to him, it would cause him to question the science. Quote,
We would need just one piece of evidence. We need the fossil that swam from one layer to another. We would need evidence that the universe is not expanding. We need evidence that the stars appear to be far away, but they're not. We would need evidence that the rock layers can somehow form in just 4,000 years instead of the extraordinary number. We need evidence that somehow that you can reset atomic clocks and keep the neutrons from becoming protons. Bring out any of these things and you would change me immediately.
Ken Ham, meanwhile, said that because of what's written in the Bible, absolutely nothing could ever change his mind.
The Bible is the Word of God, and so far as the Word of God is concerned, no one's ever going to convince me the Word of God is not true.
My videos are well researched, drawing from ancient archaeological evidence, written sources of the time, and modern peer-reviewed scholarship analyzing them. I'm not perfect, and as much as I try to research these topics thoroughly, there might be some details I get wrong or that I overlook. I accept that. But if you're arguing from the perspective that transgender history isn't real, you're either loudly ignorant of the topic or you're purposely ignoring the stuff you don't like. And either way, I'm not interested in dealing with you. So if you're a Bill Nye, if you're interested in learning, in expanding your understanding of reality, of the human condition, and all the diverse ways we express our humanity, stick around. That's what we do here. We explore. We're curious. We're intrigued by what came before us, and we want to understand how we fit into the long, fascinating story of humanity. So, like, comment, subscribe. You might find something interesting. On the other hand, if you're a Ken Ham, if you're already convinced I'm wrong regardless of what I say in this video, you think Bill Nye was co-opted by the woke agenda or whatever, and you really think leaving a one-sentence comment telling me I'm wrong is an appropriate response to an hours-long video, you're free to hit the back button on your browser and continue on your way with your ignorance intact. Special thanks to my supporters on Patreon and channel members who help me keep this series going. Capitalism sucks, but that's what we've got to live with for now, and your support helps me turn this series into a self-sustaining thing instead of an expensive hobby. If you're able and you're willing, it starts at just $1 a month, and it really does make a difference. And if you're interested in science fiction as well, you can find a link to my novel, The Bottom Line, in the description below. I'm sure some psychologist somewhere might have some opinions on how my interests lie in either the ancient past or the distant future, as far away from the present day as possible. Our journey begins with Aphrodite's mythological origins, according to two of the most influential Greek mythographers, Homer and Hesiod. From there, we'll leap more than 1,000 years forward in time to the twilight of the Western Roman Empire, where the writer Macrobius will spark a journey through the millennia-long history of transgender art on the island of Cyprus, as we search for a particular statue, the namesake of this video. There's some really wild stuff to be found here, and I'm really excited to reveal it to you. But before we dig in, may I ask that you pay tribute to the patron of all YouTubers, the almighty algorithm. Take a moment to smash that like and subscribe button. This stuff really does make a difference. I hate talking about it. I really, really do. I know how lame it is. But if you think transgender history is interesting and important, it takes about 1.7 seconds to like and subscribe. That tells the YouTube algorithm that people like you like content like this, so they're more likely to show it to other people like you. If you're feeling particularly frisky, you can leave a comment. Even if it just says, "I like the video, Sophie," that still helps. Go ahead, I'll wait. We good? Excellent. Chapter 1. The Birth of Aphrodite. When it comes to the mythology around the births of the various gods in the primary classical pantheon, most of them are either the children or the grandchildren of Kronos, Saturn in Latin. Kronos, having overthrown his father Uranos, or Caelus in Latin, became the god of the sky. He ruled the cosmos with his siblings, known as the Titans, before himself being overthrown by his son Zeus, Jupiter. After, Zeus and his two brothers divided up the various elements of reality. Zeus became god of the sky, Poseidon, Neptune, became god of the sea, and Hades, Pluto, drew the short straw, so he became god of the underworld. Zeus married his sister Hera, Juno, and together they had Ares, Mars, and Hephaestus, Vulcan. But Zeus got around too and had Hermes, Mercury, Athena, Minerva, Dionysus, Bacchus, Artemis, Diana, and Apollo, with various mythological baby mamas, along with Jupiter's sisters Demeter, Ceres, and Hestia, Vesta. These are the descendants of Kronos that ruled the cosmos. The above, minus Hades and plus Aphrodite, were known as the 12 Olympians. Hades didn't count because he lived in the underworld, not on Mount Olympus. Now, if you're paying close attention, you might notice that actually adds up to 13 Olympians. The list excludes either Hestia or Dionysus, depending on who you ask. But okay, so that's a pretty neat and tidy origin story for everybody, except Aphrodite. Where does she fit in? There are two different myths speaking of the birth of Aphrodite, so let's take a look at them both. The first one is the simplest. It comes from Homer's Iliad, Book 5, the epic poem telling the tale of the Greek invasion of Troy. According to Homer, she's the daughter of Zeus and Dione. This particular Dione, there are several of them in Greek mythology, is one of Kronos' sisters, which would make her Zeus's aunt and would make Aphrodite his daughter as well as his cousin. Theological family trees are really something. In the Iliad, after Diomedes wounds Aphrodite in battle, Dione tends to her wounds. There's not much more to say about this one. The second one has to do with the story of how Kronos overthrew his father Uranos. We get this story from the Theogony, a collection of myths written by Hesiod, a Greek poet from the city of Kyme, somewhere around the same time as Homer, the 8th or 7th centuries BCE. Kyme is on the west coast of Anatolia, about halfway between Troy and Halicarnassos, which is where Herodotus came from. We've talked about him plenty on the channel before. Theogony literally means birth of the gods, and it essentially gives an origin story of the gods, their birth, their families, and how the Olympians came to be
masters of the universe.
Here's the TLDR version. Uranos had a god-tier sex drive and wanted to bang constantly, but he also had god-tier spunk, so his wife Gaia, Terra in Latin, was pretty much constantly pregnant. She had 18 children, the 12 Titans, Kronos was the youngest, as well as the 3 Cyclopes, Brontes, Steropes, and Arges, and Kotos, Briarios, and Gies, the 3 Hecatonchires, which translates loosely as guys with 100 hands. Uranos imprisoned the Cyclopes and the Hecatonchires, and Gaia wasn't happy about this. She loved her weird kids, after all, but after 18 pregnancies, she was tired of being his fleshlight. So she gave her son Kronos, one of the Titans, a scythe with which to attack his father, with the idea of overthrowing him. Kronos hid, waiting for Uranos to come and do his business, and came at him with the scythe, snipping off Uranos' nads, which he tossed over his shoulder like a spent beer can. So I guess you can say Uranos had reaped what he'd sown. Anyway, the nads landed in the river, floated around the Mediterranean, began to foam, and out popped Aphrodite. Now, while it's a bit of a roundabout way of getting there, this would mean she's actually the youngest child of Uranos, the sister of Kronos, Zeus's aunt, and the 13th Titan. It also means she had no mother and was birthed from a man. And ever since then, we're not allowed to say mother goddess anymore. We have to say birthing deity. Thanks, Uranos, a man who gave birth. Transgender history. If cis men are from Mars and cis women are from Venus, I guess trans men are from Uranus. Leave a comment below if you know what planet trans women are from, so I can go back there. I'm tired of living on this planet. Anyway, Kronos and the Titans took control of the universe and set up shop at Mount Othrys, a bit south of Olympus. He imprisoned the Cyclopes and Hecatonchires down in Tartarus, basically the ancient Greek equivalent to hell. Hesiod said that if you were at its gates, it would take you a full year of falling down until you reached it, because you'd be blasted back and forth as you fell, which is, I guess, as good a place as any to trap an immortal being. Maybe we should toss J.K. Rowling down there. Kronos married his older sister, who had many different names, including Rhea, Ops, Asherah, and Kabel. Remember her? All this stuff is connected. If you haven't yet, check out the previous videos in this series on Kabel and her Gallae priestesses, who are one of the clearest examples of trans people living in the ancient Mediterranean we have. And Kabel herself has some interesting transy stuff in her mythology too. Cue it up for after this video. You'll like it. Or don't. What am I, your great mother? Anyway, Kronos would, of course, be overthrown as well by Zeus in a war called the Titanomachy. Zeus's Olympians versus most of Kronos' Titans. Zeus freed the Cyclopes and the Hecatonchires from Tartarus, who joined the Olympians as well. This is why Zeus won. He was good at building coalitions and reaching across the aisle. He was a moderate. The Hecatonchires threw rocks at the Titans, which doesn't really seem like that big of a deal until you remember that they had 100 hands each. And the Cyclopes made thunderbolts for Zeus, which turned the tide in the war. And after 10 years, the Titans were defeated. I guess it's complicated when there's a war between two groups of beings who can't die. Zeus stuffed Kronos and his brother Iapetus down in Tartarus, and made the Hecatoncheires their guards. What fun. The rest of the Titans were allowed to remain free, though none of them lived on Mount Olympus or had much influence over things. Except for Aphrodite. Hesiod explains the journey of Uranos's nads once they were removed, and believe it or not, that gives some interesting insight into Aphrodite's history, and might just be the most well-documented voyage of a set of castrated nads ever written. He says, quote,
"But the members themselves, when Kronos had lopped them with the flint, he threw from the mainland into the great wash of the sea-water, and they drifted a great while on the open sea, and from there spread a circle of white foam from the immortal flesh, and in it grew a girl whose course first took her to holy Cythera, and from there she afterward made her way to sea-washed Cyprus, and stepped ashore a modest lovely goddess, and about her light and slender feet the grass grew, and the gods call her Aphrodite, and men do too."
Now, classical mythology doesn't have like a Bible or anything. There was no central text they looked to that guided their religious life. But in terms of influence, Homer and Hesiod were about as important to the Greeks as the Bible is to Catholics today. So, what happened when they had conflicting views? Originally, there was no real distinction between the two, despite this obvious inconsistency. Plato would later try to retcon it in the Symposium by saying these are actually two different goddesses. Aphrodite Urania, or Aphrodite of the Heavens, was the one born from Uranos's junk, and Aphrodite Pandemos, or Aphrodite for all the people, was the daughter of Zeus. And when I read the second name, I realized that's the root of the word pandemic, which I guess is for all the people from a certain morbid point of view, huh? But Plato aside, the ancients didn't really care much about consistency in their mythology, so there are different stories that referenced both origins. However, as influential as Homer was on the development of classical Mediterranean culture, it's Hesiod's story that seems to have become the more widely accepted version of her birth. Homer himself even seems to have recognized Hesiod's story, or at least its origin, since in the Iliad Book 5, just before Diomedes wounds Aphrodite, Homer refers to her as the Lady of Cyprus. Anyway, Hesiod's is a much more interesting story for our purposes today. That's because his tale of floppy flotsam, of jizzy jetsam, this one-eyed odyssey, this Johnson's journey, this bone voyage, I can't believe I wrote this, actually gives us a roadmap to follow the origins of Aphrodite. What is my life? Cythera is an island just south of Lacedaemonia, the territory around Sparta and under their control. The island was also under Spartan control for most of the pre-Rome classical era, and was well known as a center of worship for Aphrodite. The symbol on Spartan shields is the Greek letter lambda, equivalent to the Latin L, which was for Lacedaemonia. So I guess when that Persian guy got kicked down the well by Leonidas in the movie 300, you might say he took the lambda. And of course, Cyprus is south of Asia Minor, which is most of modern-day Turkey. And from Cyprus, we can trace Aphrodite's lineage even further to ancient Sumeria. In fact, what we've come to know as Aphrodite is actually a blend of 4 different goddesses. A Roman goddess of love, a Greek goddess of love, very similar but not exactly the same thing, at least not at first, a Cypriot fertility figure, and a Sumerian goddess of both love and destruction. But we'll go to Sumeria another time. So what did all that have to do with transgender history? Stick around. Chapter 2, Venus Barbata. Early on, when I was reading about the myths of Venus, what caught my eye was the story of Venus Barbata, or Venus with a beard. Like many of the topics I like to cover in this series, it starts with some assorted whispers and conversations in the community. A tweet here, a poorly cited WordPress blog there. In this case, it was a footnote in a Wikipedia article while I was researching the Hermaphroditus video from like 3 years ago. That's how long I've been working on this video. This led me to a Google search. But there's not a lot of information out there about Venus Barbata. One of the first sources I found was this tweet from @ScarletStarC, who mentioned the topic. Of course, it's a tweet, so it's obviously not cited or anything, but this set me down the path of exploring where this idea came from. After all, People can just say stuff on the internet, but that doesn't make it true. Or does it? Remember when Tumblr invented a Greek goddess, Hesperian, and people actually believed it for a while until someone was like, hey, if you actually look up Hesperian, the only thing you find is this Tumblr post and some amateur fiction on Booksy? Good times. But of course, I'm not going to make a video this long based on just a tweet. No, it turns out there actually is some compelling evidence of a Venus barbata in the ancient world. The first real source I came across was the 5th century CE Roman writer Macrobius, who might be a new name to you even if you're into classical studies. When I did my undergraduate degree, a lot of my professors seemed to stop caring once Constantine died. But it turns out the Roman world continued on for quite some time after that. Macrobius Ambrosius Theodosius, or just Macrobius, was a Roman writer who lived at some point toward the end of the empire in the West. We don't know much about him. He might have been a Praetorian prefect of Spain or Italy. He might have been proconsul of Africa. He might have been from Egypt. The only real details we know about him come from hints in his writings. He mentions at the beginning of the Saturnalia he had a son named Eustachius, was, quote, born under an alien sky, and implies Latin was not his first language. He probably held public office, and so was an aristocrat of sorts, and he was familiar enough with both Greek and Latin to write a grammatical treatise on the differences between the two. He might have been a pagan too, which was notable since the 5th century CE was well into the Christian era of the Roman Empire. That's about it. A pretty big chunk of the Saturnalia is devoted to literary criticism of the poet Virgil's works. Remember him? He wrote the Aeneid, which we referred to a few times in the first video on Kabel and the Gallae. At the beginning of chapter 8 of book 3, Macrobius speaks thusly.
We sometimes impair the worth of a passage which illustrates the wide range of Virgil's knowledge by a wrong reading. Thus there are some who, where Aeneas is telling of his escape from Troy under the guidance of his mother Venus, read, I depart, and under the guidance of the goddess Venus make my way through fire and foe, although the poet said ducente Deo, under the god's guidance, and not ducente Dea, and showed thereby how great was his learning. For according to Atterianus, we should read too in a poem of Calvus, Venus the powerful god, not goddess.
Okay, so what? Macrobius mentions at least 2 different poets, Virgil and Calvus, quoted by Atterianus, who refer to Venus as the god and not the goddess. Is that really that big a deal? After all, it's just a matter of semantics, and it's not like that's any real evidence of gender nonconformity, is it? Not really, but he continues.
There's also a statue of Venus on Cyprus that's bearded, shaped and dressed like a woman, with scepter and male genitals, and they conceive her as both male and female. Aristophanes calls her Aphroditos, and Livinus says, worshipping then the nurturing god Venus, whether she is male or female, just as the moon is a nurturing goddess. In his Athis, Philochorus, too, says that she is the moon, and that men sacrifice to her in women's dress, women in men's, because she is held to be both male and female.
And okay, wow, there's a lot to unpack there. And it's at this point in working through the script, looking at the fact that it's 99 pages long and I've still got so much more to do, that I'm realizing my favorite pastime when it comes to writing, it seems, is to bite off far more than I can chew.
What starts as a boring semantic analysis gets a lot more in-depth.
Apparently there was a statue of Venus on the island of Cyprus that had a beard and a phallus, but had womanly curves, was dressed like a woman, and treated as androgynous. And that Venus is referred to as androgynous by Aristophanes, Livinus, and Philochorus, as well as Virgil and Calvus, and that worshippers of this Venus barbata dressed as the opposite gender to make sacrifices to her? There's got to be more to this. To start, what does it mean that Venus had a beard? For one interpretation, we need to take a look at the Assyrian goddess Ishtar, whose earlier myth is closely related with Venus. We found a hymn to the goddess on a tablet at Nineveh, which reads thusly.
In the midst of which she dwells, Ishtar, the queen, like Ashur she is bearded with a beard. She is clothed with splendor, a diadem shines upon her head like a star.
Okay, so Ishtar had a beard. Seems pretty straightforward, right? Not necessarily. See, Ishtar is another Assyrian god who was associated with the sun, That seems to suggest masculine traits to this goddess of love, but it's also possible they were describing something else. Morris Jastrow Jr. talks about this in detail in his paper, The Bearded Venus. Ishtar was associated with the planet Venus just like the goddess Venus was, but the Assyrians called the planet Dilbat. Jastrow analyzes another Assyrian astrological tablet, K137, which describes what happens if the planet Venus either does or doesn't have a beard in various months of the year. For example, the first month of the year is Arachnisanu, which is the end of March and the beginning of April in our calendar. If Venus has a beard during this period, more men will be born, and if Venus doesn't have a beard, crop yield will be poorer than usual. What does this mean? Keep in mind this is an astrologer's writings, not a mythographer, and certainly not a historian. In a closer read of the original Assyrian, the scribe tells us the term beard means to shine. In other words, if Venus shines more strongly than usual, she has a beard. And I guess I can see that. If you look at Venus as the morning star or the evening star, I suppose the rays could look a bit like a beard. And when you consider that she has a beard like the god Ashur, who's associated with the sun, it makes even more sense. But if it were that simple, if Venus barbata means nothing more than a metaphor for an astronomical phenomenon, what do we make of what Macrobius is saying? He's very clear in saying there was a statue of Venus with a beard, and he left us a trail of literary references talking about the masculine aspects of Venus as well. Let's take a look at some of those references. We'll start with Virgil. Virgil lived during the age of the Emperor Augustus and wrote the Eclogues, Georgics, and Aeneid, the latter of which is one of the most important Latin poems ever written. Yeah, that guy. Anyway, when Virgil refers to how Venus guided Aeneas in his wanderings, Macrobius tells us he specifically uses the masculine ducente deo. That phrase says under the guidance of the god, but a male god specifically. And in order to understand how this works, we need to do a little linguistics lesson here. Content warning: insufferably nerdy details about a language barely anybody has spoken for 1,500 years. Think back to your French or Spanish or whatever language class you took when you were a kid. Remember when your teacher taught you about conjugating a verb and you really had no idea what the hell she was talking about because you'd never heard of such thing? You never conjugated anything in English. No, just me. Anyway, in Latin, you conjugate verbs too, but you also decline nouns. Oh, thank you. No, I couldn't possibly. Latin and ancient Greek nouns and adjectives have declensions. A bunch of modern languages use these too, including German and Turkish, but if you're a native English speaker like me, you might not be immediately familiar with how they work. Noun declensions in Latin have 6 different cases, which will tell you where it fits into a sentence. That includes nominative, the subject, accusative, the direct object, dative, the indirect object, genitive, to indicate possession, ablative, which acts sort of like an adverb, and vocative, to address a singular person, as well as whether something is singular or plural, whether it's past, present, or future, etc. So take the opening sentence of Virgil's Aeneid, for example. Arma virumque cano. We can tell that arma, weapons, and virum, a man, are both the direct objects based on their declension. The ending que is something you put on the end of the second item in a list. It works like the English word and. And cano is both the sentence's verb and its subject. It means I sing. Arma virumque cano. I sing of weapons and a man. But we could swap these words around. Cano virum armaque, for example, and the sentence still has the same meaning because the declensions haven't changed. That makes Latin really versatile for poetry because the order in which you put the words doesn't really matter in most cases, so you can make things fit a meter much more easily. It's often subject-object-verb, but it doesn't have to work that way. Anyway, there are 5 different declensions in Latin. First declension words are usually feminine and end with a in the nominative case. Second declension words are usually masculine and end with us, or neuter and end with Ah yes, the 3 genders. But unironically though, Latin has 3 linguistic genders. Die mad about it, weirdos. So let's get back to when Virgil says ducente deo. Deo is the dative case of the second declension noun deus, or God, and second declension us nouns are usually masculine in Latin. If Virgil wanted to call Venus a goddess, he would have said ducente dea, but he didn't. So referring to Venus as deo means more than just like calling Natalie Portman an actor instead of an actress, you know? There's nuance that's lost in translating this to English, but the word is a distinctively masculine form. I had a seed on my chin the whole time. Cool. But this begs the question, why then, if the ending US denotes a masculine name, is Venus named Venus and not Vina? In Latin, we can usually tell the gender of whomever we're talking about by the ending of their name. Consider Julius Caesar, for example, a good, proper second declension noun, masculine, and his daughter Julia, first declension, feminine. This happens in English as well. Robert becomes Roberta, Eric becomes Erica, Andrew becomes Andrea, etc. I'm really happy for them, by the way. I hope their transitions are going well. Now, the name Venus reads like a second declension noun, but it's actually third declension. First declension is usually feminine, second declension is usually masculine or neuter, but third declension nouns are a total mixed bag. Some are masculine, feminine, neuter, and if it's an adjective, it can be any of the above, depending on context. I'm not going to get into fourth and fifth declension. It's really not relevant here, and this video is already becoming way more of a grammar lesson than I wanted it to be. If you really want to know more, go find a dusty old copy of Wheelock's Latin at your local used bookstore and enjoy the scent of undergraduate tears permanently infused into it. Ah, that's the stuff. Most of the other Roman goddesses have either names that are distinctively feminine, like Minerva, Diana, and Vesta, or that are more ambiguous, like Juno and Ceres. Why is Venus the outlier here? Scholar Norman DeWitt suggests the origin of her name is actually neuter, and it comes from the same etymology as the word genus, which means category or type, but originally seemed to mean produce of the soil, which would make Venus, you guessed it, a fertility symbol, which is not that surprising for a goddess of love. Oh, and that word genus, it also means gender, and in fact is the root of the word in English. So this suggests that Venus started off as a gender-neutral figure and only took on her more hyperfeminine aspects later on. So that's Virgil. Remember that we were looking at literary sources and that this isn't a video about Latin grammar? What about Philochorus? He was born around 340 BCE, and his father was named Kyknos. He wrote several works, including a history of the island of Delos, another on the island of Salamis, a chronology of festivals and rituals, a literary criticism of the tragic poet Euripides, and a number of others. But today we're interested in his Atthis. All this writing leads us to believe he was a professional scholar. He was executed in 262 or 261 BCE, we're not sure, at the end of the Cremonidean War, which was fought between the descendants of two of Alexander's generals, the Antigonids who ruled Macedonia and the Ptolemies who ruled Egypt. The Antigonids won the war, but Philochorus backed the Ptolemies, so they killed him. Whoops. We talked about them back in the video on Hypsikrates, by the way. The Atthis was not related to Cybele's consort Attis that we talked about in the Gallae videos, but a local history of Attica, the polis or city-state of Athens. We call these places city-states, but that's not exactly accurate, since they were more than just a city, but the area around them as well. Like, check this out. I got this at a used map store, I guess. This is a map of the ancient polis of Greece. I'm not sure how well this is going to come through in the video. I probably should just take a picture and put it, whatever. Anyway, Attica was around 3,500 square kilometers and included Athens itself, as well as Piraeus, Rhamnos, Salamis, Decelea, Philae, Acharnae, Eleusis, and a bunch of other towns. But anyway, the point is it's a history of Attica. Philochorus' work came to be known as Atthis, which just means Athenian history, but it might have been known as something else at the time, we don't know. Philochorus' Atthis was 17 books long and told an extensive history of Athens, from its earliest mythological origins to its capture in 261 BCE at the end of the Cremonidean War, which, as we mentioned, was when he died, so he didn't write much after that. Unfortunately, most of it is lost. What we have today survives mostly in fragments quoted by other writers. Apparently, there were several different books in the ancient world known as Atthis, and scholar Philip Harding put together a translation of all the different athidographies by all the different athidographers. Yes, that is what historians actually call them, But unfortunately, what we have doesn't tell us much beyond what Macrobius has actually said. But what we have tells us there was a ritual sacrifice to Venus where women dressed as men and men as women. The scholars I read on the subject seem to think Philochorus was referring to such rituals occurring on Cyprus, which might have been the case. But to me, the fact that his work was a history of Athens suggests that this worship happened in Athens itself as well. Only a better preserved manuscript of Philochorus could clarify this, which we don't have. But there are plenty of Attic vases with men dressed in women's clothing, which are called anacreontic. I know it's hard to tell from a modern eye, but this is an example of a jar depicting a man wearing women's clothing. So clearly that's a thing the Athenians were into. All right, fine, Philochorus can't help. What about Livinus? There are a few different people named Livinus who are mentioned in Roman history, but it doesn't seem like they wrote anything. We do have Publius Lavinius, which sounds sorta like Livinus. Maybe Macrobius read the name wrong, I don't know. If this is who he's talking about, Aulos Gellius tells us he wrote a work called De Verbis Sordidis, or On Vulgar Words. But otherwise his work is lost, dead end there. There's also a Latin poet named Laevius, who lived during the 1st century BCE. He's mentioned by Aulus Gellius too, and by Suetonius. He might have written a collection of light-hearted poems called the Erotopaginia, which is also lost. And if he isn't either of these guys, we don't know anything at all about him. Neato. Okay. Well, at least we have Aristophanes. He's the famous Athenian comic poet, the only one whose work survives. We've got 11 of his 40 plays complete, as well as fragments of others. One of my favorites of his plays is the Lysistrata, which is about a woman who convinces the women of both Sparta and Athens to withhold sex from their husbands until they all agree to end the Peloponnesian War. And I sometimes wonder if that sort of strategy might work in parts of the world where conservative men are consistently rolling back women's rights. But hey, I'm already boycotting sex with men by being a lesbian, so I guess I'm not really one to be suggesting such ideas, am I? Anyway, Aristophanes refers to her as Aphroditos in the play Heroes, which is the masculine form in Greek. I'm not digging into the linguistics of this one here. We've done enough of that, and I'm nowhere near as familiar with Greek as I am with Latin. Just take my word on it. But unfortunately, Heroes is not one of Aristophanes' surviving plays. All we've got is the bit that Macrobius mentions and a few other fragments. I gather that Photius, a 9th century Byzantine writer, mentions it as well, but I've had a difficult time finding decent translations of his work. And besides, it's not a terribly important point. So what we're left with here is a whole bunch of tantalizing, but ultimately unsatisfying literary references to the ancient worship of a gender non-conforming deity and a bunch of transy behavior surrounding it. Is this all we've got? Certainly not. Macrobius also said there was a statue of Venus Barbata on Cyprus. We're also told about that by another writer, Servius. He was born somewhere around the middle of the 4th century CE, which makes him roughly contemporary with Macrobius. He was a grammarian held in fairly high regard by his contemporaries, so much so that Macrobius actually included him as a character in the earlier part of the Saturnalia. He seems to have been both a pagan and a Platonist, and that's really all we know about him. In his commentary in Vergilium, he tells us, quote,
There is also on Cyprus a statue of a bearded Venus in a woman's body and clothing, with a scepter and man's genitals, which they call Aphroditos, to whom men make sacrifices in women's clothing, and women in men's.
Both Macrobius and Servius are telling us Cyprus is the place to look, so let's head there. Today, it's a sovereign state. Mostly, sort of, it's complicated. I'm not going to get into the modern politics of the place, but our journey is going to take us back to long before the idea of the state even existed. Sounds awesome. Chapter 3. Stone Age Cyprus. In the classical Mediterranean, one of the most famous centers of worship for Aphrodite was the island of Cyprus. Greeks or Romans who were particularly devoted to her and could afford it would make pilgrimages to the island to pay tribute to her. After all, that's where she was born. Sort of. But did they always worship a bearded version of Aphrodite? And if they did, what does that mean? To get an answer to those questions, we need to go a lot back further in time than the Romans or the Greeks. In fact, we're going back to some of the earliest human activity on Cyprus altogether. the Stone Age. History is by definition things people wrote down, and so far as we can tell, the people of Stone Age Cyprus didn't have any system of writing. So this isn't history anymore, it's prehistory. You might have heard the term prehistoric in terms of things like velociraptors or trilobites or megalodons or other cool stuff you see in museums or Steven Spielberg movies, but anatomically modern humans had our prehistoric age as well. We just didn't write any of it down, because once we did, it wasn't prehistoric anymore. It was historic. That's the difference between the two. History is written, prehistory is not. We call it the Stone Age because stone was the most common material humans used to make tools and stuff. It makes sense for humans to start there. After all, you can find stone pretty much anywhere. If you need to squish something, it's easy to just use a nearby rock. Even chimpanzees do this. And if you need to squish something more betterer, it's easy to tie a rock to a stick with some vine or animal sinew. If you need a shelter, it's easy to just pile some rocks on top of each other with some mud to make walls, and then build a thatched roof on top of it. You get the idea. The Stone Age was by far the longest era of humanity. The earliest evidence we have of Stone Age human activity is some tools found in modern-day Kenya that are more than 3 million years old. In fact, 99% of humanity's existence was spent in the Stone Age, but we tend to focus on history over prehistory since that's when we get to know actual individuals, and to many of us that's more relatable. We're going to look at the late Stone Age, the Neolithic. During the Neolithic, humans started to practice agriculture, which allowed us to stick around in one place rather than wander. This is when the first permanent human settlements began to emerge, including on Cyprus. And it's all been downhill since then. The first Stone Age site in Cyprus we're going to visit is Kyrokitia. It was rediscovered in 1934 by archaeologist Porphyrios Dikaios, who believed it was from around 4000 BCE. But carbon-14 dating later showed it was occupied around 7000 BCE, possibly earlier. We used to think this was the earliest human activity on Cyprus, but we've since found evidence at a site called Aya Varvara Asprokremnos from around 2000 years earlier, but we're not going to get into that site. Kyrokitia is far older than anything we've looked at in this series so far. For reference, Homer and Hesiod did their thing in the 8th century BCE, Herodotus wrote about the Scythian Inari priestesses during the 5th century BCE, the Romans brought the Kybele stone to Rome in the 3rd century BCE, Hypsikrates and Mithridates lived during the 1st century BCE, the Gospel of Matthew was written sometime during the late 1st century CE, the Inari grave we explored is from sometime between those last two, the Gallae portrait was from around the same time, Lucian wrote his dialogues of the courtesans in the 2nd century CE, Elagabalus's reign was during the 3rd century CE, and Pelagius lived during the 5th century CE. This would have been the, 71st century BCE? The point is it's old. In fact, timeline-wise, Homer's and Hesiod's writings are far closer to us than Kyrokitia is to them. It's easy to lose sight of just how long human activity has been around for. The point is, we're old. What about the broader strokes of history? For those of you who haven't watched any of the previous videos on this channel, let's take a look at some of those. According to the Romans themselves, their city was founded on April 21st, 753 BCE. People started settling the area that would become Athens around 3000 BCE. The Minoan culture of Crete began around the same time, and the ancient Egyptian state, arguably the first ever centralized state, coalesced around 3100 BCE. We're going a lot further back than any of those, so if, like me, your main historical interest is in the classical era, you won't find much at this point you're familiar with. It's also going to be a long time before anything we might actually recognize as Venus shows up. We're going to be looking at a bunch of different figures in this next section. None of them are actually Venus Barbata, but I promise this isn't a bait and switch. It's going to come together. At least that's what I'm telling myself at this point in writing the script from this video. Is it actually going to? Let's find out together. Kyrokitia is an archaeological site near the southern coast of Cyprus, around 6.5 kilometers inland, on a hill near a bank of the Marinos River, which gave them access to clean drinking water. The people of Kyrokitia farmed wheat, barley, lentils, peas, horsebean, and vetch, foraged olives, flax, figs, pistachios, plums, and pears, herded sheep, pigs, and goats, and hunted deer. It was occupied around 7000 BCE, as mentioned earlier. The site is incredibly well preserved for something as old as it is, and gives us some interesting insight into what daily life was like in Stone Age Cyprus. They lived in circular huts between 3 and 8 meters in diameter, with a foundation of river stones below walls of mud brick. They were arranged in a sort of semicircular pattern around an uncovered courtyard. They actually reconstructed 5 of the houses, which is incredibly cool, but they did it off-site instead of ruining the original like they did with the Knossos Palace in Crete, which is even cooler. It's a really special place because it's one of the oldest and best preserved examples of an actual collective human settlement. The people of Kyrokitia worked together to sustain and protect themselves in a way that hasn't been seen in earlier settlements on the island. We've dug up a number of different artifacts, including dozens of these houses, human remains, bone needles, agricultural tools, and this little carving here. It was lying on the floor in one of the houses. What do you see there? Yeah, it's a person, but there is more going on than that. The figure's head is clearly phallic, and at the bottom it's cut to look vulvic. This is the general consensus among those who understand Neolithic Cypriot archaeology. I know it looks weird to have all that stuff on the screen there. It is an aesthetic nightmare, but I wanted y'all to know this isn't just like some weird thing that I came up with. This is genuinely scholarly consensus among the people who know about this sort of thing. This sort of thing is referred to as sexually ambiguous and bisexual. Bi as in two, sex as in sex, as in with the characteristics of two sexes. But of course the word bisexual doesn't have the same meaning anymore, though I don't think intersex quite fits here either, so let's go with sexually ambiguous. It's about 19 centimeters tall and dates to between 7000 and 5300 BCE. It's the transgender Venus! No, of course it isn't, it's just a little stone carving. On its own, it might seem like a bit of a stretch to claim it's a transgender motif, but take a look at the progress bar below and you'll see we've barely gotten started. Porphyrios Dikaios dug up another site as well, Sotira Tepes. This is west of Kyrokitia, but still on the southern coast of Cyprus. It's newer than Kyrokitia as well, somewhere in the 4000s BCE. That's about 2000 years later. This site is on a hilltop and has been just as much a wealth of artifacts as Kyrokitia. In particular, we found this little guy. It's 16.5 centimeters tall and has a pretty similar motif to the Kyrokitia object we looked at earlier. It's phallic, but it's clearly vulvic as well. And you know what's neat? We found a bunch of these across the millennia. This one's from Kyrokitia as well. Check it out, it's a little cruder than the one from Sotira, but you can see it's essentially the same thing. This one's 8.5 centimeters long. The next ones we'll be looking at belong to the Chalcolithic period. This is a different period than the Neolithic, but it's still considered the Stone Age. At this point, Cypriots had begun to use copper, but they hadn't yet figured out how to combine it with tin to create bronze. Most things were still made of stone, though. Here's another one from the Kisonerga Mosphilia site on the west coast of the island. It dates to the 4th millennium BC. Again, same idea, though this one has arms. And don't try to tell me it's just a human shape and those are legs at the bottom. It has no neck. That's a glans. It's clearly a phallus. Come on. Have you never seen a glans before? This one is 4.3 centimeters tall. Here's yet another one. Feel like you're on Grindr yet? This one comes from Erimi, a site on the southern coast of Cyprus, close to Sotira. It dates to somewhere between 4000 and 2500 BCE. Again, crude, but the theme is clearly there. It's 5.8 centimeters tall, but don't judge, they were in the pool. Back to Sotira, here's something a little different. Looking at this photo, it might not seem very sexually ambiguous, but this makes it much more obvious that it's meant to look different depending on the angle from which you view it. Maybe it's a seated lady with long legs. Maybe it's a phallus. Maybe it's a vulva. Who can say? It's 16 centimeters tall. All right, let's jump to another site. This one's on the other side of Cyprus. It's called Lemba, which dates to the 4th or 3rd millennium BCE, around the same time as the Kisonerga Mosphilia site. Among the figures discovered there is a limestone carving we've called the Lemba Lady. It's around 36 centimeters tall, which might not seem like much, but think about the other figures we've talked about so far. It's far bigger. We found it in a fairly important building, which makes it seem like the Lemba Lady herself was fairly important, serving an iconic role in local religious worship. And here she is. What do you see there? Pendulous breasts and an obvious vulva, yes, but in place of her head and neck, it looks quite phallic, doesn't it? This was first noticed back in the 70s. She's crouching too and looks pregnant, which suggests she might be giving birth. This pose is called cruciform, meaning in the shape of a cross, and it shows up quite a bit in Stone Age Cypriot art. We know they were worn as necklaces because some of the figures have a hole through the neck, and in case that wasn't clear enough, some of these figures themselves are sculpted as wearing smaller necklaces of a similar shape. How meta. And yes, these ones look more person-shaped, but they're also pretty phallic. I mean, nobody has a neck that long. Even the Kayan women of Myanmar, who use brass coils to stretch their necks out, don't even come close to this. And again, look at the top. It's less glanzy than some of the previous objects, but it's still not really shaped like a human head. There are a whole lot more of these figures, and I'm not going to do a deep dive into each of them, but you can see some of them on screen here. These figures are all different, of course, but they all display elements of both binary sexes. This motif shows up over and over across the millennia and in different locations in Stone Age Cyprus. This tells us there must have been significant contact between the different settlements on Cyprus. On one hand, it's easy to just jump into speculation about ancient transgender people, but is that what's going on here? What were these figures for? The answer is complicated. From what we can tell, these cultures were illiterate, so there's so much we don't know about them. The answers sometimes are, and might forever be, we don't know. However, we do have some ideas. A lot of the cruciform figures we've found come from Kisonergamophilia or Lemba, and they're often associated with pregnancy, either someone who's pregnant or who's giving birth. We found some birthing stools to go with some of them as well. These figures show wear in certain places, which suggests they may have been held by people who were in labor. And as you can see, they've got that phallic neck we saw with the Lemba lady too. Giving birth was a pretty high-risk activity in the prehistoric world. In many ways it still is, but dying during childbirth was much more common in prehistoric Cyprus than it is today. Life expectancy for women who bore children was short, but so was life expectancy for everyone else. Based on the human remains we found, a lot of people died during childbirth or while out hunting. Infant mortality was high as well. We found a grave with 25 infants in it at Kirogatia. Living past age 30 seems rare. How do you deal with such a brutal existence? Well, if you only know what somebody from several thousand years ago might, you're going to do everything in your power to appeal to the forces of nature at whose mercy you've found yourself. And yeah, that includes tending to your crops, hunting, building the strongest shelters you can muster, building tools, weapons, and walls, and so on. And of course they did all that. Kirogatia has walls that are 2.5 meters thick in some spots. And we found plenty of arrowheads and stone tools as well. But at a certain point, you've done all you can from a material perspective. So what are you going to do in your leisure time? Well, you might create art, like a lot of cultures do, but you've constantly got the creeping specter of death looming over you as well. We've discovered the remains of about 65 structures at Kirogatia, which seems like a pretty small settlement to modern ears, but the human population of the entire world at the time is estimated at less than 10 million, so for the time, Kirogatia was a decent-sized town. But with a population that size, and with such a short average lifespan, it's not unrealistic to assume that at any given time, you'd have known somebody who recently died, or you at least knew somebody who knew somebody. How might that influence the art you create? One option is to indulge in the worship of death, which comes up quite a bit around the world. Most mythological traditions have some sort of figure associated with the personification of death. The Grim Reaper, or something similar, shows up separately in mythologies from China, Korea, Japan, India, across Europe, and even in what we can tell of Aztec and Mayan mythologies. Even in the Abrahamic religions, Judaism has Samael, Christianity has the Archangel Michael, and Islam has Azrael. A friend of mine once told me she believes this is because death is the closest thing to a provable God that we have. Everything we do is designed to appease it in one way or another, to stop it from coming for us. But sooner or later, it comes from us all, from the mightiest of rulers to the poorest of the poor. Death will inevitably come. So far as we can tell, it's inescapable. in spite of how much money Silicon Valley tech bros have dumped into researching how to avoid it. The people of prehistoric Cyprus could have done this, and to a certain extent they did. We know quite a bit about their funerary rites, like with most prehistoric cultures, since stuff that's buried in the ground tends to be preserved better. We know, for example, they often placed boulders on top of their dead when they buried them under their houses. But in terms of their art, it seems like a lot of it revolved around fertility. We talked about fertility symbols already in the Hermaphroditus video, so if you've already watched that one, just bear with me while I take a moment to play catch up with the naughty students who've been cutting class. The idea of fertility symbols comes up quite a bit in basically every ancient Mediterranean culture, and probably other ones too, though I don't know enough to make such a sweeping statement. And it's because fertility was essentially the only thing keeping anybody alive. Still is, though we don't think about it as much anymore, but in the ancient world, if you had a bad crop yield, it meant you, your family, and everybody you've ever known would die slow, painful deaths. So fertility was pretty important. You'd spend a lot of your time tending to your crops, fending off pests, watering, irrigating, and doing everything else you could to make sure your crop yield was good. But there's only so much you can do. Eventually, all the work will be done. So what will you do in your spare time? Rest? Play games? Make babies? Or create art? What else is there to do? But we're talking about the art right now. Knowing that death had surrounded you for your entire life, the art you create might involve what you associate with fertility, in the hopes that you might be able to use it to inspire the land around you to be fertile too. After all, you know the opposite of death is fertility, because barrenness brings death, while fertility gives you and your family life. But fertility of the land was intimately connected with fertility of the person as well. When the land is fertile, it allows you yourself to be fertile. So if you're pregnant, it might be a time that's as frightening as it is exciting. You'd know some happy parents, but you'd almost certainly also know somebody who lost their baby during childbirth, who didn't survive it themselves, or perhaps even both. So when it comes to actually giving birth, it's not much of a stretch to imagine you might want to seek some sort of divine protection while it happens, and that divine protection might be related to fertility. In fact, you might start to see fertility as a protective force against death. After all, it helped you survive your pregnancy. Hesiod, whom we talked about earlier, says that when Aphrodite first set foot on Cyprus, plants sprouted up beneath her feet. Hesiod wrote much later than the Stone Age, of course, but it's still worth noting that Aphrodite was always associated with fertility. Okay, so we talked about one of the possible explanations for where these themes came from, the old fertility symbol yarn. And that's certainly a through line in the Cypriot art we'll be looking at from here. But could there be more to it? Nope, that's it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Thanks to all the channel patrons. Yes, of course, there's more to it. Chapter 4. Bronze Age Cyprus. Prehistoric Mediterraneans had been using copper for quite some time, but at some point somebody figured out that mixing copper with tin created bronze, which was a much harder and more versatile metal than copper on its own, and a major improvement over banging sticks and rocks together. And from there, the Bronze Age began. Around 3300 BCE, Cypriots started to mix copper and tin to create bronze, which they used to build axes, swords, shields, armor, and other useful tools and weapons. But of course, you've got to find those metals before you can do anything with them. Now, copper isn't a problem. There's a lot of it on Cyprus. Throughout Cyprus's history up until the 20th century, copper mining was a big part of the island's economy. There was copper in other areas as well, but Cyprus was such an important source of copper for the ancient world that the English word copper itself comes from the Latin cyprium ice, which means Cyprus metal. Tin, on the other hand, is a lot harder to come by. It only forms alongside granite rock, and there's no granite on Cyprus, so there's no tin either. It's weird to think about, but copper and tin was as important to Bronze Age societies as petroleum is today, and as rare. And much like today, a robust system of trade during the Bronze Age emerged around these important resources, and if you had access to them, it would make you wealthy. We don't really know where the Cypriots got their tin from, but some of the possible sources include Western Iberia, France, and even as far as Cornwall in Britain. The important thing to know, though, is that they clearly did get their hands on some tin, somehow. So they've got the ingredients, but it's not as simple as just smacking two different metals together and getting a sword. You need the proper facilities to make bronze. So the ancient Cypriots built them. Bronze for the bronze god, slag for the slag throne. Now, when you think of metallurgy, you probably don't think of religion, but that's a modern distinction. In the pre-modern world, there was no such thing as spiritual and secular life. There was just life, and spirituality filled every bit of it. So it wasn't surprising to archaeologists when we discovered the metallurgy facilities at Kition on the southeast coast and Enkomi northeast of Kition seem to have spiritual aspects. Kition is unfortunately mostly buried under the modern Cypriot city of Larnaca, so there's only so much excavating that can be done. But from what we can tell, it was settled sometime after the 14th century BCE. The city was surrounded by cyclopean walls made of boulders so large that later Greeks couldn't believe humans built them and assumed they were built by the giant Cyclopes. But they couldn't escape the Bronze Age collapse any more than the rest of the Aegean, and the city fell into disrepair. The site was reoccupied later and had the remains of structures built by several different cultures. We've got a Phoenician necropolis, Egyptian goods, Roman sculptures, and more. We even found a stele of Sargon from 707 BCE. No, not that bozo, an actual real person named Sargon. Sargon II, ruler of the Neo-Assyrians, named in honor of their predecessors, the Assyrians, and in honor of their favorite character from The Matrix, which is actually a trans allegory itself. No, Sophie, focus. This is around the same time we see the first evidence of Greeks on the island as well. We found a piece of bronze that dates to around the 11th century BCE, inscribed with the Greek name Opheltas. So if your main area of historical interest is in the classical period of the Mediterranean, congratulations, we finally found some Greeks. Area 2 of the excavated part of Kition includes 2 temples and a series of metallurgical workshops. We can tell they were temples because we found altars in them, and we can tell they were metallurgical workshops because we found copper slag and traces of furnaces. Based on this layout, you can see it would be easy to walk from either temple to the workshop, and we don't think this was a coincidence. At Enkomi, another site northeast of Kition, there's evidence of twin divinities, one male, one female, who served as divine protectors of copper mining and smelting. Pair that with the twin temples at Kition, and it seems like this sort of worship was widespread across the island. In fact, we found a bronze statue at Enkomi, which we've called the ingot god. Later, a private collector came into possession of a goddess statue, which is very clearly Cypriot in origin and dates to a similar era. We call that one the Bomford goddess. It's believed that she represents the fertility of the copper mines on Cyprus. There's a lot of fertility figures in this story. Although the style of each is different, the fact that they're both standing on bronze ingots is the telltale sign here. An ingot, by the way, is a block of some sort of precious metal. Like this. This is a 5-ounce ingot of silver. See? You might think the ingot they're standing on is just a platform for better balance, but other statues on Cyprus had pegs on the bottom of their feet that would have attached them to a piece of wood, sort of like an action figure, and that would have worked much better. So what does this have to do with our themes of sexual ambiguity in Cypriot art? Let's take a moment to gather a few facts here. Aphrodite is the goddess of love, but she married Hephaestus, the god of forging, and had a lot of sex with Ares, the god of war. And it's easy to see the themes associated with all 3 of those figures represented here on the Bronze Age metallurgical temple workshops on Cyprus. According to the ancient geographer Strabo, Venus was worshipped in the Roman era in gardens on Cyprus, and the Temenos area we saw in the diagrams earlier were basically sacred gardens. Could the worship of these twin deities have just been mixed together into a single figure, which became the gender-blended Venus? Perhaps, but that seems like a stretch at this point. It's still not quite coming together yet. There are some examples of Venus being depicted with a spear, which we'll talk about later, but that's still a far cry from proof of a transgender goddess on Cyprus. Of course, there's more. This isn't going to become one of those annoying YouTube plankster videos, is it? Remember planking? That weird trend from the late aughts where weirdos would lie across different objects as though they were a plank of wood, and it was very zany and wacky and full of so much awesome sauce and epic win that we all ruffled and lamowed and asked if we can have cheeseburgers so we could nom nom nom. I need to have a shower after that. Turns out that trend is a lot older than the very cringe internet influencers of yore thought. Plank figure is a name we give to an art style found in Cyprus in the early to middle Bronze Age, around 2000 to 1600 BCE. These were highly sought after by collectors, so we don't know where a lot of them actually came from. What we do know, though, is that they mostly come from the north of Cyprus, around Lapithos. They got that name because they're all flat and rectangular, like planks, get it? It's a common scholarly opinion that they were introduced to Cyprus by people from Anatolia, but there's no real analog to plank figures from Anatolia, so it seems just as likely that they were a natural evolution of the cruciform figures that we looked at earlier from the Stone Age. They're an average of about 25 centimeters tall, with the smallest one being 10 centimeters and the largest being 70. We have a lot of these things, dozens in fact. You might say we have a ton of them, a ton of plank figures, a ton of planks, a plank ton. Some types of plankton can swim around vertically, but they don't have much control over where they are horizontally and just move about along with the ocean currents. The opposite of plankton is nekton, which are aquatic life forms with the ability to control their horizontal positions. This includes fish, squid, marine mammals, sharks, and most other familiar forms of marine life. But jellyfish are actually a type of plankton because they don't really control their horizontal movement. Rest here, stranger. Take a deep breath and float amongst the plankton. Let the ocean currents rejuvenate you, restore you. Your journey has been long, but you can finally relax. Everything is okay. You needn't go any further. Stay here. Fade into the loving embrace of the ocean currents. Your journey is over. No, we've more work to do. Lash me to the mast, comrades, and plug your ears with beeswax. The siren song of the plankton shall not deter our journey. We've got a bearded goddess to uncover. Plank figures often show up in burials, but there's no real evidence they were specifically made for funerary reasons. In fact, less than 10% of Cypriot tombs from around that time have them. With a lot of societies, the artifacts we have are from burials, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're related to burial practices. It's just that they're more likely to be preserved when they're buried, so it makes sense that they'd show up more often in burials. So archaeologists always need to be wary of jumping to the conclusion that things had funereal purposes. That's not always the case. Besides, we've found some plank figures in houses too. But here, take a look at these things. They're clearly supposed to represent humans, but if you're having trouble figuring out what gender they're supposed to be, you're not alone. Scholarship over the years has tried to insist plank figures are all ladies. The only real evidence we have for that, though, is that some of them have holes in their ears where they would have put earrings. There are a few that have breasts, and sure, that might be more obvious, but that doesn't mean all plank figures are supposed to be women, and a lack of obvious breasts doesn't mean they were not women. After all, it's not like we don't have a precedent for gender ambiguity in the art from Cyprus so far. In fact, scholars Lauren E. Talale and Tracy Cullen argue that focusing on the idea that all plank figures were meant to be female causes us to lose sight of nuance. The ambiguity might have been the point. The ability to work with bronze brought a rapid shift in technology on Cyprus. Things like farming plows, cattle, and mud brick rectangular buildings might not seem like a big deal today, but remember what they had to work with in the Stone Age. That's a big shift. Along with that shift came an emerging aristocratic class. And what do aristocrats like to do? Establish their ancestry and legacy and show off their wealth, of course. Many of the graves we found from around the time were collective. Some seemed to have been buried together all at once, while others were added to over time. This suggests people were buried with their family members rather than in individual plots. Graves where we found plank figures tend to have an average of anywhere from 4 to 10 bodies in them, so the inclusion of plank figures in a grave might have tied these family graves together, connecting them with their ancestors and establishing a familial identity. And in that case, it makes sense for them to be androgynous. And the fact that we sometimes find them in homes instead of graves doesn't negate that idea, but instead lends it strength. The androgynous plank figures represented one's family legacy in death and in life. As well, take a look. Some of these plank figures actually had 2 heads, and at least one of them has both breasts and a beard. Scholar Anna Letitia Campo has suggested that based on comparison with other Cypriot art of the time, plank figures are probably female unless they have legs. So in that case, this be-bearded, be-boobed one's legs are another masculine feature. It also has a cape on its right shoulder, which is also a feature of more distinctly female plank figures. Breasts and a beard. This is starting to sound more like the Venus barbata that Macrobius described. But this one is pretty small, only 34 centimeters tall. Hardly something you'd build a festival of worship around. So no, this is not the bearded Venus, but it is another step in the evolution of transgender art on ancient Cyprus. Of course, there was plenty of art that did not show these themes as well. I'm giving a very much skewed account, I know, but this channel is about transgender history, so that's where we're focusing. But the fact that ambiguously gendered themes show up over and over around the island and across the millennia shows us that it was an important motif for them. It wasn't just like one guy who thought it would be funny or something. Besides, you ain't seen nothing yet. Chapter 5. Iron Age Cyprus. Bronze is great. It's a major shift from stone as a material and led to some significant advances. Besides, nothing glistens in the sun quite like polished bronze. And could you imagine rushing into battle with a helmet on your head made of stone? Brutal. Bronze also made Cyprus into a pretty important spot in the Eastern Mediterranean. Those wonderful Bronze Age palaces on Crete wouldn't have been possible without Cypriot copper, since there's really no copper on Crete to speak of. But like all good things, the Bronze Age came to an end. Toward the end of the Bronze Age, there was a major societal collapse we see across the Aegean, which we call the Bronze Age collapse. Very original. Mycenaean Greece, Minoan Crete, and the Hittite Empire all collapsed, while the Egyptians and the Assyrians barely held it together. Cyprus didn't fare much better. This is around the time of the Trojan War and the destruction of Troy as well. What happened? One of the more popular theories is a group called the Sea Peoples migrated to these areas, raiding and destroying different cities while looking to settle somewhere. We also know the volcano on the island of Santorini erupted in the late Bronze Age, which may have been what pushed these Sea Peoples to migrate in the first place. But the Sea Peoples might not have been as destructive as we think, and the Bronze Age collapse might not have had a single cause. It's a fascinating topic, one of the great mysteries of the ancient world, and we really don't know the answer to what happened. Both Enkomi and Kition were destroyed by invaders during the Bronze Age collapse, who may have been the Sea Peoples. We also see evidence of an earthquake in Enkomi, which may be linked with the eruption at Santorini. The temple of the ingot god was still in use at Enkomi as late as 1050 BCE, but the city in general was in decline. Over the course of a quarter century or so, it was gradually abandoned. Life went on, but archaeologically speaking, the next couple of centuries were relatively quiet. We don't see much in terms of ambiguous gender and art motifs, but we don't see much in terms of art, period. But eventually, Cypriot culture begins to re-emerge. This is the beginning of Iron Age Cyprus. We call it the Iron Age because iron became the main metal used to make tools and weapons. Is iron better than bronze? In most ways, no, it's not. Iron is actually softer and not as durable as bronze. It's also harder to extract from ore than copper and tin are, and it's harder to work with. But on the other hand, it's the most abundant metal on Earth, and it has the benefit of occurring on its own, while bronze takes 2 metals to create, and they're not usually found near each other. After the Bronze Age collapse, it became harder for people with copper to get tin and vice versa. So instead, they turned to iron. That's why the Iron Age is sometimes associated with a period of cultural decline. We're not yet sure where the Cypriots got their iron, but there is a convincing case to be made that they produced it themselves. But just like with tin, the specifics don't matter as much for our purposes today. One way or another, the Cypriots got the iron they needed. During this era, we see a lot of immigration to Cyprus from the Levant and mainland Greece. Mythologically speaking, this is a result of the Achaean Greeks settling there after the Trojan War. The Greek hero Teucer supposedly led a group to Cyprus where he established the city of Salamis. named after his homeland, the island of Salamis, the one off the coast of Athens. Another Greek hero, Agapenor, did the same thing, leading the Arcadian fleet to Cyprus instead of going home. They settled at Paphos, which is an important city we'll be taking a closer look at later. We also understand that the island was divided into kingdoms during this era. An inscription on a prism by the Assyrian king Esarhaddon, grandchild of Sargon II, lists 10 different vassal kingdoms on the island. We know what most of these sites refer to, and they include most of the important sites of the time. We also now know that there were actually 12 kingdoms during this era. But despite how thoroughly Greek this period was, they still retained a distinctively Cypriot style, including sexual ambiguity in their art. Let's take a look at some of it. The woke mob is out of control. Even the Minotaur is trans now. Is there no end to their depraved lunacy? On the northern coast of Cyprus is the sanctuary at Aya Irene. It was originally settled in the late Bronze Age, around 1200 BCE, and was destroyed and rebuilt several times before being finally abandoned around 500 BCE after some massive flooding. Apparently there's more than one Aya Irene though, which I didn't learn about until after I'd bought this book. This is about the Aya Irene on the island of Chios, not the one on Cyprus. Anyway, our Aya Irene was reoccupied around the Hellenistic era, steadily declining until it was finally abandoned during the 1st century CE. In the 1930s, the site was excavated by what's come to be known as the Swedish Cyprus Expedition, and among other things, they found an incredible trove of ancient terracotta figures, more than 2,000 of them, that date to the 600s to 500s BCE. I look at the collection of these figures and what it might have felt like to be the first person to rediscover them, to enter the grotto, breathing in the stale ancient air, turning on your flashlight only to find thousands of stone eyes staring at you, stone eyes formed by long dead hands, stone eyes that haven't seen the light in millennia. Just wow. I'm not sure if that's exactly how it happened, but I don't care. It's exciting to me, all right? Just let me have this. It seems like these figures served a religious purpose, since they were arranged in a sort of semicircle around a sacred oval stone, which shows evidence of having been in a fire. There are plenty of bull motifs around, including some figures with bull heads that we might think of as minotaurs. Others look more like centaurs, except with the body of a bull instead of a horse, which scholars still call minotaurs, but I guess they're like reverse minotaurs. We think it worked like this. You would make a sculpture and leave it at the altar as a sort of stand-in for yourself, as a way to make sure you continuously worshipped the sacred stone. The animals, on the other hand, might have represented animal sacrifices, and the minotaurs might have been a mix of the two. This is awesome in its own right, but how does this fit in with the video's theme? Let's take a closer look at some of these figures. Of the reverse minotaurs we've found at Aya Irene, 7 of them have the sexually ambiguous motifs we've come to know and love from Cyprus. Notice that they have pretty clear breasts as well as either a phallus or a beard, sometimes both. Some of them are more obvious than others, like the one with the hole in front. There's the vague outline of its phallus above the hole. I guess that solves the age-old debate on where a centaur's junk would be, huh? Scholars are still divided on how they would have worn pants, though. Leave a comment below if you have archaeological evidence of how centaurs wore pants. And some of them have their breasts in their armpits, which, okay, neato, I guess. It's hard to see the beard in some cases, but closer analysis has shown the remnants of paint that corresponds to a bearded shape, and the jawline is significantly larger than the others. So why did the ancient Cypriots make transgender reverse minotaurs? Many people are asking this. I'm hearing it all over. The great question of our age. It's thought that the bull motifs were brought to Cyprus from Crete, and if you know anything about the Minoan culture, that's probably not surprising. We talked about them in the video on Cypriotes, but you might also recognize them if you played Assassin's Creed Odyssey, where you can explore a really cool and elaborate, but not entirely accurate reconstruction of the palace at Knossos. We know the Minoans had a massive trade network. They traded with Egypt, Syria, the Greek mainland, Italy, Sardinia, and of course Cyprus, where we think they got a lot of their copper. So it's not surprising that in the process, some bull-related art would make its way over to Cyprus as well. But transgender reverse minotaurs seem to be a distinctly Cypriot style. We see centaurs, bull motifs, and transgender art in other areas, but nobody mixed them together consistently in the way the Cypriots did. So, way to go, Cyprus! But that doesn't mean they were limited to Aya Irene. Here's another transgender reverse minotaur that's probably from Salamis, which dates to the early 7th century. I'm sorry that so many of these photos are crummy, but apparently being an academic and knowing how to take good photos of anything are mutually exclusive traits. And I'm not planning on a globe-trotting trip to hit up all the different museums where all this stuff we've looked at today is located. Support my GoFundMe so I can buy a camera and travel to Nicosia, Lyon, Paris, Stockholm, Oxford, London, Glasgow, Berlin. Anyway, this one is 23.8 centimeters tall, and it's got breasts and a beard, and here's another one with an unknown provenance. It's got what we're looking for as well. It's a lot smaller. This one's 11.8 centimeters tall. I know some of the stuff we've looked at up to this point might be considered a little ambiguous, like you might have to squint and tilt your head a bit before you recognize the Lemba lady as a sexually ambiguous artistic motif. I get it. But these are the real deal. Breasts and a phallus or a beard. It doesn't get much clearer than that. But in case you're still not convinced because these sculptures aren't fully human, fine. Let's keep looking. The part where we look at something that's actually called the bearded goddess. I can't believe she buried the lead for this long. This is what's come to be known as the bearded goddess. She's also from the Aya Irene sanctuary and is a similar age to the minotaurs. Her arms are raised in worship, just like all the minotaurs we've looked at whose arms haven't broken off. As you can see, she's got breasts, but you can also see her jaw is pretty large as well. Close analysis shows us there are actually remnants of black paint around where a beard would be on her. I've not been able to find a photo of the back of this statue, but I'm told there's a snake winding up her back, with its head peeking over her left shoulder. The snake's head is in the shadow in this photo, so it's hard to see. Is this the statue Macrobius was talking about? Have we found Venus Barbata? It is called the bearded goddess after all, but again, probably not. Macrobius told us his Venus Barbata held a scepter, and there's no evidence the bearded goddess was ever holding anything. He also specifically said you could see the statue's phallus, which is obviously not the case here either. This statue would also have been at least 1,000 years old by Macrobius's time and was found among thousands of other statues which would still have been buried during Macrobius's time. But still, we've got a statue of a human, and she's fully human this time. I don't want to hear any quibbling about that, with breasts and a beard placed in a religious context. That's pretty close, right? And again, this statue is ambiguously gendered. We've actually found some precursors to the bearded goddess as well. Unfortunately, we don't know their provenance, though they might be from Ormidia, another archaeological site on Cyprus east of Kition. They date to between 950 and 750 BCE. They've all got breasts, a beard, and upraised arms as well. So what's with the upraised arms thing? It's another motif the Cypriots got from Crete. You've probably seen this statue passed around the internet with the caption "mood" or something like that. It's called the snake goddess. Now, the snake means different things in different areas. Obviously, Abrahamic religions associate it with Satan, but, and I know this is hotly contested, the original 5 books that make up the Torah might not have even been written by the time the snake goddess was made. So that might not have been its purpose. Back to the bearded goddess. She had a snake on her back too, remember? At Aya Irene, it seemed to have been a symbol of farming and harvest, of continuous rebirth. Maybe that has something to do with the snake's habit of shedding its skin. But let's take a look at some other art from the era, aside from the transy stuff. We've got bulls, lots of bull-related stuff. We've got chariots and people riding horseback. And of course, we've got figures holding weapons. It seems like they were worshipping a deity related to both war and fertility, just like the twin temple gods were related to both war and fertility. We're getting closer. Oh crap, the script just says come up with a clever name for this part, so Another site that provides us with transgender artistic motifs is that of Amathos. It's on the southern coast of Cyprus, a bit southwest of Kyrokitia, the first Stone Age site we looked at, and directly south of Aya Irene. Relatively speaking, Amathos shows up pretty late in the archaeological record. There does seem to have been some human activity there in the Neolithic age, but it had been abandoned for millennia. After that, we found only a single item there that dates to the Bronze Age. In fact, we can't securely date any human activity to the area until about 1100 BCE. but analysis of the goods they left behind tell us the early settlers of Amathus were likely native Cypriots from other areas as opposed to the Greeks, Phoenicians, and other groups who showed up around this time. We think that after the Bronze Age collapse and the migration of different peoples to Cyprus, the native Cypriots withdrew and regrouped in an area that wasn't occupied during the Bronze Age. Mythologically speaking, Amathus was founded by Kiniras, an early king of Cyprus who came from Paphos, another site on the west coast of the island. We mentioned that earlier. But there's some truth to this as well. There are some inscriptions we found at both sites, written in a language we don't understand, but we can tell it's the same language based on its letters. We've called this mystery language Etio-Cypriot, so there's clearly a connection between these two places. And naturally, we wouldn't be talking about them today if we didn't find some gender there, so here we are. This piece dates to between 750 and 480 BCE, which is considered the Cypro-Archaic periods 1 and 2. It's 11.5 centimeters tall, it has large breasts, and is holding an infant, so clearly we've got another fertility symbol here. But there's also a phallus, which of course I can't show you because you know how YouTube is with this sort of thing. If you wanted, you could read this as evidence of prehistoric trans women breastfeeding their babies on Cyprus, and I think that's a bit of a stretch, but you do you, babe. Let's stick around at Amathus for a moment. Here's another figure from the same area, and oh my goodness, thank you to the Met for providing a catalog of actual high-quality photos of your collection online and releasing them into the public domain. Finally, something we can actually see here. The statue is from the same period as the other Amathus statue, 750 and 480 BCE. It's 15.2 centimeters tall and made of terracotta, and there are a couple of pretty obvious things going on here. First off is how long its hair is. You can see it goes well past the figure's shoulders. As well, there are obvious breasts and feminine curved hips, and a beard. This was described as a bearded Aphrodite as soon as it was dug up. But look at its arms. When we think of the bearded goddess statue, it had arms upraised in a worshipping position. That's not the case with this one. Vassos Karageorgis, who's written so much on Cypriot archaeology that everything I read on the subject had him in the bibliography several times over, including my work now, compares this bearded Aphrodite to depictions of Astarte, a Hittite goddess of love and destruction. Sound familiar? The Akkadians called her Ishtar and associated her with the planet Venus. We looked at that earlier in this video when exploring what it may have meant that Venus had a beard, remember? I know it's been a while. Admittedly, Karageorgis is skeptical of the idea that this is a dual-sexed figure, but I mean, if not for the beard, what would make you say this looks like a man? Imagine we'd found this figure with the head broken off. What might you think of this? There's clearly millennia of precedent for dual-sexed representation in Cypriot art. Anyway, there's another similar figure that's supposedly from Pissouri, which I guess is a real place and not just what you say when you want to dunk on people from St. Louis. It's on the southwestern coast of Cyprus. Unfortunately, I could only find a sketch of this figure. It was made in 1872 by a member of the archaeological expedition. It also has long hair, breasts, and a beard, but its groin is visible, and you can tell by the emoji I'm using to cover it up what's going on down there. It's a similar pose too, so at first glance you might think this is a sketch of the previous figurine we looked at, but the last one had no phallus, and there's no evidence it was broken off or anything. So it's definitely a different figure. This is the closest we've got to the bearded Venus so far. Let's take a look at Macrobius's quote once more to see the criteria.
There's also a statue of Venus on Cyprus that's bearded, shaped, and dressed like a woman, with scepter and male genitals, and they conceive her as both male and female.
So, to fit the bill, she needs to be bearded, dressed like a woman, with a visible and holding a scepter. We're checking some of the boxes here to be sure. She is bearded, shaped like contemporary statues of ladies would be, and her downstairs is visible for the world to see. The only thing missing is the scepter. Let's keep looking. The priest with a dove. In 1862, Italian-born Luigi Palma di Cesnola became a colonel of the 4th New York Cavalry Regiment, fighting on the Union side of the American Civil War. After being wounded at the Battle of Aldie, he was taken captive by the Confederate Army and held at Libby Prison in Richmond, Virginia, which was famous for its poor conditions. When I wrote my novel, The bottom line, a section of it took heavy influence from a chronicle of a Union soldier who was held there and escaped. William B. McCreary's My Experience as a Prisoner of War and Escape from Libby Prison is the title. It's in the public domain, of course, and makes for a hella fascinating read. Maybe I'll do a reading of it on this channel. See, there's a through line to my work. I'm not just chasing whatever flights of fancy I happen to be into at the time. I'm a real writer, and people should take me seriously, damn it! Anyway, Cesnola was later part of a prisoner exchange, being released from Libby Prison in exchange for a personal friend of Jefferson Davis. I bet you were wondering where I was going with this. After the war, he served as part of the United States consulate in, you guessed it, Cyprus. While in Cyprus, he led excavations of a number of different archaeological sites, which brought to light an incredible number of treasures, tens of thousands of them. The collection was purchased by the Met in New York, and today it's called the Cesnola Collection. Among these sites is Gallae, which is a bit north of Kition. Its ruins today lie near the modern Cypriot village of Athena, which is in the UN buffer zone between the Republic of Cyprus and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. It's complicated, I'm not going to get into it. Among the artifacts found at Gallae is this limestone statue, which has been called the Priest with a Dove. It dates to around the late 6th century BCE, though the arms were broken off and replaced at a later date. The stiff body, rigid arms, left foot forward, almond-shaped eyes, archaic smile, these are all hallmarks of a style we've come to recognize from archaic Aegean sculpture called the kouros. Plural is kouroi, which is just the Greek word for young boy. There are lady versions of this too, which are called kore/korai, the Greek word for young girl. That's what we call them today, though we don't know what they were called in antiquity. Kouroi and kore show up all over the place, from mainland Greece to Egypt, Crete, and, of course, Cyprus. So in that regard, Priest with a Dove is just another archaic statue. But what sets it apart is its gender. As you can see, it has a beard and a boxy figure with broad shoulders. In that regard, it's clearly masculine, but it also has pretty distinct breasts and long hair. Now, plenty of kouroi are shown with long hair, it's true, but the Priest with a Dove's hair is in a feminine style, which we'll take a closer look at in just a moment. Is this Venus barbata? John L. Myers, who published a handbook on the Met's Cesnola collection, doesn't seem to think so. Comparing it with a few other statues from the island, he suggests that it's just part of the art style from Cyprus, but I'm not alone in thinking there's more to it than that. In her master's thesis, Irene Sacco compares the Priest with a Dove statue with two other 6th century BCE kore. One was created by the Athenian sculptor Antenor, and the other sculptor is unknown, but it's called the Lyon kore because half of it is in a museum in Lyon. The other half of it is in Athens, where the rest of it should be too. Give Greece their artifacts back, you jerks. Like the Priest with a Dove, these kore have small, separated breasts and relatively broad shoulders. As well, take a look at their hair. The coiled strands go beyond the statue's ears before cascading over their shoulders and down their chest. That's not what we see in the kouroi, the boys, but it is what we see on the Priest with a Dove, and the Lyon kore is even holding a dove as well. Take a look at these three statues together. Yes, one of them has a beard. Put that aside for a moment. Imagine we'd found this statue with the head broken off. Is there anything else that would lead you to question the Priest with a Dove's gender? Sacco thinks it fits right in with the other two, and so do I. But wait, there's more. On the Priest with a Dove's shoulder is an inscription in Greek. It seems to read Tas Paphias, or of the Paphian goddess. Though it's not conclusive, the inscription is in pretty bad shape, and other interpretations are certainly possible. The Paphian goddess is, of course, Aphrodite. Her sanctuary at Paphos on the west coast of Cyprus was considered the main center of her worship for the entire Mediterranean. This sanctuary was built on the spot where it was said Aphrodite first set foot on Cyprus after being born from Uranus's foaming nads. You remember that bit? And we know it was around when the Priest with a Dove was created because Homer mentions it in the Odyssey. In Book 8, he says, quote,
"Straightway the two of them, when they were set free of the fastening, though it was so strong, sprang up, and Ares took his way Thraceward, while she, Aphrodite, lover of laughter, went back to Paphos on Cyprus, where lies her sacred precinct and her smoky altar, and there the Graces bathed her and anointed her with ambrosial oil, such as abounds for the gods who are everlasting and put delightful clothing about her, a wonder to look on.
This is mentioned in the Homeric hymns as well, a collection of poems that were attributed to Homer but probably not written by him, yada yada. Homeric hymn 5 is dedicated to Aphrodite, which mentions the importance of the temple at Paphos. Quote,
"She went to Cyprus, to Paphos, where her precinct is and fragrant altar, and passed into her sweet-smelling temple."
So why is it dedicated to the Paphian goddess if we found it in Gallae? In fact, we have a literary reference here that can help. We get it from Pausanias, a Greek writer from the 2nd century CE, which was the Roman era. He wrote a sort of travel guide to Greece of his day, talking about some of the interesting things he saw along the way. It's an incredibly useful work. In Book 8 of his descriptions of Greece, he says, quote,
"After the capture of Troy, the storm that overtook the Greeks on their return home carried Agapenor and the Arcadian fleet to Cyprus, and so Agapenor became the founder of Paphos, and built the sanctuary of Aphrodite at Paphos. Up to that time, the goddess had been worshipped by the Cyprians in the district called Gallae."
Doves were sacred to Aphrodite as well. In Book 13 of the Metamorphoses, Ovid refers to them as, quote, "doves, the birds of Venus." And in Book 14, he says, quote, "Venus rejoiced, gave thanks to Jove, soared high through the light air, borne by her doves, and came to the Laurentian coast." That's a reference to her chariot, which is sometimes said to be pulled by doves. So is this Venus barbata? Again, she checks some of Macrobius's criteria, but not all of them. She's bearded and shaped like contemporary statues of ladies would be. She's not holding a scepter, though. But though it's hard to see based on these photos, we do know the arms on this statue were broken off and replaced later on. They're still from antiquity, but it's hard to know whether they're the original ones. If they aren't, we don't know what they would have held. But the helmet she's wearing does resemble one that might be used in war, so it's not possible to imagine she might have been holding a scepter, spear, or something similar. The fact that she's wearing a helmet is reminiscent of Athena, who was often depicted with a helm and spear, the defender of Athens. But it's also reminiscent of those ingot gods we looked at before. A goddess of fertility and destruction, of security and chaos, all wrapped up into one. Now, this explanation is not bulletproof. First off, we can't see up her peplos. But also, it's been noted that male sculptures from around the same time and area also sometimes have a similar plaited hairstyle. And yeah, the boobs are pretty small. But at very least, this is a sculpture of a devotee of Aphrodite, and its gender, like many archaic sculptures on Cyprus, is ambiguous. Chapter 6. How was Venus barbata worshipped? So I know this has all been a lot so far. It's a lot for me to research and write too. But all this evidence points to a very long tradition of transgender iconography on Cyprus. More than 6,000 years of it, culminating in the worship of a transgender goddess. What might this worship have looked like? That's the part that really sucks. We don't actually know much. Why not? This has to do with the nature of pagan religions in the ancient Mediterranean in the first place. In the video on the worship practices of the Gallae, we talked a bit about mystery cults, but we didn't go too deep into detail on them. We didn't need to for our purposes there, but let's take a closer look now. Ancient mystery cults. So what is a mystery cult? A mystery cult is a religious practice in the Greco-Roman pagan tradition that took place separate from the population at large. These practices were open to initiates only. Sometimes they take place alongside religious festivals, but not always. But religious festivals had a certain flavor to them. They took place during the day, out in the open, and were often limited to citizens of that city. They might include processions, performances of theater, music, and other things, and sacrifice of animals and other offerings. You'd do so at the god's sanctuary, which may have been the area outside a big elaborate temple, or it might have been something smaller in the countryside for pastoral festivals. On the other hand, mystery practices tended to happen in secret and at night. They could be disorienting and sometimes even frightening. You'd be subject to loud music and noise, a rapid shifting from light to dark, and other ways to overload your senses. And you probably didn't have any inkling of what you were getting into beforehand. In fact, you might even have been blindfolded at first. These practices were open to anyone who wanted to participate, but the details of their practice were never revealed to the uninitiated. As a result, there's a whole lot about them we don't know. In fact, ancient writers will sometimes even tell us that they won't tell us. Let's come back to Pausanias for a moment, the 2nd century CE Greek writer. We talked about him just a moment ago. At one point, he tells us he was going to describe the contents of the sanctuary to Demeter at Athens, but he was visited in a dream and told not to. Quote, "After I had intended to go further into this story and to describe the contents of the sanctuary at Athens called the Eleusinium, I was stayed by a vision in a dream. I shall therefore turn to those things it is lawful to write of to all men." After all, that information was on a need-to-know basis, and if you're reading Pausanias, you don't need to know. This is what you do when you respect the religion you're writing about, and it's why in the video on the Gallae rituals, when we talked about later Christian writers revealing some of the rites of the Gallae in their writing, it was such a big deal. This was a sign of deep disrespect. Anyway, the cults we know the most about are the Eleusinian mysteries. Let's talk a bit about them. The ancient Greeks used stories about the gods to explain the world around them. That included big things like lightning and earthquakes, but what about more benign natural phenomena? How might you explain, for example, the changing of the seasons? As usual, there's a god for that. In fact, there are several involved. The story we're about to explore shows up in plenty of different sources, but the oldest and best known we have comes from the Homeric hymn to Demeter. These things are doing a lot of heavy lifting here. It's a full epic poem on its own, just shy of 500 lines of poetry. I'll do my best to sum up the story here. Once upon a time, Zeus and Demeter did some holy business together, and they had a daughter, Persephone. One day, Persephone was out with a bunch of other goddesses gathering flowers and enjoying a lovely, beautiful day, when suddenly the earth yawns and Hades emerges in a chariot pulled by his immortal horses. He kidnaps Persephone and drags her off to the underworld. Demeter, meanwhile, freaks out because she can't find her daughter. After 10 days of searching, Hecate leads her to Helios, who tells her what happened. He saw the whole thing. He also tells her Zeus had promised one of his daughters to Hades in marriage, so this is all just part of the deal, and she should just calm down. It's not that big a deal. Demeter is really not happy about this, though, so she leaves Olympus altogether and disguises herself as an old woman. She finds work as a nursemaid among the royal family of Eleusis and really dotes on this one baby. She anoints him with ambrosia and puts him in a fire, which she... Wait, what? I guess when a god does this, the goal is to burn away the immortal parts and make what's left just immortal, which, okay. Anyway, someone catches her doing this and freaks out at the sight of a baby on fire, which is understandable. So she reveals herself as the goddess and explains what's going on, then commands the people to build her a temple and a sanctuary. They did, but Demeter was still miserable. She really loved her daughter. Now, Demeter is the goddess of the harvest, and since she left Olympus, she hadn't been tending to the harvest. So it's been poor. Crops just wouldn't grow. It was getting pretty bad. Zeus noticed this, not because he really cares about humans, but because he wasn't receiving any sacrifices anymore, and the gods run on ego. So he sent Iris to Demeter to change her mind. But she wouldn't budge. So he sent Hermes to Hades to convince him to let Persephone go, which he agrees to. But before Persephone left, Hades gave her a pomegranate seed to eat, which I guess means that she has to return to the underworld. Then the mother of Zeus and Demeter, Cybele, yes, that Cybele, comes to Demeter and explains that Persephone would have to spend a third of the year in Hades, but the other 2/3 of the year she could live on Olympus with the other gods. When Persephone is in Hades, Demeter mopes about and her grief causes the world to grow cold, but when she returns, it marks the beginning of spring. So the moral of this story is that Demeter would rather kill all of humanity than deal with her codependency with her daughter. Girl, that's not healthy. But also, the moral of the story is that those with great power buckle when you deprive them of their ego strokers. Why can't those with great power just go to therapy instead of making their issues everyone else's problem? But also, Persephone doesn't seem to be a willing participant here. She has no agency. You're really not safe from the libido of the gods, even if you're a goddess. But we won't get too much into that because it's honestly just depressing. Anyway, Eleusis was a city in Attica, the polis of Athens, which we talked about earlier. It was 20 kilometers or so west of Athens, near the border with Megara. It was permanently settled in the 8th century BCE, and the festival worship began at some point in the 6th century BCE. It involved a procession from Athens to Eleusis. There was a public festival, but amid that there was also a celebration of the Hall of Initiations called the Telesterion. Here the high priest would reveal the sacred rites to the initiates, the Eleusinian mysteries. What were these rites? We know they had something to do with hopes for a joyful afterlife, and that they may have had something to do with grain, since that's Demeter's domain, but otherwise, we don't know. That's the nature of mystery cults, unfortunately. As a result, there is a whole lot about cult worship that we just don't know about when it comes to pagan religions in the ancient Mediterranean. The stuff just wasn't written down. But there are still some things we can glean from this. In particular, we'll be looking at 2 different factors from here: the worship practices themselves and what the temple of Aphrodite at Paphos was like, since we know that that was the place to be for Aphrodite maniacs. Aphrodisiacs? Wait, no, that's a different thing. The temple to Aphrodite at Paphos. We know the temple to Aphrodite at Paphos was an important one, and for a long time. Even Homer knew about it. In the Odyssey, Demodocus sings about the love affair between Ares and Aphrodite, where he says, quote, "Straightway the 2 of them, when they were set free of the fastening, though it was so strong, sprang up, and Ares took his way Thraceward, while she, Aphrodite, lover of laughter, went back to Paphos on Cyprus, where lies her sacred precinct and her smoky altar, and there the Graces bathed her and anointed her with ambrosial oil, such as abounds for the gods who are everlasting, and put delightful clothing about her, a wonder to look on." There was already a long tradition of worship of the great goddess of Cyprus at Paphos, but it really coalesced around the 12th and 11th centuries BCE. Around that time, Agapenor and his people arrived from Arcadia, in Greece, to Paphos. He became ruler of Paphos, by what means we don't know. Perhaps in order to help subdue the local population and secure his new position, he built a magnificent new sanctuary to the Cypriot goddess. What remains of the temple to Aphrodite at Paphos? Not much. Unfortunately, most of the temple has been destroyed. The Romans built their own temple to Aphrodite on top of it, and then they plopped a sugar refinery on the site in the medieval era. So what we have today is only a bit of the westernmost structure. As a result, what we know about the temple is largely speculative. But here's what we do know. Its walls were built from large blocks of stone, and there may have been some rectangular stone pillars in an area that looks like a courtyard. We've also found evidence of metallurgy there, like the twin temples we looked at in Kition. We also know they had a conical stone they used to worship her, which apparently was a surprising thing to visitors, but that to me is surprising since they worshipped the great mother goddess Cybele in the form of a stone in Rome. Maybe it was the fact that it was cone-shaped? I don't know. As well, we're told that the shrine to Venus itself was in the open air, but that rain never falls on it. How does that work? I don't know either. Anyway, there are some lovely photos of it, but there's a whole lot about the temple we unfortunately just don't know. Worship of Cyprian Aphrodite. You know Theseus, right? The whole Minotaur thing with King Minos and the labyrinth, all that stuff. We just talked about Minotaurs earlier, though I'm pretty sure that Minotaur Theseus fought wasn't trans. Anyway, Ariadne was the daughter of King Minos and helped Theseus escape her fate. Then Theseus, being the complete jerkface he was, abandoned Ariadne on Cyprus. What a douche. So she hanged herself on a tree and was buried in a grove near Amathus, which they called Ariadne Aphrodite. Later, during a festival in the area to the goddess, they'd have a young boy dress up like a woman and cry out as though he was in distress. Was this related to Venus Barbata? Maybe. We did look at some transgender iconography found at Amathus earlier, and it does seem to mess with Macrobius's quote. Here it is again.
Philochorus too states that she, Aphrodite, is the moon, and that men sacrifice to her in women's dress, women in men's, because she is held to be both male and female.
Hazel Thurston, author of A Travel Guide for Cyprus, talks about the worship of Aphrodite at Paphos, where she says, quote, "The great spring festival of Aphrodite was celebrated by the pilgrims in various ways according to their degree of initiation. There were games for the populace on the first day, purification ceremonies and sea bathing on the second, and bloodless sacrifices to the goddess on the third, culminating in presentations of ritual cake, the pyramos, by the high priest. In the second degree, the rites of Adonis comprised acts of mourning for the premature death of the golden youth. This was followed by a triumphant and orgiastic celebration of his resurrection. The third degree underwent initiation into the mysteries of both cults, with doves, an obelisk, and the image of the bearded goddess as the chief symbols. The culmination was the presentation of salt symbolizing Aphrodite's birth from the sea, together with phallic symbols to denote fertility. These were acknowledged by the pilgrims by payment in coin. This all sounds fairly reasonable based on what we know about ancient Cyprus so far. But here's the thing, and it's absolutely infuriating. Hazel Thurston doesn't cite any sources. I have no idea if this passage is based on scholarly research or pure fantasy. I know I wasn't the best at citing my sources in earlier videos, but I've learned my lessons now, and I really do try to be diligent in it. Thanks to Zoe Baker, by the way, and her video on the importance of citing your sources for YouTube historians for helping snap my research into shape. It's been a while since I was in academia. At least I want to thank you, Zoe, but I can't find the video I'm thinking of. Am I hallucinating, or did you actually make a video on this topic? I don't know. Yes, she did, it turns out, so thanks, Zoe. Anyway, can we confirm any of this? Actually, yeah. We don't know when Titus Flavius Clamens was born, but it was sometime during the 1st century CE. We also don't know where he was born, but we're pretty sure it was either in Alexandria or Athens. In English, he's better known as Clement of Alexandria. If you saw the video on the worship practices of the Gallae, we talked about him there as well. Originally a pagan philosopher, he converted to Christianity and traveled around the Roman Empire, learning about the faith from various holy guys. Then he returned to Alexandria and became head of the catechetical school there. He continued to teach until the Christian persecutions of the Emperor Septimius Severus in 202 CE, where he left Alexandria. Eventually, he ended up in Jerusalem and Antioch and died around 220 CE. 3 major works by him survive, but we're most interested in his Exhortation to the Greek Heathen. It's a work geared toward converting pagans to Christianity. In chapter 2, he spends time talking about all the nasty and licentious acts done in the name of the worship of different gods. About Aphrodite, he says, quote,
"There is the foam-born and Cyprus-born, the darling of Kiniras, I mean Aphrodite, lover of the Virilia, because sprung from them, even from those of Uranos that were cut off, those lustful members, that after being cut off offered violence to the waves. Of members so lewd a worthy fruit, Aphrodite is born. In the rites which celebrate this enjoyment of the sea, as a symbol of her birth, a lump of salt and the phallus are handed to those who are initiated in the art of uncleanness. And those initiated bring a piece of money to her, as a courtesan's paramours do to her."
Tag yourself, I'm so lewd a worthy fruit. Comparing that with Hazel Thurston's bit, it pretty closely matches what happens on the 3rd day of the festival if you're initiated into the cult of Aphrodite. The Roman historian Tacitus also tells us it was not permitted to shed blood on the altar to Aphrodite. This is notable since lots of other gods demanded blood sacrifice, in the form of animals, usually, but occasionally human blood, as we saw with the cult of Kabel. We also know that some gods' cults required initiation, and that sometimes required payment, among other things. So we can confirm some of what Thurston says, but she'd have saved me a whole lot of work here if she'd just cited her sources. There's not a whole lot more we know about the worship of Aphrodite on Cyprus. I know a lot of you were hoping that I'd dig up some new sect of trans-feminine priestesses you'd never heard of before, but I haven't found any evidence for that. That said, we are told by a Byzantine source, Ioannis Laidus, that a bearded Aphrodite was worshipped in Pamphylia as well. Pamphylia is in southern Asia Minor across from Cyprus. It's also not too far west of Halicarnassos, where we found the Salmachus inscription that describes Hermaphroditus as inventing the rite of marriage. All of that suggests that the worship of Venus Barbata extended further than Cyprus itself. Now let's think back to what Herodotus told us about the Inaries, the Scythian trans-feminine priestesses. Quote,
"When the Scythians came on their way to the city of Ascalon in Syria, most of them passed by and did no harm, but a few remained behind and plundered the temple of Aphrodite Urania, and all their descendants after them were afflicted by the goddess with the female sickness, and so the Scythians say that they are afflicted as a consequence of this."
Ascalon is on the southern coast of the Levant, just north of Gaza, Free Palestine, which is also off the coast of Cyprus, though admittedly a bit further away from Pamphylia. But it gets better. We've actually found one of those transgender reverse minotaurs nearby. In 2003, at the excavation site of Tel Beersheba in occupied Palestine, which must be freed, we found a collection of about 350 different clay sculptures. They date to the Iron Age, roughly around the same era as the Cypriot ones we looked at earlier. Up to that point, this was the first ever reverse minotaur or centaur we'd ever found in all of ancient Judea. So we know there were connections between Cyprus and the coast of the Levant. And to be clear, this isn't the only reason we know this. Perhaps there's a connection between the Cyprian Aphrodite, the bearded goddess, and the Aphrodite of the temple at Ascalon, who had the power to feminize men. If there were, we could draw some parallels between the limited knowledge we have of the ritual of the Anaries and potential worship practices of the cult of the Cyprian Aphrodite. But the evidence for such a connection is tenuous. We also know Aphrodite was represented armed in places other than Cyprus. Remember back near the beginning of this video where we talked about the journey of Uranos's castrated nads through the Mediterranean? Before they washed up on the shore of Cyprus, they passed by the island of Kythera, south of Sparta. That place, too, is a holy site for Aphrodite, the oldest Greek temple to her, if Pausanias is to be believed. Pausanias also tells us the goddess is represented armed and made of wood. We also have a coin from Sparta, and remember, Kythera was part of Spartan territory and under their control, that seems to show Aphrodite armed. It's hard to see, I know, but she's holding a spear and a bow. So the worship of Aphrodite may have spread from Kythera to Cyprus, blending with the millennia of gender-ambiguous iconography on the island, and the story Hesiod tells us about the voyage of the SS Orchiectomy is a sort of euhemerist interpretation of the spread of that cult. Of course, that cult would have spread into the rest of Greece, so we can draw some conclusions from those worship practices as well. In particular, we know Aphrodite Urania was worshipped in Athens. She had a temple in the Keramikos district, which we talked about in the video analyzing Lucian's dialogues of the courtesans. It's the part of Athens where most of the brothels were. We're also told there was a Herm statue of Aphrodite in Athens, and these things are pretty interesting. We talked about them in the Hermaphroditus video too. We found Herms all throughout Athens and in a bunch of other places too. They're essentially a block of stone with a head at the top and a phallus about where it would be if the block of stone was a human body. You'd rub the phallus as you walked by as a source of good luck and to ward off evil. Now, to be fair, not every Herm had a phallus. Sometimes it was because they were broken off. We know there was a big kerfuffle in Athens in 415 BCE where someone broke off all the phalluses just before an important military expedition to Sicily. There were court cases trying to get to the bottom of who broke off all the dicks. Incredible stuff. However, it also seems like some Herms never had one to begin with. Like, take a look at this one, for example. There's no obvious sign one was broken off there. Seems pretty smooth. So maybe the Herm of Aphrodite didn't have one. We don't know. Let's head a bit south of Athens to the city of Argos. There they had a festival called the Hybristica, a feast in honor of Aphrodite where men would dress like women and women like men. That sounds a lot like the worship Macrobius tells us that Philochorus tells us about. Here's the quote again to refresh your memory.
Athens' Philochorus, too, states that she is the moon, and that men sacrifice to her in women's dress, women in men's, because she is held to be both male and female.
So we're beginning to piece together a few different bits about what the worship of Aphrodite might have looked like on Cyprus. But just like the specifics of most worship practices in the ancient Mediterranean, we're left with a lot of questions. Questions we may never have answers to. But what we do know is that the holy shrines to Aphrodite on Cyprus were in use for a very long time. The sanctuary to Aphrodite at Paphos was established in the 12th century BCE, not the oldest thing we've looked at in this video, but certainly older than anything else we've looked at in any other videos. In case you're the type to get confused by century dating like I am, this would have been the 1100s BCE. I know it would be weird, but why didn't we just make it so they match? This, right now, should be the 20th century because everything starts with 20. It would be so much easier to remember.
But what about the current 1st century?
Easy, it's the 0th century. Who cares? Why does it matter? I like doing math in my head, multiplication and stuff like that, but small stuff like this and figuring out time zones, that sort of thing, it always messes me up. Leave a comment below if you know an easy way to remember this stuff. Anyway, the worship of Aphrodite at Paphos began in the 1100s BCE, and we know the Romans still thought of it as a holy site devoted to Aphrodite, since contemporary sources talk about the worship activities that took place there as late as the 1st century CE. And of course, Macrobius was talking about it as late as the 5th century CE. And as we've seen, transgender iconography in Cypriot art is much older than even that. But based on the fact that it shows up in some of the earliest artistic representations on Cyprus and has remained consistent throughout the island's art history, and that what we understand to be the Aphrodite of Cyprus is a blend of the Greek Aphrodite and the fertility goddess indigenous to Cyprus, it seems reasonable that the worship of Aphrodite on Cyprus would more often than not have included transgender iconography, or at least did so soon after the cult arrived on the island. What this tells us is that a transgender Aphrodite was worshipped on Cyprus for at least 1,000 years, perhaps longer. But of course, all good things must come to an end. Chapter 7. When did it end? Cyprus changed hands a number of times over the years. Earlier, we talked about the Esarhaddon prism that mentions the vassal kingdoms of Cyprus, so we know at one point it was under control of the Akkadians. But it was also controlled at different points by the Egyptians, Hittites, Persians, Macedonians, and Ptolemies, as well as controlling its own destiny at various points. But of course, like the rest of the Mediterranean, becoming a Roman province in 58 BCE. The people of Cyprus seemed to welcome Roman rule since they were unhappy with the Ptolemies. The Romans divided it into 4 different districts: Paphos, Salamis, Amathos, and Lapithos, but Paphos was considered the main city of the island, particularly favored by the emperors. As a result, the temple of Aphrodite at Paphos became even more important than it was before. This could only have been a good sign for the worship of Venus Barbata, but even if Roman rule did turn out to be fairly oppressive, with emperors extracting a lot of wealth from the island, they still largely took care of the island as well. When severe earthquakes caused widespread destruction in 15 BCE and 76 CE, the Roman state led the reconstruction effort. Now, geologically speaking, Cyprus lies along a complex fault line. The Eurasian and African tectonic plates grind together in the eastern Mediterranean, and the part where Cyprus lies is considered to be the most geologically active part of it currently. So the island has seen a lot of earthquakes over the years, the most recent major one being in 2021, which was magnitude 6.5, but they seem to have magnitude 5 or less earthquakes pretty regularly. So things have been shaken up quite a bit on Cyprus over the years. This was true in antiquity as well, which has caused quite a lot of destruction. It also means it's kind of a miracle that we have as much of a wealth of archaeological knowledge of the island as we do. This may be part of the reason why under the Romans, Cyprus lost a lot of its cultural individuality. As the old was destroyed, the new was built in newer styles. So the art of Cyprus under the Romans is very much rooted in Roman norms. In fact, some of the most beautiful Roman mosaics we've ever found outside of Pompeii or Herculaneum have come from Cyprus. But even if the Romans cared for the island earlier in their rule, as the empire dragged on, it became less and less able to effectively tend to its territories. So when a couple of earthquakes in 332 and 342 CE devastated the city of Salamis, the Romans were less capable of rebuilding. As we can see in the archaeological record, these earthquakes destroyed the gymnasium, theater, and aqueduct. As a result, the city was left abandoned for some time, and rebuilt much later as Constantia, a Christian city named after the emperor. They restored the aqueduct, and used parts from the theater to rebuild the gymnasium, and while they did so, they destroyed some statues of gods. A few of them they left behind as decorations, but others were thrown into ditches or broken down for use as building materials. Here's a photo of this. Note how disrespectfully they seem to have been treated, just tossed into a pit. Kourion, too, had its aqueduct destroyed around the same time. Now, Cyprus was also a fairly early adopter of Christianity in the empire. We're told St. Paul the Apostle came to Salamis in 45 CE from Antioch along with St. Barnabas, who was a native of Cyprus and a Christian Jew. When the Roman governor, a proconsul named Sergius Paulus, saw Paul strike blind another Jew hostile to Christianity, this was good enough for him to convert to this new religion. This gives Cyprus the distinction of having the first Christian governor of a Roman province, and no doubt many others converted around the same time. Even still, the island remains strongly pagan as well, but we aren't told about any violence between these two communities. In particular, we see a lot of Roman art of the time, with clear pagan themes, Theseus, Pyramus and Thisbe, etc. As well, the worship of Aphrodite continued, but Christianity did steadily grow in influence across the island. That said, non-Christian Jews started an intense rebellion in Cyprus, where they are said to have slaughtered all the non-Jews in Salamis, 200,000 of them. Yeesh, it's a lot of people. The Romans suppressed this, but this would certainly have done significant damage to the pagan community on the island. So by the time we saw those earthquakes destroy parts of Salamis, Christianity was even more of a cultural force on the island. Combined with its rebuilding being funded and led by Constantius II, a thoroughly Christian emperor, and many historians see this as a symbolic end to paganism on Cyprus. In fact, by the First Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, was large enough to be represented by 3 separate bishops. One could imagine the worship of Cyprian Aphrodite continued after this time, just as the worship of Christ existed during the era of pagan supremacy in the rest of Rome. Besides, when Macrobius talks about the statue of Venus Barbata, he talks about it in the present tense, and again, he lived in the 5th century CE, so we can assume worship of the goddess continued on into the Christian era. But in terms of the fame, grandeur, and majesty of the cult of Venus Barbata, the 4th century earthquakes signify the beginning of the end. Chapter 8. What does this all mean? So let's come back to our goal here, to find the Venus Barbata. Macrobius is our guide, and in that light he gives us some pretty specific criteria to look for. The Venus Barbata statue is bearded, dressed like a woman, with a visible downstairs, holding a scepter. Did we find anything that meets that criteria? No, not specifically. We've seen plenty of each of the above, but no single statue that has all 4 traits. So where does that leave us? There are a few possible options here. First, it could be that the Venus Barbata statue was destroyed. We saw earlier that Christians destroyed many pagan statues on Cyprus. Venus Barbata could have been one of them. Or it could have been destroyed in one of the many earthquakes that have plagued Cyprus over the millennia. It could also be that Macrobius hadn't seen the statue for himself, but rather someone told him about it and he got a couple of the details wrong when writing it down. Considering how much he praises Virgil for his precise and meticulous use of language, I think this is less probable, but still, it could also still be buried somewhere on Cyprus, just waiting for an archaeologist to unearth it. Whatever the case, we haven't yet found the Venus Barbata conclusively. So in that regard, this search and this video was a failure. But even if that's true, what we did find is transgender and gender nonconforming iconography on the island that spans several millennia. At its earliest, we found Neolithic items that give us the beginnings of that representation. The bisexual fetish stone from Kirokitia from 7000 to 5300 BCE. The bisexual fetish stone from Kirokitia from, at its latest, 7000 BCE. Beginning with the Neolithic and Chalcolithic, we explored the many carvings with sexually ambiguous themes. 2 from Kirokitia, 2 from Sotira, 1 from Irimi, and 1 each from Kitsonergamosfilia and Lemba. That evolved into the cruciform style we saw later, which still kept the sexual ambiguity of the previous style. From there, we explored what these figures were for and their meaning as fertility symbols, as well as symbols of protection. After, we jumped forward to the Bronze Age, where we looked at the twin temple gods at Kition and Enkomi, and its connection to the myths of Aphrodite. Then the plank figure tradition, analyzing what these unusual figures might have represented. Then the Iron Age. We explored the fantastic collection of figures discovered at the sanctuary of Aya Irini, several of which show clear transgender themes. Among them, we found the bearded goddess, a statue with breasts and a beard. We also found the priest with a dove statue, which is about the closest thing we got to Venus Barbata, the figure from Pizzuri, and the terracotta bearded goddess from Amathus. Believe it or not, this isn't even all the transgender art we found on the island. We didn't even cover the Cypro-geometric era terracotta sculptures that have breasts and beards, or some of the cruder Stone Age stuff that didn't illustrate the point as well. We also didn't talk about the clear connection between Hermaphroditus and Venus Barbata, or between Venus Aphrodite and Eastern goddesses like Inanna and Ishtar, which I'm sure we'll look at in a future video. Yeah, believe it or not, this video isn't completely comprehensive despite being this bloody long. I have been recording this for hours. I'm exhausted. What can we take away from all this? Well, let's start with what not to take from it. It's not true that Cypriot prehistoric art is defined by its gender-ambiguous motifs. Yes, we looked at a lot of pieces today that clearly display these themes. I deliberately sampled this stuff because that's what this video and this channel is about. But the figures from Aya Irini are a good microcosm of Cypriot art overall. There are over 2,000 figures found there, and 8 of them have ambiguous genders. There's a lot of Cypriot art that does not display these themes, but there's also a whole lot that does, even if it's a tiny fraction of the whole. I'm also not making the argument that Venus Barbata is transgender in the same way that modern-day trans people are. That too would be foolish. When I use the word transgender, I'm using it in the historical sense, as defined by Susan Stryker as, quote, people who move away from the gender they were assigned at birth, people who cross over, trans, the boundaries constructed by their culture to define and contain their gender. I've said that in most of my videos, but occasionally I forget, and an avalanche of chuds show up in the comments and cry about it. So here you are, chuds. Happy? Go back to your subterranean caverns in the depths of the sewers of New York City and feast on human remains. It's also not true that the existence of Venus Barbata implies that Venus was always viewed as a transgender figure. The Roman Emperor Augustus, for example, claimed descent from Aeneas and therefore from Venus. She was honored in his family, the Julio-Claudian family, as Venus Genitrix, Venus the Mother. But there's no evidence they thought of Venus as a transgender figure. And yes, I know trans women can have children and be mothers. I know a whole bunch personally. But nowhere is it mentioned that someone else carried these children. In fact, the Roman writer Apuleius specifically refers to Venus as giving birth to Cupid, and she had a bunch of other kids too. So I'm not making the argument that the Greeks and Romans always worshipped a transgender Venus Aphrodite. That would be silly. That said, the idea that the goddess that was to become Venus Aphrodite had its origins in Cyprus and places further east before making its way to Greece is fairly widely accepted among scholars. And while every detail of Venus Barbata clearly didn't leave the island, elements of her gender ambiguity clearly did. We see that in the ritual of Athens and Argos, which were related to cross-dressing. But friends, even if we never found the specific Venus Barbata statue Macrobius refers to, what's abundantly clear is that gender ambiguity was an important part of Cypriot religious life, which culminated in the creation of a goddess, Venus, that displayed both masculine and feminine characteristics in her iconography. And look, I know this has been a long video, but I hope you'll agree with me that everything we covered, the long, complicated timeline we went through, was worth it to discover this conclusion. When transgender people talk about how we were venerated in the past, worshipped as goddesses, or revered as high priestesses, it's truer than many people know. You may have drawn hope from the Inaris and their revered role in Scythian society, or from the Gallae who, though they were generally maligned by Roman culture at large, served such an important and indispensable role in their society that it was not only undesirable but even blasphemous to mistreat them. I have too. Some of you have even expressed that their stories brought you to tears, which I'm grateful for because it means I've properly conveyed the beauty, majesty, and wonder I felt as I researched these topics. But while each of these sects were honored in their own way, neither was worshipped. But friends, the ancient Cypriots looked at someone who represents the convalescence and transcendence of gender and worshipped them, built temples to them, built a notable part of their religious and spiritual life around them. Is that not amazing? Once upon a time, my trans siblings, we were revered. Perhaps one day soon, we will be once more. We have always existed. And so long as humanity continues to endure, so too shall we. Thank you everyone for watching. I am so glad that I'm finished now. This video took a long time to do. I think I mentioned before, it was like 3 years in the making. And it's really the first time that I've really felt like I've brought something new to the table, as opposed to just kind of synthesizing other people's work. So I hope you enjoyed it. And thank you. Thank you once again. And thank you to the wonderful people you're about to see on the screen here.